kādu akmeni ieliec no. Tur nav kaut kas jādara.
Jā, es tikko pagaidu. Gaidu un nopilnēšu.
Izstāst, ka nopilnēšu. Mēt varbūt šitā te, tipa, tā kā šitā. Stiprāk sanāk.
Nē, šitā liekas tieši.
Uz aizmugurā aizmugurā.
Vispār neuzatīt.
O! Nu labi. Viņš jau iegāja tajā tur.
Nē, vispār neuzatīt.
Es jau it kā varu arī nobraukt, lai.
Liekas pabrauc bija zemāk, šīs zemāk. labajā pusē, tad aizies pie sevis. Jā. Un labajā pusē atros kopā ar viņu. Jā.
It's the weekend. We're here with more ECI cricket, and the T20I Tri-Series continues here in Spain. And the hosts, they'll be on the park first thing this morning against the Norwegians. Well, they showed a bit of grit yesterday against Guernsey. So 3 T20 international matches. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECI T20 Tri-Series Spain, and it starts right now. It's great to have your company wherever you're watching from, as we're going to have some more T20 international cricket today on ECN. And have a look at Desert Springs Cricket Ground, the DSCG. It is pretty as a picture. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 22 today, currently about 15 degrees, but very, very sunny. I'll tell you what, I am loving the prospects of seeing the hosts for the first time this morning. Spain, news from the toss, they won the toss. They'll be batting first. We saw Norway doing exactly that yesterday. It was a funny old game yesterday in game one. The only game on Friday, it was Norway versus Guernsey. Norway ending up getting over the line, 137 to 100, but most of that was all about the batting of Mohammad Sahak with 70 not out of 29 balls. Made an invaluable contribution. Really, it's like he was the difference between the two sides. Have a look at these two teams. Well, a few familiar names there for ECN viewers. You look at Nawaz Ahmed at the top of the order. Yasser Ali, Hamza, Salim Dar, Christian Minas Mills, of course. But a few new names, and we'll come to them in a second. And we're talking about them this morning. It's Finny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And just a reminder, you can join us in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, if you'd like to. Keeping us company through the day, where we'll see 3 T10 matches. And as we see, Vinay Ravi looks like he's going to open up. And look, the key thing about this Norwegian bowling lineup, they bowled so well as a team yesterday. In fact, nobody went for more than 23 runs. So nobody going more than run a ball off their 2 overs, or off their 4 overs, I should say. And yeah, we're going to see Dangle Kayet, who's an interesting character, and I know that he's pretty excited to make his T20 international debut. We have seen him in some of these kind of non-official matches for Spain of late. But yeah, he's a guy I've heard a lot about, and I'm really looking forward to seeing him. And I know that he plays his cricket typically in South Africa, and he does have a Spanish passport on account of his mother. So Dol Kayet will be the striker here. And Nawaz Ahmed, pretty familiar face to us at ECN. He'll be at the other end. So pretty much all ready now to get going for match 2. Of course, this is a 6-match series. Here we go with the first ball. It's Ravi to Dol Kayet. He drives. Pretty good looking drive first up. Yeah, the conditions out there, a little bit of dew around. Nothing crazy. I think it'll burn off reasonably quickly. May just kind of stop the ball swinging as much. Conversely, might be a bit harder to hit further early. We certainly saw boundaries at a premium yesterday, with the exception of Mohammad Sahak and his remarkable innings. He hit more boundaries than the whole of the other 21 players combined. Very good morning to everyone that has said hello in the chat already. Let's see Nawaz Ahmed taking strike for the first time. Well, he's had about enough, but he's going to have to go. Very first ball. Well, a horror start to the series for Awais. He tries to be aggressive in the power play. He just doesn't get enough of this. The catch is taken, and well, a dream start for Norway, 1 for 1. So he just takes this off about off stump. Just goes to chip it, but it's unfortunately the end of Awais for a golden duck. Not the kind of start that you want if you're a Spanish supporter, as he has to make the long walk back. And, well, Ravi will get the spoils. Wasn't a bad delivery at all. Jed Fenwick asking about thoughts on the past score. Well, I said ordinarily yesterday, 130 to 140, I would think on this, but one issue that certainly we saw the two teams yesterday grappling with was the lack of match practice for the batters. I think the bowlers, easier for bowlers to get more realistic match practice. You know, when they're just bowling, practice deliveries, or bowling in the nets. But I think when you're batting, it's hard to replicate the pressure of a match situation. And we saw a lot of batters just struggling to find their mojo yesterday. So I think anything kind of 120 plus is pretty competitive, especially when you look at the bowling lineup that Spain have at their disposal. Of course, Mohamed Kamran in to make his T20 International debut. So yeah, 6 debutants or potential debutants in this Spanish squad. Cameron, Daniel Dor, Kayet, Josh Trembeth-Melrose, as well as Gurungmaya Vanchi, Little Maestro, Atif Mohammed, and Lorne Burns. It's an interesting story in himself. He's in the side today, listed at 6, and will bowl some leg spin. So this gives us a chance to look at one of those names I just mentioned, Josh Trembeth-Melrose. So he's going to face up out there a little bit earlier than I think he was planning to. Let this one go through to the keeper. I'll say a quick good morning to Luke Belgium and Liam in the chat. Of course, ECN European Cricket Network. Say hello to Conrad Greenshields as well. Nice to have you out there, to Edith, of course to Jen, who already asked me a question. I appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, this is where the rubber hits the road for these two. A bit of movement in, I think, there for Ravi. But Trembeth-Melrose will get his first runs in T20 International Cricket. And so, yeah, Ravi impressed me yesterday. He was kind of the unsung hero. Didn't take a wicket, but I thought he bowled pretty well. And he bowled one bad ball. High no ball went for 4, but it's good to see him get some early success. Just played away on the run. Hello to Phenom, who's watching from a family holiday down in Alicante. Well, that's where I flew into. You can always take a little trip down the road, only a couple of hours. Is that right? That's great that you're watching. It's a high-quality Spanish outfit, but you see Norway and Guernsey also. They're in that echelon, aren't they? These 3 countries, they're ranked 39 and 41 in the world, respectively. Good seed there from Ravi, who bowls a pretty good first over of the day. So the hosts off to a bit of a shaky start, 2 for 1 after 1 over. So I know that a lot of people are watching on FanCode in India. Hello to you as well. And also to everyone watching on our YouTube channel. It's great. We actually have 2 games of cricket running simultaneously. I'm keeping half an eye on the Romanian series as well. It's like a bit of a battle between United and Cluj at the moment. I'm wanting to, all of you that might be watching that as well. Enrico doing a fantastic job over there. Finals day, always an exciting day. Second over now, and I think, yeah, we'll see probably similar tactics from Norway, who opened up with their seamers, but then just went on a full spin attack in the middle with their spin twins, Raza Iqbal and Abdullah Sheikh, who just were effective in stopping any signs of Guernsey getting away. So here we go with Abdullah Shinwari. Left armour. Yeah, he bowled 3 very good overs from this top end. Now, conditions today, it's not as breezy. So I think that may affect things a little bit. A slight breeze, it's just not much at all. It's behind Shinwari. Yesterday we had a pretty strong breeze right to left on the screen. And we talked a bit about the pitch yesterday, and some people thinking is that the pitch is not really having the pace to to let the batsmen play their shots? I don't think so. I honestly think it's just early in the season. I saw a lot of balls hit hard yesterday, but I saw a lot of shots drilled at fielders. Got to say hello to Pierce, who said that he's watching with Max O'Dowd and Scotty Edwards. And, I know that you guys will be watching pretty intently as well, because Corey Ruckers, I guess this is his T20 International coaching debut for Spain at least. I think we just might have an issue with the shirt. So, yeah, questions about Niazi from Norway. Yeah, no, he's not in the squad for this tournament. And, I know something we saw a bit of last year. But yeah, hello to you guys. Hope the weather's nice in the Netherlands. Tell you what, if you could script today for cricket, script weather for cricket, it would be this. This is amazing. 16 degrees, but it feels a lot warmer because there's a lot of sunshine. We are in the desert. If you look at the other side of the picket fence, it is something that reminds me of the Aussie Outback, actually, here at Desert Springs. My first time here. I think we're good to go, and it will be Abdullah Shinwari. One thing I've noticed is the ball is bowling a lot more control at this level. You'd expect that as well, of course, at the international level. I mentioned yesterday, the 3 teams in this series, I think one of the reasons they've been selected as well, is they are so close together in the rankings. So you've got Guernsey at 38, Spain at 39, and Norway at 41. If you want to know who's 40, actually, it's Romania, which is coincidentally where we are in the European Cricket Series at the moment. Straight delivery this time, clipped away nicely, just the one. So yeah, Luke mentioning also, and that's true, I mean, domestic cricket probably hasn't started in earnest. To be fair, probably any of these countries in a serious way. And in Norway, of course, they often starting a bit later than other countries just due to where they are and their climate. So I can understand that the Norwegian batters might be a little bit shorter practice, but I think Spain, despite being able to potentially practice more, but practice isn't really a match. This is dug out by Doyle Kayet. And so you know that if you're a cricketer, once you get out there and your wicket's on the line, it's very different. And I get lots of questions about how can you make practice more match-like, and there's certain things you can do, but ultimately it's difficult. I don't think there's any foolproof method to do it. Some teams do it better than others. Things like in the nets, if you get out, you're not allowed to bat anymore, but then, you know, it's a bit rough if you're not getting any practice. People are getting out on purpose. Good lines there by Shinwari. Jed Fenwick saying, wishing that weather down in New Zealand. Well, New Zealand is a beautiful part of the world. And, I'm sure heading into winter it gets a bit chilly down there. But let us know what part of New Zealand you're watching from, Jed. Yeah, it is a fantastic facility here at Desert Springs. And, I had to have my full English breakfast a bit earlier this morning with the earlier start, but I didn't mind that at all. It's beautiful watching the sun come up. Nice looking drive, straight to cover. Trembeth Morrow, a player that has been playing his cricket in Australia in the Premier Cricket level, which is essentially one step below first-class cricket. I mean, there is kind of a step in the middle of second 11 cricket, but I mean, as far as regular cricket goes, it is a level which you see a lot of first-class players, even international players playing, when they're not on those duties. Just angles this one down to third man. Yeah, it's Ravi that picks it up, and he'll hold on to it because that's the end of the over. 2 overs down. The score is 5 for 1. Got to say thank you to everyone that sent me messages. I had a bunch of them on my social media at Mr. Maximo saying it was kind of nice to hear me doing a T20 game, which, yeah, like I say, I haven't done a lot of it compared to the T10, but certainly enjoyed the ability to kind of give my thoughts on a slightly different format. You can see the standings here. This will be the table that we'll look at this weekend, because each team will ultimately play 4 matches. They'll play each of their opponents twice. There are no finals, so literally whoever is top of the table will win this T20 International Tri-Series. That's why I think the margins are important, because if there is a tie on points, it will go down to the net run rate. So we'll keep an eye on that as the weekend goes along. This is driven away, but short cover's been a pretty effective position. It's also been a catching position. Prevents any chance of a run as well. See Ravi, is the difference as well. And he's got the left-hand, right-hand combination to deal with, but he makes the adjustments. Wow, the back foot. And doesn't beat the fielder. So, the intensity is important. I mean, Norway certainly came out firing after they kind of rear-guarded to 137 thanks to the innings of Mohammad Sahak yesterday. So when they did field, it was in the second half, and they came out pretty fired up. And yeah, the early wicket certainly didn't do them any harm as far as their kind of vibe out there. And these two just taking a bit of time to get into their innings. Let's this one go. It's so funny when I think back to T20 international cricket, or T20 cricket in general, going back to the kind of mid-2000s, where it was at that stage kind of the fastest, the craziest form of cricket. I know a few things have been tried before that, but you know, on such a scale. And you'd see things like, well, why would he leave a ball in the T20? For example, I remember the first ever T20 international between Australia and New Zealand in New Zealand. Ponting left his first ball. Everyone said, what's he doing out there? He ended up making it 98 not out, mind you. But it just shows you how 20 overs, our concept of what it is as the length of time for a cricket game has changed over time. And we all seem quite comfortable now watching these two take a few balls to get in. But I suppose the issue is that yesterday we had players getting to 15, 20 balls and getting out. And they put themselves in a bit of a dilemma where, okay, yes, they want to stay in, they don't want to waste a good start, but also they need to accelerate, and that comes with inherent risks. The ball by Harvey. He's getting it right at the moment. It's, like I say, a fairly good cricket pitch. I think it's fairly even-tempered. Did see it taking a bit of spin yesterday, probably a bit more spin than I thought, and I thought that Abdullah Sheikh, the left-hander, the leg spinner, rating. Hopefully he hasn't jinxed them. It can happen, but yeah, I mean, like I say, you don't want to throw it away too early, especially after an early wicket, especially after Always Ahmed went in the very first over. So apologies if there's some issues with the feed, but I'll keep going if no one's listening. Shinwari in over number 4. Just again angling across the right hander. Dolkaye, South African Spanish combined player, and this one is cracked away, and that one does find the gap. That'll rattle the pickets. It's the first boundary of day 2 as he gets something slightly overpitched by Shinwari, and he absolutely launches into this one. Good footwork. He gets down. He stays really well balanced, and we saw Andy in the chat saying that these two, they know how to accelerate. Well, there's the sign of it from Dolkaye. Shimwari, see if there's an adjustment from him. Wasn't a half volley by any means. Just kind of step hit ball. Tries it again. And maybe a bit of a risky shot. Getting a bit carried away with the ball before. And it goes looking for it. It's a good comeback though from Shimwari. Dug out and just the one this time. So yeah, I mean, I mentioned that the spinners were really crucial for Norway yesterday. They essentially bowled overs 8 through 16 and bowled really well. It's the left armer, Raza Iqbal, experienced player, former captain, captaining Norway at the ECC last year. Bowled his left armers, and then Abdullah Sheikh, who I mentioned already, the leg spinner. If these two are still in, that'll be an interesting phase of the game, but they still got to get there first. Trembeth Morrow of 13. Won't get a run here. Yes, he will. That's a rare misfield, and he'll get a couple now. One square wicket just taking a slight bit of spin. I don't think we can blame the Tortuga because I don't see any tortoises out there. Let's see. Just times this. It's that second bounce. It kind of spins a bit, I think, and surprises the fielder. A couple of bonus runs. Nice ball, the over. This one's well cut off. So, will be the end of the over. Well done by Wahidullah Sahak. We'll see him with the ball, most likely a bit later on. So, Trembeth Morrow will retain the strike. The score now is 13 for 1. So, remember, it's a 6-over power play here in T20 International Cricket. Just say hello to Charlie Hunt, who's in the chat. And a lot of viewers connected to the Spanish setup, and a few Spanish-based viewers. I know that Charlie was telling me that both Josh Trembeth Morrow and also Daniel Doyle Kaye in the runs for La Manga Torrevieja Cricket Club in pre-season tournament just a couple of weeks ago. So, in the T20 format, so I mean, they're both high-quality players for sure. At the moment, like I said, just taking a little bit of time to work themselves into their innings. Here's Vinay Ravi. Nice looking drive. Won't beat mid off. Just the one. Well, it's hard when you've got to look at two things at once, but I'm keeping half an eye on Romania as well, because of course we've got the eliminator going on right now. I know that a lot of people are watching two screens at once. I'm probably one of them. The ball by Vinay Ravi. See the length that bowlers are going for early in the innings. It's a lot different to the way that they'll come back if Vinay Ravi comes back late. I mean, they'll probably bowl a lot more block hole deliveries. Yeah, but these two essentially on T20 International debut today. It's a proud moment for them, I'm sure, and their families. Gone. He tries to hit across this one. It just doesn't get up. Ravi getting rewards for bowling well and bowling tight. Dolkaye. Oh, he wanted to go for the pull shot, but he loses the top of his off stump, and that's good reward for Vinay. And Spain loses the second wicket, 14 for 2. So yeah, I mean, it looks fairly short, but I mean, that back foot doesn't come across, and as you see here, doesn't really move that back foot, kind of swivels on it, does Doyle Kaye. And as a result, he leaves that off stump exposed. And Ravi cashes in. So Norway, very strong start. That's the reward for keeping things tight. Norwegian fans, we'll be very happy to see the back of Dorkaye. He looked like he was very, very capable of taking the game away. And it's the same story we saw yesterday with pretty much every batter, with the exception of Mohamed Shesahak. As Kayet gets double-digit balls, ends up getting bowled off the 10th delivery. He faces for 7. A lot of batters have been what I call making starts. I call the start in T20 probably 10 to 12 balls. They're not being able to go on and cash in. A new batter coming out there is a fairly familiar face to the European Cricket Network audience. It's Yasser Ali. We've seen play a lot of cricket in originally the ECL in 2019 when he was playing for Catalonia CC. I've also seen him playing for the Catalonia Tigers in the ECS last year. Playing for Spain, of course, in the ECC International T10 competition last year. As did Vino Ravi. So, interesting battle coming up here. Leg side, I think it's going to be called a wide. Wow. Andrew Elliott, he's certainly having a word to one of the fielders in a pretty, I'd say, stern way. As I think, I mean, he's very quick to have a word to some fielders. And I don't know whether there was some suggestion that the fielder was trying to influence his decision about whether that would be a wide or not. Of course, it's going to be a wide if it doesn't hit anything. And I'm actually not sure where it is. It's called a wide now. And he's having a word with the captain, Kaiser Ahmed, who's also the keeper. He's probably just saying, look, it's his job to field. It's not his job to comment on any decisions that I make. So Andrew Elliott certainly laying down the law. And so I think everyone knows who's the boss out there now. Full toss, not a good delivery. And again, it's a bit easier to protect these boundaries, probably around the 65-metre mark. Most of the places around, you'll see the fielders typically around 5 to 10 metres off. So the wide was the first one of the day, followed by a bit of a loose delivery. Yasser Ali is a guy that get back anywhere in the order. We do see him opening a lot at the club level. Guess this is our first opportunity to see the kind of plans of the new Spanish coach, Corey Rutgers, who I'm sure we'll get to have a chat to at some point. He's a very familiar face to our viewers on EZN, of course. He's back and punches this one, but no run. Yeah, you can see what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the past score. If you can get to 120, I think you can see that if you bowl well, the batters are a bit risk averse. I mean, we associate the power play with a lot of attacking stroke play, and certainly saw that intent from Always Ahmed early, but didn't really work out for him. Same for Dorkaye. So we had some batters all series so far getting in, but then their first attacking shot just not coming off for them. But we have seen a lot of tight bowling. We haven't seen too many bad balls, I'd say, as well. Into the over, and another pretty good one. There's only 3 off that. 5 overs into the day. The score is 16 for 2. Again, wonderful to have you with us. And, another kind of prolonged conversation between the umpire of that over, Andrew Elliott, and the keeper, Kaiser Ahmed. It's all settled down now, all sorted. So I think we'll get Shimwari coming back. And I don't see why Norway would change the tactics that worked so well for them yesterday. They opened with pace and opened with these two. And we're about to see Abdullah Shinwari bowl his third. That's when they took him off yesterday and went to the dual spin attack. And that'll be a kind of shift in this game. And let's see how attacking Spain want to be to the left arm Raza Iqbal and Abdullah Sheikh. But before that, we're going to see Abdullah Shinwari from the top end. Again, thanks to our crew at Swing Productions. Now we had some more kind of minor issues this morning. That's they have done an incredible job of resolving. Good ball. Yeah, good ball from Abdul Shinwari. First up, Yasser Ali. And there's certainly a bit of seam there, wasn't there? See, left to right on your screen, just bounces and leaves the batter. He's lucky he doesn't nick that. Oh, this isn't a good delivery. It's a bit too short, and Yasser Ali, he punches this one square of the wicket. Really good shot. Confidence-building shot for Yasser. It's Wahidullah Sahak, in fact. That has come on. So, yeah, that's a tactical change in itself. And so, Sahak gets one past Yasser Ali, but the next ball certainly was hit well by the right-hander. Sam in the chat. Hello to you, Sam. Hope you're well. He's asking, amazing looking ground, but how big are the boundaries compared to ECS? I'd say that the boundaries are about 65 metres, maybe around 70 in some parts. So that's probably 15 to 20 metres longer than you'd see in a European Cricket Series. Thanks for your question. Yes, Riley this time. Well, it's driven. That's why I might get away for a second, but it's a beautiful place to play cricket, that's for sure. Now, there are plans for a second field here as well. The Spanish national team have basically got this as their base now. It's, I suppose, relatively isolated bit of the country. That can be a blessing and a curse, I suppose. Keeps you out of trouble. This is kind of half-driven, half-cutaway off the back foot. So, yeah, Yasser Ali loves short-form cricket, and you see him not afraid to play his shots. And I think it's indicative of the amount of T10 cricket, particularly the players from Catalonia and the Barcelona area have played, that it's become part of their DNA, I think, to be attacking and not be so fearful of dismissal, even when they play at the T20 level. I think that can have benefits. Drives and does get a single here. So yeah, just the two boundaries so far. Interesting to me that they didn't stick with Abdullah Shinwari for a third over. I mean, yes, he went for 8 in his last over. But Dorkaya was dismissed. He was the one that hit the boundary. He was dismissed in the last over from Vinay Ravi. So I thought maybe would have stuck with Abdullah Shinwari, but giving Wahidullah Sahak one a bit earlier. See Josh Trebethmorrow. He's been there for a while. 7 off 18. So he's certainly one that doesn't want to waste the start. Have to let this one go. But at the end of the power play, once again, you see a fairly subdued power play from the batting side. The score after 6 is 21 for 2. Yeah, looking at the power plays yesterday, Norway in their first match, they scored 20 in the power play. Guernsey scored 27. And right here, we've got 21. So what do you guys put that down to? I mean, some good bowling, no doubt. Vinay Ravi, 2 for 5, including a maiden. A very good effort from him. A maiden in the third. Apart from that, Shinwari and Wahidullah Sahak putting together a very good power play for Norway. Yeah, do you think it's good bowling, or do you think that it's the batters batting within themselves? Do you think that they've been a little bit too risk-averse? It's always easier when you're on the outside looking in, but give us your thoughts in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. I would say that, you know, Norway, based on evidence so far, their 20 overs against Guernsey and the 6 so far today, they've all been tough to get away. and none of them are going at run a ball or more. They don't really seem to have a weak link. And now here's an interesting moment in the 7th as they're going to go to the spinner Abdullah Sheikh, the leggy, who I thought he bowled very well yesterday. First one is called a no ball. I wonder if this was, well, assume this is for a front foot infraction. It was called instantaneously by the bowlers and umpire. That's a bit unforgivable. Free hit then, and it's hit pretty well, and I think that one's going to go all the way. Maximal! Yasser Ali gets the free hit and is put on a tee, to be honest, by Sheikh. Full toss, and yeah, good footwork. He had immunity because of the free hit, so it just shows you just a little issue like a front foot, no ball. That's the opportunity to change the momentum. And now immediately Sheikh is on the defensive. So in the first ball, effectively going for 7 runs. Yasser Ali, 12 off 8. He's very quickly overtaken Josh Tremeth-Morrow at the other end. Yeah, batting's a mindset thing, I think. To have an early blow over the bowler, I think you're feeling a bit more confident. So much cricket is these one-on-one battles, isn't it? Looked away, but they won't get a run there. One thing that I notice is a lot better as well at this level is the calling and the running between the wickets. For the most part, Josh Tremeth-Morrow at the non-striker's end, because that's behind the wicket, is immediately giving a big no, putting up the hand. And Yasser Ali knows to look to him. Another full toss. You would expect slightly greasy conditions. It's not going to be easy for the wrist spinner. That's why I'm a little bit surprised. From memory, he came on in the 9th over yesterday. So the fact they brought him on a little bit earlier, I would have thought maybe you give the ground a few more minutes to dry out before you bring in the leggy. Now we'll get to see Sheikh to the left-hander. And actually we saw him bowl into a left-hander yesterday, but not for too long. So we saw a half-tracker pulled straight to the sweeper. So yeah, you'd fancy the left-hander. A few natural advantages over the right-arm leg spinner. It's because the ball's turning in. They've got their pads as a kind of second line of defence. If they do want to move their feet, get down the track a little bit. Yeah, if you do have any questions or comments, please put them in the chat. I am enjoying just keeping an eye on that. Keeping an eye on a few things at once this morning, in fact. But I know that a lot of people are excited to see Spain out there for the first time. This will be just one down to deep mid-wicket, and we'll finish the 7th over. Spain are 31 for 2. It's the first double-digit over. Having said that, there were 7 off the first ball. So, evading any significant further damage. Now, interesting for me, they haven't gone the double spin attack. They've decided to throw a couple of overs to Wahidullah Sahak from the top end. So yeah, I'm a bit curious about that for something that worked so well yesterday. I probably wouldn't have changed it. See a bit less tinkering at the international level just because they don't get to play that many games. At T20 International level, these countries, most of them play just a handful over the last couple of years. Of course, that's affected by the pandemic, no doubt. A shout, but I think this is missing leg. We'll see Yasser Ali getting to the other end on account of the leg bite. Put on the replay. Maybe just hits him in line, but certainly sliding, and also Yasser getting a fair way down the track on the front foot. And one man I haven't mentioned too much about, but I can see he's getting some airtime in the chat. There's Mohamed Kamran on T20 International debut. A player that we obviously, a lot of our ECN viewers are pretty excited about watching at this level. Exactly what he can do. So it's just worked away by Kenneth Morrow. He'll feel responsibility now to go on with it. I mentioned how it's one thing to try and lift your scoring rate. There is an inherent amount of risk in doing that, especially if the bowlers are bowling well too and you feel like you have to manufacture something. Well, let go, and it's good running. That's one thing you can do. You're not hitting a lot of boundaries. A few people asking about the dimensions of the ground. Yeah, I think I mentioned, I think the boundaries in most parts are around 65 metres, maybe 70 in some corners. And so, yeah, it is an international standard ground. That's why we're playing T20 international cricket on it. But yeah, certainly one of the nicer ones in Europe for sure. Not just the ground that's nice, the weather is absolutely magnificent this morning. Just past 9:30 local time. Worked away off the back foot. But they do have the sweeper out. Of course, now that we're out of the first 6 overs, there are 5 outfielders that are allowed. Yeah, a few people are thinking about the pitch. I'm not so sure it's the pitch. I just think it's good, tight bowling. I mean, maybe the pitch is a touch slow. But, I mean, not really. I've seen slower. Oh, another good delivery. It's be a wide. And in fact, Kaizarama does well to cut that off. Or at least get a hand on it. Otherwise, it was heading for 5 wides. Instead, it'll be 3 wides. 1 for the actual wide and 2 that they run. This feature of the accuracy of the bowling this weekend so far. We haven't seen too many deliveries like that. Yeah, so times this one nicely. 2's the early call. Well, now they're going to get there. The slight misfield. That's another thing that I've liked so far. The batters, they do run the first one hard. And they're always looking for a second. So a lot of people asking about, which team's stronger than which team. But I mean, yeah, the feature of this series, the 3 teams are pretty much in the same spot on the rankings. Yes, that pushes a full toss. So it often runs. That's the end of the 8th over. The score is 41 for 2. So yeah, Sahak. Just one delivery get away from that over, but didn't get hit to the boundary. Still, it's a good accumulation of runs. There were 10 runs, including a leg bye off that over. So at least another one of those double-figure overs as Spain look to move forward in the game. They still have 8 wickets in hand, of course. These middle overs is where Guernsey yesterday against Norway, they just couldn't really get anything going at all. So now we are going to go back to Abdullah Sheikh. Yeah, Jed agreeing. Team's pretty much evenly matched, and that's true. Yeah, for sure, that's true. I mean, I think in a way, we wait for this delivery, which is punched away. They should get 2 here. And these ground's just a bit easier to protect. See the fielder, Spil Sufter out there. He's a good, probably 15 metres off the boundary. Yeah, so these teams obviously have not played much cricket, but Norway have 1 game up on Spain as far as, 1 game in the conditions. Spain playing their first competitive match of the year today. It always plays on your mind a little bit. That's something I remember from playing cricket domestically in Australia, is that often early in the season, you would have more lower scoring games. I mean, the batters, it's a pretty brutal game for them. Obviously, they're pretty conscious of not wanting to get out, and sometimes that's a bit counterproductive. See the field here protecting the leg side with 3 fielders on the boundary, just a short fine leg. So still 5 fielders on the offside. I think he's going for like an offside kind of line. Well, that's not it. If that's what he was going for. It's a tough one for Kazar Ahmed. And I think this will be 3 wides. Wait on the signal from Andrew Elliott. And it will be, yeah, with 5 on the... Works away off the back foot. Doesn't beat the ring. The umpires here, match 2, same as yesterday with Andrew Elliott and Gordon Ashford. Out there, Darren Clark, third umpire. Yeah, and you just feel that Josh Tremeth-Morrow is getting a little bit frustrated here. He's 10 off 24 now. And yeah, you see the frustration. It's showing up with him. Me trying this stroke on, trying to manufacture something. It's the same kind of delivery, but different approach. Back to live action. This again doesn't beat the field. And yeah, you can expect Norway. They'll be just reminding him that he's been there a long time, that he wouldn't want to get out now. I certainly would be if I was close by, in a friendly way, of course. As we get to the end of the over at Spain, 47 for 2. So Liam asking, do you reckon the rut, well, that's Spanish coach Corey Ruckers, will have any fingernails left after today? And is he in his bubble? Well, he's over on the team dugout at the moment. So he did say hello to me. And so it's, I'm sure he's loving it. And he's been preparing for this for a long time, as have all the players, of course. And yeah, Chad, my name's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And hello to all of our new viewers, I suppose. I'd like to shout out to you if you are new to watching cricket on ECN. We do have cricket 6 days a week. Well, this week we've got it 7 days a week because we've got the T20 International Series as well. So make sure you subscribe if you haven't already to our YouTube channel for lots of live cricket. We had over 1,200 matches of cricket last year. And I know that because I saw most of them. Yeah, so one of the great things about my job, they get to travel to so many places, meet so many great people that are passionate about cricket. Here's the left armer now, the left arm spinner, Raza Iqbal. Coming on from that end that he bowled so well from yesterday. Not afraid to slow it up as well, Raza Iqbal. Experienced character. You also see him probably open the batting for Norway in the second half of this game. Pushed and run by Tremeth-Morrow. So, for those of you that are trying to watch 2 games at once, I've been periodically checking in, and I see that Cluj, they have gotten over United in Romania. So 4th beating 3rd over there. So good performance by Zainin. Perialwa, who's come into the side yesterday for Cluj, getting 20. And, United chasing 121, and a lot would depend on Ramesh Sathis, the national skipper. He's only able to get 24 off 9, getting out, and so congratulations to Cluj, the defending champions, who are into qualifier 2 later today, and commiserations to United. We had some bright moments, but just ultimately couldn't put it together this week. We're competitive. So I suppose all of our viewers are watching 2 screens. They can concentrate on this one for the next 15 minutes until the start of qualifier 1 in Romania. As this was just driven down the ground for 1, and pretty circumspect first over from Raza Iqbal. He goes for 4. The 50 is up though for Spain after 10 overs. It's 51 for 2. Well, if you want to know the program here in Spain this weekend in this T20 International Series, you can have a look here And you see we had just the one initial match yesterday, Guernsey-Norway. It was Norway that got over the line thanks to a pretty good individual performance from Mohamed Sahak. Today we have 3 matches, and you see Norway, they've got the double header. See them in the first and second match, and the rematch against Guernsey in the middle match of the day. Spain will get to see them play Guernsey for the first time, match 4, and then straight away they'll turn around and play them the next morning on Sunday morning before we finish with the match you're seeing right now. Spain-Norway, match 6, and that will be the final of the 6 matches as we start a new over. And I think now, this is kind of what I was talking about yesterday about batters getting starts, and it doesn't seem like there's a gradual acceleration. It seems like they go, well, hold on a second, I've got to do something and do something quick. Now we're into the second half of the innings. Morrow now face 30 balls. And he wants to get things moving. Look, credit to Norway. They're not making it easy for the left-hander. Goes for this, down the ground. This is a good shot. In fact, that's going to go all the way. Maximal. Nice shot. Now, the JTM, he's making a withdrawal, and he takes out 6 runs. It was just maybe slightly over-pitched from Sheikh. And, yeah, had to get that right. It was all about the placement as well. And he gets it between. They mid-on, mid-off on the boundary. And 6 valuable runs. Maybe that's the shot that gets his innings going. And there was a lot of chat about him being able to accelerate after a cautious start. Certainly that was one that he nailed right out of the middle. Comeback ball from Sheikh. That shot, very commanding stroke. Maybe that is the turning point in this innings for Trembeth Morrow. He might feel like he can boss it from here. Even this was a bit of confidence about this shot. You know, it does just bring 1 run. It's funny because we do establish, kind of associate T20 cricket with bashes and crashes on a world stage, but you'd have to say so much of the cricket in this series so far has been a bit of an arm wrestle. Slightly quick one, cut away by Yasser Ali, who uses the pace. This will test the outfield. I think the ball's going to win the race, and it does. So, boundary from Yasser Ali following up a good shot down the ground from JTM earlier in the over. And it turns out to be a relatively expensive one for Sheikh, who goes for 11 in the 11th. The score now is 62 for 2. So, yeah. Spinners not bowling in tandem. Well, they are now, but they weren't for a while. As we saw, Abdullah Sheikh brought in on in the 7th. His 3 overs today have gone for 10, 6 and 11. So he's been relatively expensive. Like I said yesterday, none of the Norwegian bowlers went at overrun a ball. He certainly will today, Abdullah Sheikh. I did mention, I thought it might be a bit tough for the leg spinner in these conditions that were a bit greasy when he first grabbed the ball, but also, you know, credit to the batters. They played some good shots there. And we're going to go back to the left arm tweak of Razak Iqbal. He's going to mishandle this. It will be a single, but yeah, Razak Iqbal, not a huge turner of the ball, but he just will slide the ball into the right-hander for the most part. Picked up an LBW yesterday, just beating the inside half of the bat. Pitched up, and once again, slight misfield. That took a bit of a sideways hop last bounce. Fielder was set a bit too early. Fielding standards have been pretty good from all the teams so far that we have seen in the series. Just a few misfields this morning from Norway. Don't see too many of them. No excuses on this field either. It's like playing on a billiard table. Morrow to go back and keep this one out. I wonder if he'll fancy himself against Iqbal. There's no real wind to speak of. Hitting to the right of screen. As we look at this shot coming up now, hitting the right of screen, a bit easier today. Tries to just nurdle this round the corner. It's because yesterday the wind was fairly stiff right to left. No such issues today. Barely any breeze at all. But I think that the risk reward on those lofted shots is completely different with the ground of these dimensions and fielding of this quality. But if you don't get it quite right, you're in some serious danger. Nasralli doesn't care. He goes after this, and certainly for him, he's backing himself. And there's a lot of batting to come. I'm going to look at who's listed next. We've got Hamza Salim coming in next. Lorne Burns at 6. Captain Christian Munoz-Mills at 7. Cameron at 8. So, you know, plenty of batting. One name we haven't mentioned yet, and I'll talk about him a lot, I'm sure, in the second half of this game, is Charlie Rimitrovic, a teenager. He's been playing some very good cricket lately. This will just be one, and it'll finish another over. So a dozen in the books, 12 overs down. And Spain are 67 for 2. Yeah, another boundaryless over. You saw that the over before that from Sheik, where there was a 6 and a 4. But apart from that, we've had, yeah, so that over there were some boundaries. But essentially 4 of the last 5 overs have had no boundaries. So it shows you, yeah, it is a bit of an arm wrestle. That's how I'd describe it. So Jed Fenwick saying, why isn't there a final? He says, yes, it's not a major tournament, but a final would be great to finish off. Oh, look, I agree, it would be nice. I think one of the issues is just the logistics of fitting the games in around the players' arrival and departure times. I mean, we certainly would show it if there was a final. Ultimately, you know, we're just broadcasters of this tournament, not organisers. So I think that what it does mean is that each team will get, you know, 4 opportunities to score points towards their ICC T20 International rankings. Jed's also asking, will we be broadcasting the European T20 World Cup qualifiers in June, July? We'll see about that. I mean, it's actually a bit of a marvel that we're able to find the resources to broadcast 2 matches at once. I'll be honest about that. Thrilled to be here, though. I know everyone from Cricket España is very, very happy that we're here as well. But yeah, I mean, I do like the fact that we're able to show T20 international cricket in Europe in a good light. I think that's what we've seen so far over the last game and a bit. Full toss. Can't get too much timing in it. We'll get 1. And I do appreciate all the very nice comments that I have, not only in the chat, but also a lot of people messaging me at my social media, on Instagram at Mr. Maximo, saying that comparatively to some of the other streams of international matches that they've seen, I think that it compares very well. I think all the credit has to go to our partners, Spring Productions, for that. We've overcome a lot of kind of complications to bring you such a high-quality broadcast. Yes, sir. Doing a bit of a dance on the crease, and then gets a bit soft. And uses soft hands to get this past the short third man. We'll get a couple. Slight fumble, I think, of a third. Yeah, it's a good kind of plan B. I've got that plan B batting, I call that. What he wanted to do there is whip something away over mid-wicket where there's a gap behind the man in the circle. But then when he doesn't get the ball, he looks for something else. And his plan B was always just to deflect. So that's clever batting. That's good short form batting from Yasser Ali, who's on 31. Slower ball this time. And this bowler is someone I remember very well, Wally Gari. Gari in the ECC, which was the first ever international T10 cricket that was played. He was the first man to take a hat-trick. And also a very proficient batter. Very nice-looking left-hander. We'll probably see him in the number 3 position for Norway. Gary goes round the wicket, Tremeth Morrow. He does bowl a good slower ball, Gary. Kind of a leg-cutting, slower ball. And we'll just kind of cut into the left-hander. Going to say hello to Ninj and hello to Egan. Hello, Egan. Good to have you with us, and it's a pleasure to be back in Spain. I've got to say that my Spanish has been improving. I think I realise when I get stuck in countries like Bulgaria where I don't know too much, come back to Spain, can get by. So hello to you, Egan. Hope you're well. Pitched up and driven. It doesn't beat the short cover. But see, they still got that short cover pretty tight. I think because you don't have as many worries about it going for 4 if you beat that man. It's worth gambling and trying to stop the single rather than having him back on the ring. You'd have to still hit it pretty hard along the ground to get 4. There's 2 sweepers, one at deep cover and one at long off pretty straight. Yeah, so just turns this to leg and we'll get 1. It'll finish the 13th over. Pretty good first over from Gari in the tournament. He goes for 6 and the score is 73 for 2. And so, yeah, Jed talking about the scheduling, and yeah, he's just saying that the players have jobs. And yeah, that's true. I mean, even at the international level, you know, we certainly appreciate the sacrifices that are made by European cricketers to represent their country, for sure. And that's one of the reasons you see probably just the 1 game yesterday, because you obviously want to give the players an opportunity to practice a little bit in the facilities. I'm sure Norway and Guernsey did that in the morning. And then we had the 3 p.m. local start yesterday. See there, a pretty quiet start. There's 1 tooth missing there in the Manhattan. That was the 3rd over, which was a maiden from Vinay Ravi. Yeah, but you can see a bit more consistent scoring at the moment. Now Raza, he's a bit of a machine with the ball, isn't he? He's going to come back to bowl another over. This one will just be hit down the ground. Yeah, Raza. Iqbal, very likeable character. I know that his wife's always watching, so hello to you. This one's just taken off the stumps. Yeah, at the moment. Iqbal following on well from his bowling yesterday. He took 2 for 18 off his 4 overs yesterday. It's a little bit short. Again, should just be 1. Right now he's into his 3rd over. He's only gone for 11. 14 balls. They'll get under that run a ball pace, and if you can do that in the middle of the innings, I mean, this is the time where they are trying to accelerate, no doubt. They're not quite at run a ball pace at the moment, Spain. This one maybe just sliding. Yasser Ali, he's one guy that is going at better than 100 strike rate. There haven't been too many of them in this series. Matt Raza, though, doesn't really turn the ball a lot. We don't get a great look at that, but it wouldn't surprise me if that one was just missing the leg stump. Probably not straightening enough down the line. Yasser Ali's after him. This will be in the gap, and I think they should get 2 here, despite the efforts of the outfielder. So, just a reminder, we have simultaneous matches happening right now on the European Cricket Network, and we're just having a start. Baniasa batting first against Bucharest Gladiators in Romania as well. Interesting tournament in Romania. Cut away nicely, finds the gap, and I think this will run away for 4. He's played that shot well, Yasser Ali. This is what he actually puts something into. This is more than a deflection. He gets a bit of length from Iqbal. I mean, it wasn't super short, it was short enough. He's well balanced, and the placement was perfect. 4 runs, 4 carreras para España. And Yasser Ali nonchalantly moves to 40. Well, I think Iqbal hits the boundary for the first time. He won't stop this. So Yasser Ali will retain the strike. He moves to 41. That over had 9 runs off it. As this partnership builds, it's 82 for 2 after 14 overs in that tournament in Romania. You have Baniasa and Bucharest Gladiators. Well, they were the bottom 2 teams last year, and after the round robin stage this time, they're in the top 2 spaces. So they're playing each other right now. They've just gotten underway. See the Romanian bear is running in. He's had a very good series, hasn't he? The bear just keeps performing. So anyway, I don't want to spoil the results too much, but I'm sure a lot of our viewers are watching 2 at the same time. All right, so now going back to pace. And it's Gari for a second over. There's that slower ball again. Nice, moves to 42. Well, now, I mean, what's your approach if you're Trent Morrow? He seems happy to just kind of knock it around, but I think now's the time with 8 wickets in hand and less than 6 overs remaining. You got batting to come. If you're going to accelerate, now's the time. The costs of getting out aren't huge anymore, especially with Yasser Ali batting so well at the other end. Harry around the wicket. This is a kind of frustrating shot. You know, if someone's been there 40 balls, you'd be hoping to at least get some bat on that one. It will be a leg by, gets them to the other end, and Andrew Elliott just having a bit of a word. And now I will now agree, the danger area is important because we're playing on a turf pitch, and Gowrie probably just running the wrong way from around the wicket. It's a bit of a habit some of these players have. Again, most annoying thing on the artificial surface is that gets the umpire's way, but here, obviously, there's a protected zone that you can't follow through onto. So Andrew Elliott has been policing the danger zone well over the last couple of days. There's the slower ball. And one thing about Gary's slower ball is it's fairly predictable he's going to bowl it, but it's one thing to pick it, another thing to hit it. Yasser Ali, waiting for that one, but not able to punch it around the cover field up Mohammad Shahzad. Their next one worked away. Yasser Ali be hoping to nudge past 50, or maybe not even nudge past, maybe blast past, but yeah, just the 1/2 century yesterday, of course, to Mohammad Shahzad, who scored 17 odd out of 29 balls. He really was the difference between those two teams. If it wasn't for him, wow, who knows who would have won that game. Pretty good ball. That's the change-up, isn't it, from Gowrie? He bowls mostly slow balls. I'd say he's bowling backwards. What I mean by that is he'll bowl four slower balls and over, even 5, and just 1 or 2 on speed. So it's actually the quicker one, which is the variation, or the stock ball is the variation. Say hello to Sundori. Hope you're well. Driven to long off. With Morrow, he will retain the strike, moves to 26, and to 15 overs, the score is 86 for 2. So, yeah, I'd say a 15 over check in here, so 5 overs to go. Well, you know that Norway scored something ridiculous in their last few overs yesterday. They were going at something like 15 and over or so, 14, 13 and over. Look, from here, I think at minimums, you're thinking 10 and over from here. I think you have to take calculated risks. You have to probably run a bit harder. I think even, let's say 9 and over, 45, gets you to 131. I think that's pretty competitive, especially with the bowling attack that Spain have. Say that 9 and over gets to 131, 10 and over 136. I think something in the 130s, I think especially when you consider that they were pretty bogged down for a while there. I mean, they were 21 in the power play. That's 3.5 and over. Hello to Darren Warwick, who's saying it's great to see ECN on turf. Yeah, well, something that I know that I haven't probably done a game on turf since all the way back in the ECL in 2019 at Lamunga. So, yeah, it's certainly exciting to be here in this setting. Something a bit different, of course, to what I do day in, day out, but certainly appreciate the opportunity. Now here's a man we saw plenty of yesterday, Mohammad Shahzad, with the bat, that is. We didn't see him bowl. He's come in with 5 overs to go. So it's nice also. I mean, Norway just used the 5 bowlers yesterday. We've seen a couple of bowlers today, Gowrie and now Mohammad Shahzad, that we didn't see on day 1. So it'll be JTM on strike. Shahzad around the wicket. Oh, not a good start. This is going to be 4. Keep an eye on the umpire as well, because this is reasonably high. And yeah, it is called a no ball as well. So the first one is not one to remember. Yeah, it certainly was. It was too high. You see Andrew Elliott quickly signalling to his counterpart that that one was up around the ribs. And so it'll be no ball plus 4 and a free hit coming up. Shesa Hark, certainly made runs happen yesterday. No change today, except for the fact that now he's got the ball in his hand. So Jed's asking where are the deep fielders. You got deep cover point, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. So pretty much they're all sideways or in front of the batter. That's why that one gets cut away behind point off that full delivery. Travis Morrow moves to 30, and he dons the immunity cloak because he can't get out this ball. Slow ball, hit well, but hit straight at that deep square leg. Yes, Riley. So his approach is now into the last 5 overs. It's party time. As I say, still plenty of batting to come, and I wonder if we'll see. I think we will see Hamza next. From then, maybe instead of Burns at 6, you might throw a Kamran or something up there. Yasser steps a long way to off. And just whips it away to deep square leg. See here, it's a big early movement, probably 3 or 4 stumps from his original stance. Just trying to open up that leg side a bit more. Again, no real wind to speak of. Yesterday, I think that's something I didn't see enough of when the wind really was favouring that left-hand side of the ground, as you see it on your camera. This one's angled away. Again, this feels pretty lush, and so that's the sort of shot that is using the pace of Shesa Hark, and I think on a slightly, say, quicker field, that one might kind of penetrate the infield, but here the fielders are so good at anticipating that really eliminating those gaps for the most part. It's a slow ball and he skies it. And this should be curtains. The bowler's going to do his own work, and he takes it. So Yasser Ali is going to go. He tries to get to his 50 in one blow, and he picks the slow ball from Shesa Hark here, but he just completely mistimes his shot. And so Mohammad Shesa Hark, it was a bit of a shaky start with the ball, but he is having a good week, and now he has his first wicket of the tournament. You see, Yasser Ali, I think he's just a little bit too quick through the shot, so he's going to have to go, but not before a very, very classy innings of 44 off 38 for the Spanish veteran. 3 4s and a 6 in there. As he departs, it's 94 for 3. And that one breaks a partnership of 80 between Josh Trebeath Morrow and Yasser Ali. They have set up, I think, is going to be a pretty competitive score from Spain. They certainly haven't kind of blasted Norway out of the game, but you know, they did come in. They did come together with the score at 14 for 2 halfway through the 5th. And I suppose it's the partnership that Spain needed to get things back on track. That's something that I'm still getting used to. It was the olden days where if you cross on a catch, then you get to stay there. And so it will be JTM on strike. And that will be a rule change. I think 1st of October comes in across all cricket. And, right now, the ICC regulations will be the established batter on strike here, Shesa Hark. It's full toss. Just struggled with his length, hasn't he, at times here? But Shesa Hark, no full toss, an easy one to get away. And so takes the score up to 95 with the ball to go in the over. It's been a funny little over, hasn't it, from Mohammad Shesa Hark. No ball +4 to start, then singles. Just broken up with that wicket of Yasser Ali. So here's a guy, comes a Salim Dar. I'm always interested to see. Well, gonna have to hustle here. Well, gets there in the end. And we'll get the single. So just have a look at this. When this ball comes past, well, probably just home. But yeah, you can certainly detect the urgency out there to push this score forward. It's the end of the over. That's 16 overs down, 96 for 3. So finally, we've seen Spain kind of wrestle their way back to run a ball pace. So right now, at this pace, they go 120. Like I say, I think that they'll be wanting 10s. And they get 10 off that over then. 10s from here gets you 136. I think that'll take some chasing. We saw that kind of target set for Guernsey yesterday, and if you bowl and field well and put the pressure on, drive that rate up, you know, it's the kind of ground, it's just a bit easier to protect than I suppose one of the grounds I've been covering cricket around Europe on. A successful over for Mohammad Shesahak. He becomes another wicket taker. Vinay Ravi has got one over left. He took 2 for 5. I'm sure we'll see him again. Yeah, so plenty of options. In fact, they've used 7 bowlers in this innings. Casting my eye over to Romania. At the end of the over, I can see Baniasa batting first, and watching the Romanian bear. So they got 22 in the power play. Well, similar to power play we had, except our power play was 6 overs, not 3. Yeah, big hello to all the Blue crew and Rico, of course. I know they're keeping an eye on us as well. Going to be Gowrie, going to get a 3rd over. See there, it's been an injury substitution, and looks like Raza Iqbal, the left armour, has gone off the field. And the 12th man, Aminullah Tanha, has come on. It'll be interesting to see how long he's off for, because I think they would be planning for Raza to open the batting. There are 4 overs left here, so I guess if he was off for 2, he could probably field the last 2 if it's an internal injury. I think that would be the plan. It's called wide. Gowrie trying to just beat the tram line. He loses this one. And, no doubt about that call. Yeah, Hamza, or Hurricane Hamza, as I normally call him. In the ECC, for sure. He was bossing it. Again, slightly different ground dimensions, and he is new to the crease. Facing Gowrie, another ECC hero for Norway. Full toss, had a few of those. That's timed pretty well. And yeah, it's a good stop out there. It's Sheik who comes around, and that was travelling. You can see how hard Hamza hits the ball. Should mention that these 2 teams, Spain and Norway, they were actually in the same group, Group A, at the European Cricket Championship, the inaugural ECC last year, the International T10. So I'm sure these 2 had some battles in the contest where Spain was playing Norway. Ultimately, Spain would advance from the group and Norway would not. Slow ball, picked and hit, but gone. And the catch is taken by Ali Tafsir down at long on. So, well, disappointment as Hamza comes, Hamza goes. Well, you can't really blame him. He's picking the slower ball, but this is the difference, I suppose. The boundary's 15 metres or so longer, even though he hits that one pretty well. It's a catch that's well taken by Ali Tafsir. Was really motoring. You can see he takes it fingers up and kind of rocks his hands, but he did well to hold on. So Hamza, disappointment for him as he looked to lift the rate. He goes for 3, and the score is 99 for 4. And a first wicket of the series for Waleed Gowrie. So, with that, I think that they cross. So it'll be Josh Morrow who will have his position at the striker's end. And the new batter out there for Spain is Lorne Burns on T20 International debut. Guys played a lot of kind of high-level cricket in England, Premier Cricket and some county second 11 cricket. Certainly someone we've seen playing a bit this year on ECN as well. Costa del Sol, we saw him in the Spanish Championship last year. As Chetmouth Morrow goes down the ground and goes pretty good. 1 bounce, 4 runs. He has hit well straight on occasion. And JTM, well, he was able to make another withdrawal down the ground. In fact, this is a deposit. as he takes this one from Gari. Hits him straight back over his head. Again, you see the difference after a wicket to have the established batter on strike versus the new batter being on strike. It's a law change we will see take effect in October. And now you can see really turning it on. Well, they won't get a run here. Yeah, but Trembeth Morrow, he'll definitely feel some responsibility here, having now faced 49 balls in the innings. But what he has done, he's made sure that Spain haven't been in wicket trouble. So haven't been running out of wickets. They have been exposing new batters. And I suppose, you've got to look situationally. I think it's a pretty good innings, especially with Yasser Ali going so well at the other end. Last ball of the over from Gari. Driven down the ground. Probably just settle for one. It's Tafsir, who took the catch earlier in the over. He does the fielding, so Trembeth Morrow will, well, this is a bit sloppy from Norway. I was going to say he'll retain the strike, but he won't, because they get a second, and I wasn't quite sure how this is even possible. You see, it's just a bit of lazy cricket from Gari. He just offers the boot, and he probably knows straight away that's cost him a run. You don't often see that at this level, but it is the end of the over. The score at the end of it is 105 for 4. What that does mean is that Lorne Burns on T20 International debut will face his first ball. And it looks to me like this will be Wahidullah Sahak, who is going to bowl it. 3 overs to go. I talked about the 10 and over to get in the 130s. Since I said that, we had 10 in the 16th. We had 9 in the 17th. A few people hypothesising whether Trembeth Morrow will reach his 50. Well, he does have plenty of balls left. I'd say there's 18 balls left. If he faces 9, he'll have 9 balls to get 11. So, yeah, certainly there is enough time. I guess it also depends on how much of the strike he has. Can he find the boundary? He just has the 2 4s and a 6 in 50 deliveries that he's faced now. It's been a grafty kind of tournament so far. Lorne Burns faces up international cricket for the first time, and he's almost killed. It's almost the shortest career ever. And, well, it's going to be 4 as well. So, well, that'll wake you right up as he gets a genuine beamer. Burns, you've seen the bowlers come back, and this is taken straight off his nose. Well, I think that was the last thing he was expecting, but what he will do is he'll take his first runs. I'm sure he'll always remember his first runs in international cricket, Lorne Burns. As we did well, actually, to get anything on that. In the end, with the pace, it takes it all the way to the boundary. So free hit coming up. Can't do too much with a free hit. Has to dab it out. Good comeback from Wahidullah Sahak. Just think, you've been sitting in the sheds for 17 overs, and you're probably a little bit nervous. You'd have to be. The last thing you're expecting is the first ball coming at a pretty decent rate and not straight at your melon. And you do see that the players wearing helmets, the international players, and you'd expect them to be using the gear, so he would have had some sort of protection. Wouldn't have made it any less scary. Okay, Trembeth Morrow. Can he push towards that half century? Not going to run here. It's just frustrated. He hits that one decently, but if he hits it 2-3 metres either side of that field, he gets at least 1, maybe 2 if the fielder can't catch up with it. Sahak has got it back on track. For now, there's a better reach, but this will be a wide. Yeah, for the most part, I think Norway were pretty good at hitting their lengths at the end of the innings yesterday, just making sure that Guernsey, he didn't get too much to get under. But having said that, by then, the last 3 overs, he felt the game was dead. So under pressure at the end of the innings for the first time, these guys. Trembeth Morrow tries to get funky. And, yeah, slower ball. It's always tough to play this shot to the slower ball. catch up with that one. There's the slow ball. It's picked, but it's hit straight to the fielder. And Tremeth Morrow, he won't reach his 50. In fact, he won't get out of the 30s in the end. It's Sahak. The grunting slow ball. Oh, it shows it works at the international level too. Tremeth Morrow gets a fair bit of this, but does find the fielder down there. I think it's Vinay Ravi that takes the catch. And yeah, a pretty good innings. I mean, you look on paper, you'll say, okay, you know, he ends up striking something in the low 70s. But I think what he has done, he's provided some stability at one end. In what we know so far, it's not a tournament that batters have been dominating. So I think sometimes the stats don't tell the whole story. He certainly showed he was comfortable at the level, Josh Tremeth Morrow. He departs for 39. The score is 112 for 5. New batter comes to the crease and gives us a chance to see the Spanish captain for the first time, Christian Munoz-Mills. He's another player we've seen plenty of on ECN. In fact, he played in the first ever European Cricket Series. Sporting Alfaz near Alicante. That was back in March 2020. Played well then, and we saw him again late last year in the ECC where he led Spain. Very good fielder. Excellent pair of hands. He's also someone that showed, I do think of him as a slightly longer form player sometimes, but he can whack the ball around. He's a strong guy, Chris. Got two to face here. He is facing up. Batters didn't cross on that one. Punches and runs, and well, Ron Burns has made the hustle, but they do get there. Now's the time, I think, to take these kind of runs. You've got 5 wickets in hand. You've got someone like Cameron coming in next. Burns, he wasn't sold on it straight away, but he does get there in the end. Tries to get funky. And yeah, it's tough already, you know, when you haven't faced too many balls to start trying to manufacture this. Someone's angling, hoping for a little reverse ramp there, but it will be a dot, and it's the end of the over. That's 18 overs down. The score is 113 for 5. So, you know, I talked about at the 15 over mark, they were 86. I said, you know, 10s get them to 136. They've gone 10, 9, 8, so they're 113. Still think that 130 plus is on. You want a couple of double figure overs. I think we're going to see Vinay Ravi take the ball in the 19th. This is the end that he does like to bowl from. And you've got a few options in the last over, don't you? You've got actually almost anyone to choose from, except for Vinay Ravi. So I don't know where they'll go to. Someone like Amadou Shinwari, he only bowled 2 overs. That surprised me a little bit that he hasn't bowled again. Yeah, sport for options, really. Showing some depth in their attack, Norway. It's always a good thing. Again, Raz Iqbal. He's a guy we saw go off the field. And, do you think we haven't seen him come back, which means that I don't know if that affects his ability to open the innings. So we'll keep an eye on that, and I'll try and get to the bottom of the issue with Raz Iqbal in the innings break. Right now, though, as I say in T20 cricket, it all happens in the 19th. Here's Vinay Ravi. Back pretty hard. That'll be just one. Munoz-Mills gets another single. Yeah, I've got to admit, I'm really pleased for Lorne Burns, and he's played his way into this lineup. Obviously fulfills the eligibility criteria. I think he just brings a different kind of look to this side. I mean, I think he's a leg spinner. Can give it a rip. He's got some good variations. I think also, you know, we saw him batting at the top of the order for Costa del Sol in the Spanish Championship weekend last year. Good fielder. He's busy kind of cricketer. Now's the time you're okay with just a 1 there. Spain, they do that pretty deep, batting all the way to 8, I'd say. Yeah, gets middle length and carves this out. Fielding is done. But Fielding doesn't really attack that. That's really good running by Munoz Mills. I think the fielder thought he was going to get away with just the one. But he kind of sits back on his heels, and that's alert stuff from the Spanish captain. Well legged out by Burns as well to get the double. They're the kind of things, just get an extra few runs that way at the end of the innings. Can make a difference. It's a slower ball, pretty well disguised one from Ravi. He continues to impress me. He's got figures now of 2 for 9. It just shows you, if you're bowling well, I mean, yeah, he didn't really have the figures yesterday. They weren't bad figures, but I think from memory, he took none for 23 off his 4 overs. Got one bad ball. But still didn't go run a ball pace. He certainly has been impressive this morning. Mills had about enough, and I think just get the one here. Gary is able to clean up down the ground. That's the one. So it's been a good over so far from Ravi. Mentioned that before this, the 3 overs were 10, 9 and 8. Well, right now, he's only had 5 off this with the ball to go. And I think that it's pin your ears back time now for Burns. He's eyeing off that leg side. I reckon he's looking to maybe jump across and flick something behind square. Maybe flick it over the fine leg. See what sort of poker player I am. Exactly what he tries to do. And it's well bowled by Ravi. And yeah, he just doesn't give him anything left to work with. It crashes into his pad. So a dot to finish the 19th. It was a pretty good one from Vinay Ravi. He finishes with the excellent figures of 2 for 10 off his allotted 4 overs. And the score at the end of 19 overs is 118 for 5. Well, if you want to snip out that last ball where I predicted exactly what was going to happen, and, send that to me on my social media at Mr. Maximo. I won't complain. so I often think if I was a bowler, which I obviously haven't been a bowler for a long time, but you look at the eyes of the batter. The eyes never lie. He was eyeing off a gap, a particular gap that he wanted. And I think whether Vinay Ravi saw that or not, I think that if he did, then he makes the adjustment to make it really tough to play that shot. And Liam appreciates it. What I will say is cricket's a lot easier when you're off the field and just looking in. So I never forget what it's like. Now, what do we have here? We might have a bit of an injury. I was going to say, do we have a retired out situation? But Christian Munoz Mills, he is hobbling. And I'm not quite sure what happened there because he had a dot ball off the last ball. I think for sure he's going to retire hurt. That's a big situation. And he doesn't look in good shape at all. Oh, it was so innocuous because it was a dot ball. I didn't even have my eyes on Christian. And so, wow, this is a big story. Oh, I wonder if it was just whether he was turning around. I can't really speculate because my eyes weren't on the Spanish skipper. But he is taking a lot of time to get off the field here, and well, you just hope it's not too serious. But it looks like it might be, and he's taking a lot of time to get off the ground. What we will see then is we'll see Mohamed Kamran for the first time in international cricket facing up with an over to play. Well, not a bad situation for him to come to the crease, and no real pressure on him at all. Got his lucky number 1 on his back, Mohamed Kamran. And, he's one guy that's come out there in the cap. And, yeah, I mean, you got to feel for Chris Munoz Mills. I mean, all the preparation that goes into obviously getting ready for a series like this. And he does not look in good shape. He's still not quite off the field. We will have the last over. And so here's Cammy. Is there a little nick on this? I don't know if it maybe just hits the ground. I think it's a bit of a noise. The bowler here is Waidul Sahak. Yeah, I think at any rate, it probably went past the bat on the full. So Cameron, this is a nice little warm-up for him because I'd be amazed if he doesn't bowl the first over in the second half of this game. So wherever you are around the world, make sure you're tuning in because that'll be must-watch TV. Cameron, well, get his first run in international cricket. He just kind of one-hand slices this one to Ali Tafsir. So 119. Geez, it's been a good little comeback. We had the no ball 4 off the beamer, first ball of the 18th, but we haven't seen a boundary since. So that's kind of 12, 13 now consecutive balls without a boundary, which is really useful at the end of the innings. And look, if the top order batters are struggling to get boundaries in the middle overs when they're trying to accelerate, it's got to be tough for the middle to lower order to do it at the end when they're new to the crease. Well, maybe not. This one is going, it's going, and well, I think this is gone. Well, Maximo. Lorne Burns. This one was absolutely smashed. It was a full toss and baseball style. He got it all the way, and useful runs coming at the end of the innings. And I wonder if the fielder just misjudges that a little bit out there. Seemed to come in a little bit, but he needed to be right back on the rope. He was still on the move. Maximo time for Lorne. Lorne launches. Can they still reach that 130? 3 balls to go. Slow ball. Got to push for 2 here, I think. Cameron's down. I think they should get it fairly easily. Yeah, there's long boundaries. Makes it more possible, especially after a shot like that where Burns, I think, pushes the fielder back a little bit. He does get back for a couple. Well, Burns had an interesting time. Always had his head taken off first ball, and then he put a bit of hurt on that delivery. 6 useful runs. Now, it's a bit funky, but he hits it straight at the fielder. And he does scramble through for 1. So 128, and Cameron will face the last ball of the innings. I talked about past scores. Originally, I thought 130, 140, but just seeing how this tournament's playing out, something like 120, I think. Proof will be in the pudding. Last ball coming up. Not just yet, though. Yeah, Cameron, wouldn't he love a boundary and walk off like a boss? Get ready to bowl some thunderbolts. Buckle up. Swing, miss, miss, another miss. No throw. That'll be a bye. And Spain, they will finish with 129. Well, Kaiser, you'll probably see him there shortly. Well, that was a real gutter ball. Couldn't decide where he was going to throw. It's one thing to throw back at the bowler, but he threw it down the wrong pitch. So, yeah, watching that replay back, not the best throw I've ever seen. I do like the plan, but not really executed. Look, just cost them 1 in the end. And Spain, yeah, they end up scrambling their way to 129. I think they will have the kind of confidence in themselves that they can do the job with the ball. But we will have to see what kind of Norway comes out, and will they be bogged down early? We know that they've got a couple of players that missed out yesterday in the top and middle order. They'll want to certainly get amongst the runs. I know big focus on the Spanish fielding. They're the one team we haven't seen field yet in the tournament. Let's see what kind of standards they're bringing to the table. A fairly new look unit, but it will be good to see the hosts out. That'll be Norway. Well, this time they're going to have to do it chasing. Let's see if their bats fire as we go back to the highlights of the first innings this morning. It's our first chance to see the Spanish openers out there, and Always Ahmed. Unfortunately for him, he would go very first ball. Eventually, Doyle Collier, he was out there and hit 1 boundary, but then just hit across this one. It didn't get up as much as he thought. JTM, he was just struggling to get going, wasn't he, for most of his innings. But what he did is he built a partnership with Yasser Ali. I think Yasser Ali deserves a lot of the credit for the fact that Spain do get up to this score of 129. Eventually on 44, Yasser just mistimes this stroke off a slower ball. It was a wicket for Mohammad Sahar. It was a little bit expensive when he came into the attack. Yasser with 3 boundaries and a 6 in his innings. But as usual, we saw international standard fielding for the most part. You see, just doing most of the right things. So it was a nice catch down by Ali Tafsir as Hamza came and Hamza went. The Hurricane, unfortunately, wasn't able to get too much going. Gary just gives away a run here. Again, look back at these little things if it is close. Then Burns, we had his whole life flash before his eyes. He always had the shortest international career ever. And what he did do is get enough bat on that to get 4. That got him going. Eventually JTM found the fielder So he had to go for 39, but he did provide some stability. And then Lorne, well, hits this one out of the ground. That's the one that got them past 120, and ultimately they would set 130 here for Norway. And seeing the ground staff go to work, and I must say, this ground is pretty as a picture. We'll get to see Cameron when we return after the break, and I know that a lot of people are going to want to see this battle first up. So we'll probably have Raza Ahmed, the captain, and well, I would have thought Raza Iqbal, but he did go off with a slight injury concern, so I'm not sure he'll even be allowed to open the batting. So that might force a bit of a rejig at the top of the order for Norway. Looking at the scorecard here, Yasser Ali top scores with 44 of 39. It was the partnership with Trevor Morrow, which did kind of set this innings up. That partnership was worth 80. Apart from that, we saw Lorne Burns chipping in with a handy little 15 knot at the end of the innings. And the other thing to note is Chris Munoz-Mills. He did retire hurt after what looked like a fairly serious injury. It was innocuous, so I can't tell you too much more, but I will try to get to the bottom of these things in the innings break. With the ball, well, it was Vinay Ravi. He was the star for me. 4 overs, including a maiden. He took 2 for 10, going at only 2.5 economy. Apart from that, there were wickets for Wahidullah Sahak, as well as Wagari and Mohammad Sher Sahak. And most of the time, say the bowlers were pretty tight. A couple of exceptions, I suppose. But Norway, they have been bowling well as a unit. But now it's over to the batters, and they will require 130 for victory. If they do that, Norway will be 2-0, and they'll be flying in this series. Hope you can join us when we return in around about, I'll tell you exactly how many, in around about 5 minutes. We'll be back, and so it won't be a very quick break at all. It'll be camera on the clock. Hopefully you enjoyed us then. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching around the world. We'll see you shortly for more ECI, T20 International Cricket from Spain. Hello and welcome back to the Desert Springs Cricket Ground in Almeria, Spain. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and we are here for this very exciting tournament, T20 International Cricket back on ECN. We have Spain, Norway and Guernsey here in this Tri-Series. Each team playing 4 matches across the weekend. A lot on the line, of course. The teams, they want to win this Tri-Series, but again, it's all about accumulating ranking points as these teams look to push themselves up the international table. At the moment, it's pretty clustered, and you have seen so far a lot of competitive cricket. Certainly no easy beats in this tournament at all. In the first half of this match, it was Spain that won the toss, and they elected to bat first. They ended up making 129 off their 20 overs, led by contributions from Yasser Ali, who scored 44 off 39 balls, and Josh Trimble-Morrow, who was able to score 39. And now Spain are going to come out in the field for the first time in the tournament, so always a pretty exciting moment when you get out there on the field as a team. Now, news from the break. I was just doing a bit of an injury kind of investigation. And look, Raza Iqbal, he normally opens for Norway, but he's struggling with a thumb, and he's hoping it's not broken, but he won't be opening the batting. I don't think we'll see him batting at all in this innings. He's their left arm spinner and normally opening batter. So they are going to open up with Kazar Ahmed, who's out there, and yeah, I believe it will be, the word I got is it probably would be Sahak opening up. Yes, it is Wahidullah Sahak. And so yeah, this will be really interesting. We'll get to see Mohamed Kamran for the first time. He'll be opening up. Now that's Lorne Burns. He is the acting captain because Christian Munoz-Mills looks like he turned in on his ankle, and it was so innocuous. I don't think anyone saw it, but he was essentially helped from the field late in the Spanish innings, and that is a big blow because, I mean, he is an outstanding fielder, one that is pretty hard to replace. So they do have Ravi Panchal, their 12th man, who will be deputising for the captain, but it will be Lorne Burns on T20 International debut. Essentially, he'll be leading Spain in the field, and so yes, I'm certainly hoping that these injuries aren't too serious, and particularly Munoz-Mills didn't look good the way that he was helped off. I think it's a suspected ankle injury. And now we are going to see this man, the hitman, in T20 International Cricket for the first time. Well, remember where you were, and he's so good at taking wickets early in the innings. Here we go, strap yourself in. 130 to win for Norway. First ball is driven pretty well, but doesn't beat the fielder. That's Charlie Rumistovic. Very talented young left arm spinner. Well, Charlie, he looks like he's grown a bit since the last time I saw him. He's only, well, he's about to have a birthday, in fact. He'll be 22 in the next week. Not 22, pardon me. It's the year 2022. He'll be 17, that's what I'm trying to say. So, but he wishes he was 22, Charlie. So I'm looking forward to seeing him. Yeah, he does look like he's shot up a little bit since the last time I saw him, which was about a year ago, in fact. Kamran to Wahidullah Sahak. And Andrew Elliott just having a word like he has to a couple of the bowlers today about making sure they get off the wicket. Just have a look at Kamran here. He does kind of take 1 or 2 steps straight down the middle in front of Andrew Elliott. Again, especially with the turf pits, I won't be having any of that. I think the other thing is you want to make sure you don't obscure the umpire's vision. Slip in place for Kamran. It's taken pretty much off the stumps. Just one. Yeah, the top order didn't come off for Norway yesterday at all, did it? And they had a strange kind of an innings, in fact. And it was the kind of innings where it was just saved by one man, because at one point, the 14 over mark, they were 58 for 5. At one point, they were 52 for 5 in that innings. Just took a long time to get going when they did. It was thanks to Sher Sahak, who I assume we'll see a bit batting a bit higher, if for no other reason, maybe because Raza Iqbal. Just don't see him batting at all, to be honest. And that thumb, when I had a look at it, he wasn't bending it. It is his right thumb, so as far as his bowling, it shouldn't affect him at all. But yeah, fielding and batting, Yeah, I'd have my concerns about that. Let's see how they elect to use him. Of course, we will see Norway pretty much straight away in the next game. This is driven, cut off by Daniel Kayak, another player on T20 International debut. A lot of his cricket in South Africa. Cameron hasn't really kind of taken the handbrake off yet. It's just what I'm gathering. I suppose he's got a bit longer to work his way into it here with 4 overs available instead of the normal 2. Have a situation where he could bowl potentially 8 overs in the day. Well, this one's too fast. It's going to be a first international wicket for Mohamed Kamran. Well, he makes it look easy. It wasn't a great shot from Wahidullah Sahak. He was promoted to open the innings in place of the injured Raza Iqbal. And he goes looking for trouble, and he finds it. The hitman with a caught and bowled. And it will be the first wicket of the second innings. It's too easy for Mohamed Kamran. I wonder if he sees Wahidullah Sahak coming here and puts a little bit shorter. He was just way too late on that. So we didn't have to wait too long for a hitman strike. Norway a 3 for 1. You see, I think he just makes it a little bit shorter. And that's one thing about Kamran, is he uses length so effectively. His bowls are really slippery in swinging Yorker. Just ask his acting captain here, Lorne Burns. He destroyed his stumps first ball of a match in the Spanish Championship weekend last year. But this one, yeah, just too quick for Wahidullah Sahak. And look, I don't mind the aggression from Wahidullah Sahak. I just think perhaps Kamran isn't the easiest target to go after. And certainly things bore out that way. Got to say hello to Julie Ruckers. Well, Julie, I know you're very proud of Corey, who's coaching Spain in an official T20 International for the first time. And this is an internationally recognised T20 International match. That's why these teams are essentially earn ranking points from these contests. And again, the more cricket they play, the more likely you are to climb that rankings chart. All these teams in this tournament between 38 and 41 in the world order. End of the over as well. So 3 for 1. Kamran always seems to get a wicket first over. And obviously, international cricket is no exception. Second over about to begin. And it's going to be Adil Raja to bowl. Another player we've seen plenty of on ECN. Saw him for Spain in the ECC last year on the European Cricket Network. There's a bit of pace about him as well, Adil. A few people asking about the Spanish uniforms. Well, they're in their alternate kind of darker blue uniforms. You do see them often playing in the red. Just showing a bit of range here in this series. Push and no run there. The captain, Hazar Ahmed, he went very early yesterday. I know he was disappointed about that. I'm sure he's keen to dig in today for his side. Let's this one go. Yesterday, Hazar Ahmed went for 2 off 6 and he just kind of mistimed it. Flick off the pads, got a top edge and went to the keeper. Flirting with the idea of playing at that one. Decides against it in the end. He's had about enough already. And, Raja just saying, what are you doing? I think or words to that effect. We're talking about Kamran running on the pitch. And look, the exception is if you're bowling, if you are fielding the ball, which he was, when he took that catch, he got every right to do that. Kind of in your normal follow through, you cannot. Actually, one thing for sure, the umpires have been all over that so far. And, obviously, playing on turf pitches, something you don't see a lot in European cricket across the board. Looked away, well fielded down there. It is Lorne Burns, the acting skipper at point. So, new batter out there is Wali Gori. Not the striker's end right now. We've got the skipper on strike, but Ngori's a pretty good batter. I mean, a bit of a free shot, I think, putting Wahidullah Sahak to the top of the order. I think they're just trying that. I mean, he was listed at 8 on my sheet, just because the regular opener, Raza Iqbal, unavailable to open due to that thumb injury. I don't think it hurts him that much to lose that first wicket. Could be trouble. No, says the umpire. Now we'll have a look at this. I don't have the best angle. Liam was asking where I am. I'm wide mid off. And we'll see as much as we can see. We'll see camera behind the batter at this end. Raja, hit him pretty full. And that one may have just slid down. Does hit him on the 4. I suppose we can't see exact point of impact, but I think the reason it wouldn't have been given is that the umpire felt it was going down the leg side. There's certainly nothing to suggest from the pictures that it wasn't. Good pace again. Raja's fired up here as he ends up delivering a maiden in his first over. Just the second maiden of the game. The score at the end of 2 overs is 3 for 1. So, I want to welcome everyone, no matter where you're watching around the world. It's great to have your company once again. And, I hope you're enjoying the coverage of this T20 International Series. I noticed in qualifier 1 in Romania, it's Bucharest Gladiators that are chasing 80 for victory after keeping Baniasta to 79. I mean, what a story that would be. The Gladiators, who finished last year. They had to qualify for this tournament, the Bucharest Gladiators. And they bat well. That could be the first team straight through to the final. So here's Kamran again. Some players, they just must watch players. Let's see if he can produce again. Oh, this is quicker. I don't know what it is. First over, he seemed to bowl within himself. And this is noticeably quicker. Gary's the new batter. This will wake you right up. On the side, but just watching that live, that was the effort ball, I think, from Mohamed Kamran. Slip in place. Ball flies away. The third man down there, as you'd expect. I think a lot of balls might fly in that direction. That guy does get off the mark. I think he'll be pretty happy to sit and watch the captain go about his business for a little while. Once again, I value your contributions in the live chat, Eastern European Cricket Network. Say, fascinating contests we've had so far. Different sort of cricket, but very, very gripping cricket in this series. Kamran, it's always a threat of straightening the ball down the line, but also, that one that goes across is also dangerous, might take an outside edge. There's the bouncer. It's a pretty good one, well directed, and that's what makes him so dangerous. So if you're playing for that full one, see that one actually going a pretty good rate of knots. You're playing for that full one, there's always that one that can sit you down. So that's why it is such a dangerous delivery to have up your sleeve. A genuine fast bowler, Mohamed Kamran. Another shortish one. It wasn't as short. I think it would be classed as a bounce. I think it was about chest high. You see just about a little bit late into the shot. Good contest. This is what we want to see at international level, or any level for that matter. Once again, see the batter. And all at sea against that That extra 10% of pace that Cameron has against other bowlers just rush you. You see there the feet, they're nowhere, not getting behind that. And he's lucky that it's short enough that it bounces over the stumps in the end. Kaiser Ahmed, and he's really struggling here. He's 2 off 11. And Norway really struggling to get moving. Last ball of the over. Some discussions about the field. They brought in kind of a genuine gully now, in addition to the floating slip. Last ball of the third. A bit fuller, driven, doesn't beat the field, and so yeah, excellent over once again. Because after 3 overs, it is 4 for 1. So certainly Mohamed Kamran delivering just 1 single off that over. The 3 overs so far, we've had 3, 0 and 1. So Adil Raja, I'm sure he'll come back for a second over. Now I want to see how Corey Ruckers and Norman Burns, and I suppose Christian Munoz Mills by default, how they use Kamran. Do you give him a third here? I just think he's such a dangerous new ball bowler that you at least give him a third. Maybe not a fourth, because he's handy to have up your sleeve if something goes wrong, but you know, there's so many ways you can use him. Haven't really seen him getting a lot of swing, genuine swing so far. Here's the deal in over number 4. Carved away. It's Zorkanane Haider. He's another bowling option for Spain. They certainly have a good range of options, range of pace and spin options. I think look like a fairly well-balanced side. Okay, yes, they've lost their captain now, and just looking at that injury that Chris Munoz sustained. I mean, they will play again today, later in the day, but essentially Spain, they play the last match tonight and both matches tomorrow. You'd have to be in some serious doubt for those. Kaiser pushes, runs, has to run. Oh, and he cops this. And hopefully he's all right here. I don't know where this gets him. Might get him in the ribs. He's completely exposed to this, Kaiser Ahmed. You look at this. The throw is a wild one. And yeah, maybe that's the shoulder. That's got to hurt. Wow, need your danger money to play at international level. I certainly hope he's okay. There's nothing intended from the fielder. And so yeah, both teams just going to regroup here. See, the throw comes on in, and I think it's Yasser Ali. He's obviously nothing intended there. He's quick to get over, and well, it's thrown so hard and hits him so hard that it bounces back to the fielder. That gives you an indication that it was thrown hard and it hit him hard. So especially after they've already lost one opener to what could be a broken thumb, definitely a badly damaged thumb. That's Raza Iqbal. You don't need to have your captain knocked out, although sure he hasn't set the world on fire yet, but he's had to deal with some tough bowling. He's 3 off 13 at the moment. And I think Adil Raja, he's got a point to prove as well. I mean, all the buzz about Kamran being eligible and coming into the lineup. I think he's keen to prove. He's no slouch with the ball either. He hasn't done too much wrong so far. Got to say hello to Terry, who's watching from the Czech Republic. He said, yeah, you have to give Kamran a third. Now is when he will do the most damage. Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think you've got to give him a third. If he bowls a good third, I'd be tempted to bowl him out. I mean, why not? You've got plenty of options down the stretch, but you don't have too many options that are as dangerous with this newish ball in Kamran. Well, the good news is that Kaiser Ahmed has recovered, and I'm sure when he wakes up tomorrow, he'll know exactly where that ball hit him, but he's tough as nails. He'll stay out there. Bigari, who's facing up to Adil Raja. Eventually, a late field change here. Rugby punch on the 12th man. Substitute fielder being directed by the substitute captain, Lorne Burns. Open the block hole. Pushes, but no run. Pretty good delivery. Gary does well to keep it out. Yes, there's good pace as well from Adil. So I've got Kevin in the chat. I did mention this before, but I'll mention it again. He wants an update on Christian Munoz-Mills' injury. Well, I went over there in the halftime break, and no one, I think, saw what he did. But what happened was when he was just kind of walking or returning to his crease on a fairly innocuous ball, looks like he has twisted his ankle, and he's kind of twisted it in, and they're still assessing it. So yeah, he certainly took a long time to get off the field. For sure, I don't think we'll see him fielding at all in this game. I very much doubt we'll see him tonight, and who knows about tomorrow. So not what you want if you're a Spanish supporter, especially because it wasn't even on something that wasn't really run. He just, maybe it's one of those cases where the spikes hit the pitch in a funny way. You get a lot of more injuries to the ankle that are kind of, when your ankle kind of snaps outwards. This one seemed to be inwards. The medical staff taking good care of him at the moment. He's getting some treatment, but I would say he's in a lot of doubt for this weekend, just based on that initial assessment. This one knocked down. They're going to take two here. They're going to get it to Mitrovic, who just got down to that, but knocked it a bit too far away from himself. So they do get a second. And the other thing with Chris Munoz-Mills is, would you want to risk him when you've got, a fair few players that you want to try out? If you're Spanish coach, Corey Rutgers, obviously you don't want to lose your captain, but you don't want to risk him unnecessarily. He's not the sort of player you'd play on one leg, is he? Chris Munoz-Mills. Anyway, into the fourth over. The score's 8-1. Certainly our thoughts are with Chris Munoz-Mills. Maybe bitterly disappointed not to be out there leading the Spanish side onto the field, but he's one of the real nice guys, real intelligent guy as well. Loves his cricket. So it's going to be Mohamed Kamran, who is going to come back for a third. All right. Well, everybody, eyes on the screen right now. Here's Cammy. He's bowling to the already banged up Kaiser Ahmed. He goes for it. This could be trouble. Oh, he's so lucky. And this is out of the reach of Yasser Ali. It's, trying to elevate the power play. You can understand that, but he doesn't get this anywhere near the middle of the bat. On the outside half, and Yasser, he did whatever he could to get across, but it was just out of his reach. And this is the thing. Okay, just the 1 wicket down, but at that rate, it was already climbing. It started at 6.5 and over. Already kind of heading north towards eights. There's kind of a point where you have to go for it, but I mean, like I say, I think you got to know who you're going after. I don't know if these openers are the ones that you want to take risks to fairly good deliveries. And maybe it's just a time to kind of staying in the game and maybe attacking the middle overs a bit more. Well, that's the quicker one. And Gary plays this pretty well. Spots it pretty early. Leaves the periscope up a little bit. But see, Kamran is a clever bowler, and he doesn't just use his pace, he uses length quite cleverly. So you'll see him maybe dig a couple in, but then the Yorker will come. And seen plenty of times he's rearranged the furniture. There it is, in fact. So it's a bouncy Yorker trick. It's well handled by Gowrie, and part of being a batter as well is being alert to what the bowler's thinking. So You know, it's not just me. I'm not just a genius for picking that. I mean, the batter will know, okay, he's bowled one upstairs on me. Got to be careful. And obviously, you might get another short one, maybe chest tight. But I think, yeah, you're pretty careful about your stumps in that situation. One thing that Cameron hasn't done so far, and sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't, he hasn't really swung the ball. That's what makes him even more dangerous. I'm not sure if this is even a bouncer, to be honest. When I say that, I mean, I'm not sure it passes above the shoulder height in a standing position. So yeah, I think that one's going to be play on. And Cameron, he just has that kind of face. Butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. He's, I'm sure, I know him pretty well. He's really loving being out there, but you'd never know it. He will be stone-faced. But yeah, it's great seeing international cricket. There's another one. Throws down pretty short, but I don't think it's high enough to be classed as a bouncer. You see, when the batter stands up, I think that ball passes below the shoulder. So, Thrive in the chat was asking, he missed the game yesterday between Norway and Guernsey. Who's the best batter from Norway? Well, they've got a lot of good batters. It's hard to say who's the best. I can tell you who the best performer was yesterday. It was Mohammad Sahak. 70 not out. He carried not just his team, but really he was the standout batter of any team. This one's a little bit ill-directed. This one will disappear. And it will be for the first boundary of the reply. It comes off the last ball of the fifth. Cameron just getting a bit too straight on that occasion. Well, credit to Kaiser Ahmed. He's hung in there. It hasn't been easy. Once again, doesn't really get inside the line of that. He kind of stands and swings it away. And so that'll give him some relief as he doubles his score to 8. The score at the end of 5 overs is 14 for 1. So Cameron 1 for 10 off his 3 overs. I wonder if we'll see him bowl another one. My feeling is, especially the way that went, I'll probably try somebody else and just keep Cameron as an option. It's a kind of nuclear option. If it feels like Norway are mounting a bit of a counter-attack or a bit of a response, then you can always use him either in the middle or towards the end. And so we'll see exactly what Lorne Burns, the acting Spanish skipper, does as we head into the 6th over. And this looks like Zulkarnain Haider, who is going to take over at the top end. Let's keep an eye on that run rate required. It's up to, it's actually 7 3/4. Just an injury update for Norway. That Raza Iqbal left the field late in the innings with a thumb injury. He hasn't opened the innings. I'm not sure we'll see him bat at all. That's absolutely required here for Norway. It's a nice looking shot. Stands and delivers with a long chase for the fielder. In fact, he's not going to get there. 4 runs. A good start for Gowrie. It's a play out that's too good to stay down for long. Zulkarnain Haider, first ball, just over pitches slightly. Worst delivery. Gowrie's just got these nice, kind of free, easy hands, and the result's 4 runs. One thing for sure is in this series we're going to see games that have plenty of twists and turns. So still have 15 overs to get these runs. Walk this time. Gowrie wants to go. This could be out, you know, and he is gone. That's a direct hit. And so it's going to be a run out, and it was Kaiser Ahmed. Took a long time to get going. And this one just flicks the stumps on the way back to Always Ahmed, and it catches the captain short. We'll see here. And yeah, you see it is a direct hit, and Kaiser, he looked pretty nervously across the umpire, and Andrew Elliott was quick to put the finger up. And you see here, comes in, as that direct, and there, it's just out. It's a really good decision. Yeah, really good decision there. You see, excellent umpiring. And excellent fielding, you'd have to say. As direct hits, they are worth a fair bit in this form of the game. As Yasser Ali, well, he was the one that almost knocked out Kaiser Ahmed before. And now he's knocked him out of this contest, as Kaiser Ahmed has to go for 8, and the score is 18 for 2. And so, good throw, says Nidge. Bullseye, says Thrive. Yeah, it was a good throw. Considering how bad the throw was from Yasser Ali before, that actually threw it, when he threw it into Kaiser Ahmed, that one was spot on. And so, this means we'll have new batter out there. This looks to me like Bilal Safta coming out at number 4. So yeah, I mean, Kaiser ends up going for 8 off 17 with 1 boundary. Look, it wasn't really happening for him out there, but he did the hard work. He got through 3 overs of Kamran and a couple of Adil Raja. This one is driven, but straight at that short cover. That's Daniel Dor Kayet. Low full toss. Interesting kind of crossroads in this game. Norway trying to put something together. It's a long way across there. It's a nervous little takeoff from the batter. Let's see. This one, I think, just angling down the leg side. But whenever you see a batter take off like that, it means that they have a non-zero amount of concern about where that ball hits them. You never quite know as a batter sometimes as well, because you don't see exactly where your stumps are. It's a way to act like you're cool about it, but actually, whenever I say that, I know the truth is probably the opposite. This one's hit away nicely and well cut off. I think about a second, it's never there. Just be 1, so Safdar gets off the mark. Thrive asking, is there any prize pool available? I think the prize is international ranking points. That's what this is all about, as well as obviously the honour of winning the series. An aggressive option from Bilal Safdar. Trying to get away off the back foot, but just gets a single. I guess, you know, the higher you finish up in the T20 national rankings, there are certain advantages about playing longer form of the game, playing the 50-over game in the international scene. So that's why these games are pretty important. Nice looking drive by Gowrie. We'll get a couple here at a minimum. In fact, he might even get more than that. He'll get 4. Well, that just shows you this outfield's quickening up. There's the dews burned away, and Yasser, it was a long chase, but Gowrie gets 4. Beautiful looking shot. You can see, I love the way he kind of opens himself up a little bit, but still strokes the ball fairly safely through the offside. It's a feature of his batting. Good effort from Yasser Ali. He's been in the thick of things, but he won't be able to cut it off. And that's also the end of the over. 6 overs down at the end of the power play. It's 23 for 2. Now we've got some data on these power plays. If you go back to yesterday, the 6-over power plays were 20 for Norway. We're 27 for Guernsey. And then today, Spain had 21. And now, Norway got 23. So it shows you that nobody's really gone bananas in the power play. Just about 4 and over, not even. So, Norway just hanging in there. They need a partnership. And to be honest, it's very similar to where Spain were at this time. Spain were 21 for 2, Norway 23 for 2. So now that we're out of the power play, we're going to go straight to spin. And it's going to be Charlie Rumistrovic. Yeah, good young player. I think I mentioned that he'll be 17 this week. I think I accidentally said he was going to be 22, but he wishes. And Charlie plays for at La Manga Torrevieja Cricket Club. But did you mention I think he's put on a bit of height since last time I've seen him. That's always handy as a spinner. Just get a bit of extra bounce. Here we see him for the first time in the tournament. I'm sure his family and friends will be watching. And hello to all the Rumistrovic clan. I know it's a bit of a family affair there at La Manga. So here we go with over number 7. And Can be Safta on strike. So immediately getting a bit of turn. And this is something I've noticed on this pitch. Probably taken a bit more turn. But the bowlers actually have tried to spin it than I might have expected. He's not afraid to take a bit off the ball as well, Rumistrovic. Well, welcome to the modern game. Reverse sweep comes out. It's a risky shot for, I don't know how much reward you'll get. But if he misses that, he's in some serious trouble, Safta. Yeah, I don't mind. He's trying to get inventive. Some play that shot more confidently than others. Worked away and gets through the gap. So we'll just get a single. Still okay, yeah. Couldn't quite make the stop. Now this is an interesting one. Sigari, the left-hander to the left-arm orthodox. And the thing is, today we don't really have that big cross breeze, which is kind of right to left on the field that we had yesterday that I think Gary would have enjoyed, because I mean he could really attack that leg side. The field we've got here is really quite straight, long on, long off, and then just a forward square leg. The areas that he could really attack are mid-wicket and cover, where there's no outfielders. It's a good contest coming up here. Mistrovic is the kind of player, he's mature beyond his years, and he just never seems ruffled. A lot of his teammates from Mangatorvieka be tuning in. Hello to you guys. I know you're cheering him on. Well, this could be trouble. Could be big trouble. Umpire says no. Wow, it's an interesting one. And it certainly hits him in line. Oh, I mean, my instinct there was, didn't feel like it was turning enough to miss leg. Oh, I think that Rumistrovic can consider himself a bit unlucky there. Going to run there. Well, give us your thoughts. If you are watching, you know, it's a great time. Why don't we do a lurker call out? If you're lurking, if you're watching and you can't get in the chat very much, now's the time. Drop us a message. Say hello. I want to say hello to you back. I know that's Lamanga, who just popped up in the chat saying, what's that missing? That's certainly one that I can't answer very easily, but umpire's in the best position. And, if you're a lurker, say hello now. Rumi. Well, he's straight to cover. Into the over. Pretty good one. Only a single off it. Pretty unlucky, I think, not to take his first wicket of the series. 7 overs down, and it's 24 for 2. So, I was talking about the birthday of Charlie Rumi, unless I read it wrong. Oh, okay. Well, I've got it as 3/5/2005, but half the time they switch the day and the month. So I'll have to ask him. So he's either already 17 or he's about to be 17. That's something I'll find out before the next match. Why can't the whole world be right? This is one thing. I've got a lot of American friends, but I do think they get the dates wrong. I don't know why you put it out of order, month, then day, then year. Doesn't seem right. Agree to disagree on that. They're still talking in furlongs over there. Hello to any of our viewers though watching from North America. And hello to everyone. All you lurkers that have said hello in the chat. Rebecca McClellan saying his birthday's on the 3rd of May. Thank you, Rebecca. That's been solved. I don't have to ask him. So there you go. I was right. We'll have to change the website, won't we? All right, here we go. In over number 8. Swept away as Sulcanane High gets the second over. Pretty good area to bowl. Just getting the outside half of the bat on there. Got a bit of a Lamanga flavour in the chat at the moment, as you'd imagine. Great over, says Lamanga CC. And yeah, I want to see some more random people in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. If you're a lurker, now's the time. I'm calling you out. Even if you're a blind lurker, people that just listen and they don't necessarily watch because they've got it in the background on the computer, let us know that you're watching. Oh, this one's full. Cracks off the wrists of our ways. I think they go back for slightly dicey too. It's got a bit of pace in it from Hyder. It's not an easy one for the keeper because it kind of hits the downslope here. See how it skids on? either off the line or just after the stumps. Norway's pretty quick to get back to the stumps, but that would sting. I'm telling you that much. That has not hit him in the gloves. At that kind of pace. Say hello to Sam, who says he's a full-time lurker from Australia. Hello, Sam. Always pleased to hear from you. Good that you're watching. This time, pull shot this time. Apricot Pastry is lurking, but also marking homework. Well, you know, that's why you lurk. You got things to do. I understand that. I mean, I'm also trying to do a few things at once because I'm trying to keep half an eye on the Romanian tour as well. And it looks to me the Bucharest Gladiators are going to do this. Looks like score's tied. I think that's live. And what a story that is. You've got the bottom two teams from last year playing the top two qualifier one, and it'll be the bottom team from last year that'll be straight through to the final. Short, a bit of extra pace. So they've got a bit of firepower, don't they? Team España. Rico, if that game's almost over, I know that he'll be tuning in. Just give him a few minutes, and then everyone start tagging Rico in the chat, because I'm sure that he'll be watching. We'll have a bit of a break in Romania between now and the next game, so might have a few people with all their eyes on this game before too long. Gone. And Hyder cartwheels him. What a bit of bowling that is. And Safdar has to go. And every fast bowler loves this. Doesn't get any better than this. And unfortunately for Safdar, he'll only make 3. As 2 stumps remain standing, but middle stump is out of the ground. Norway, things going from bad to worse at the moment. 28 for 3. What a bit of fast bowling that is. He's taken things up a gear, and that is a genuine cartwheel. Oh, wow. And Safdar turns around and doesn't like what he sees. I think he knew. He heard the death rattle behind him. And Hyder, he's cock a hoop with that. Norway, they're left scratching their heads. They did come back from a really bad first half of their batting yesterday to post a good total in the 130s. Can they do it today? And the big thing for me so far is we haven't seen Mohamed Sahak. He was the man yesterday. He was able to come and he turned the game on a dime. And I think you'd rather gamble with him earlier rather than later. Maybe they only want to kind of bat him in the second half. I can understand that. But with things kind of drifting, you feel like it's a gamble they'll have to take sooner than later. I would have been pretty tempted to throw him in at this stage. He seemed unbothered with the pace. He seemed the one batter that seemed to adjust to the conditions the best, and certainly had an aggressive approach. But what about that for a cartwheel? Well, what you want to see when your new batsman walking out there. Middle stump being knocked back in. Had to go find it first. Ali Tafsir is the new batter. He'll have one ball to deal with from Hyder. Shorter. That's the way. They won't get a run here. Pretty good over at that from Hyder. Only concedes 4. Picks up the wicket of Bilal Safdar. After 8 overs, the score is 28 for 3. I'm going to go back to the lurkers. Well, Apricot Pastry, tell us again where you're watching from, if you can. I know you're marking homework, but it's Saturday. You've got a bit of time to talk to me. And, Andy's watching from Almeria, T20I CC. And Rebecca, we mentioned, thanks for sorting out the birthday question. Liam saying Bucharest are cruising. Well, I think they must be over the line by now. And hello to Jeff McGuire. I know that Grizzly have been big supporters of this event, so I appreciate that, Jeff. And hopefully we see you. It says it's raining in Northern Ireland. Well, no surprises there. Ninj has a good idea for Apricot Pastry, saying just give them all a C+ and enjoy the cricket. I'd say give them a B. B for beautiful. Here's Charlie Rumi in over number 9. Given doesn't meet the short cover. That's been effective fielding position. Got Stanny watching from the Middle East from Oman. I've never been to Oman. It's one place I would like to go. I know there's a lot of good things happening in cricket in Oman. They've been pushing their way up the rankings in the last few years. This one turns back and hit in the air, but around the infielder. It will just be a single. I don't think Spain mind that too much at the moment. Mohamed Ashful, he'd like to come to Spain as a cricket player one day. Well, hopefully if you find yourself here, there's plenty of cricket going on. Amanga saying maybe will we see spin from both ends with Charlie and Lorne. Well, at the moment, I think Now after you've seen a middle stump removal, I think it'd be hard to get the ball out of the hand of Hyder. He's got his tail up. Slightly uppish, but it's good bowling. And Ramicevic, as a left-arm spinner, I mean, your accuracy, that's your bread and butter, isn't it? You need to be able to put the ball wherever you want. And then the next level is to kind of have the variations. I mean, he's mastered a lot at such a young age. And this one, he's driven back at him. It's good bowling again. He gets through his overs pretty quickly. Hello to Melinda Macbeth, who's from Australia. And she loves this channel. That's really lovely that you say that, Melinda. What part of Australia are you from? I wonder if I've been there. Let us know in the chat. So, Rooney doing a great job here. Just one to go in this over. We'll try and get through all of our lurkers and all of our viewers that have said hello in the chat. Thank you so much. Hello to Luke as well. He's watching from Belgium. He's really pleased to see people from all over the world. Oh, this one just out of the reach of the mid-wicket. There'll be no significant damage on the scoreboard. That was Lorne Burns, who I suppose he's not the tallest, but certainly had a bit of a dive at that. End of a pretty good over. Just the 2 singles off it. Spain putting the brakes on at the moment. 30 for 3 after 9 overs. So, yeah, a few people thinking, will we see a double spin attack? But yeah, I think it's smart. You've got to go back to Hyder. He's bowling with good rhythm. He's just knocked middle stump out of the ground. So, can't say I always understood bowlers, but if they take wickets, they don't like coming off. And they might not communicate that in more than a few grunts, but I think it's smart to give them what they want sometimes. So I think it's smart. I think Zulkarnain Hyder's going to get a third here. Just angle this, doesn't show the full face of the bat. So, yeah, keep an eye on that run rate required. I mean, I'm kind of used to 10 and over being fairly simple, the cricket that I've been covering in over 1,000 matches in the last year, but there's nothing simple about getting 10 and over against a fired up bowling side and on a field with these kind of dimensions, with this kind of fielding standard. It does start with some intent. So just one to the sweeper. But what I would say is this is where you'd rather be proactive than reactive at getting Mohammad Sher Sahak out there, because he was one guy that yesterday blew the game apart, and it's going to get to that stage. So why not get him out there now when there's not as much pressure on him, and you need kind of 9 and over rather than waiting for it to go 12 and above. Hit pretty well by Gari. Don't forget he's still there. Had some nice shots, but he's not quite run a ball pace. And I know a few people talking about watching the AFL, which is the Australian Football League, and the NRL, which is the National Rugby League, if you're in Australia. So I actually got a message overnight, would you believe it, from one of my friends in Australia, Josh Kennedy, who plays for the West Coast Eagles. I sent him a message. I said, congratulations on your 700th goal. I did say they got absolutely whacked, the Eagles. But he said, actually, he's been watching a fair bit, so I don't know if you're watching right now, Josh, but congratulations again. Angles this away, should just be one. Well handled out there by Ramicevic. Yeah, so I mean, that won't mean so much to non-Australian viewers, but Josh Kennedy is one of the premier goal scorers in the Australian Football League. I actually said to Josh, because he said he'd love to come over, maybe after the football season, I said, I'll get you on for a guest commentary stint. Once again, our Australian viewers will be wondering how that's even possible we could get him on. And like I said to him, our non-Australian viewers, they'll probably be wondering who he is. But, but yeah, Josh, he loves European cricket. So does Andrew Gaff, quite a few of the Eagles guys that I've met and toured with. This will just be no run at all. Nothing really getting going for Norway here. So Melinda's watching from Brisbane, beautiful part of the world. My favourite place when I play cricket in Brisbane would be Lay Bubbles. Look that one up, Lay Bubbles. They do a steak and unlimited fries and Times like that I do miss being in Australia. There's quite a few good places over here, of course. Fortitude Valley, very interesting part of the world. Yeah. Gary, it's a bit of this, but can't beat the fielder. It's the end of 10 overs and the score is 33 for 3, or 10 down. They certainly need to get a wriggle on. They'll have to do something similar to yesterday in the second half. It's different though when you're batting second, you know you need to. I mean, they were batting first yesterday. There was no real pressure on Hamid Sahak. When he came out, he just kind of decided to go for it. If you want to know where we're at in this tournament, and so you can see the Manhattan that things look like we're just getting out of hand, but then tight over, another wicket. And, just want to say hello to Dimple Chopra, who's watching from India as well, to Shan Roy, Maiden Waters. What part of the world are you from, Maiden Waters, again, specifically? This is one tactic to Ramistrovic, who's pretty accurate. Get down, get him on the full, but can't get any elevation on this, so it'll just be a single. People talking about Charlie looking like he's shot up a bit. I mentioned he's going to have a birthday. What's the 3rd of May? So what's that? Must be Tuesday. Yeah, someone that's just had a birthday. It's a great time to have a birthday. I think I had my birthday a week ago in Bulgaria. Since then, I've been in 3 different countries, if you include my stopovers. So 4, in fact. Went from Bulgaria to Turkey to Romania to Amsterdam in Holland to here. A week's work. My line of work. Apricot's watching from the Czech Republic. So, well, that's one place that I always love going to. I know we'll be there. Good European Cricket Series before too long. A lot of people from Lamanga saying they can hear Charlie's dad, Stefan, through the effects mic. Yeah, well, they do have a microphone on that side where there are a lot of spectators. A few of them enjoying the hill today. All right, the switch is on, and it's executed pretty well. Don't think this will go all the way, though. We'll get to Zagari taking matters into his own hands. As a go right-handed, it was a very early kind of movement. And even though that's against the spin, sometimes that's easier if you're playing the reverse because it's kind of turning into kind of your bat's intercepting the spin, if that makes sense. So it's kind of spinning onto the bat. You don't feel like you're trying to catch up with the ball. It does get a couple, but only a couple. Yeah, flat bats this. Down to, gosh, Trembeth Morrow, another player on debut. So Norway. This rate is climbing, and once it gets above 10, unless something dramatic happens, it's going to spiral out of control pretty fast. Stanley's saying, welcome in Oman. I would love to come to Oman, like I said. Hello to Rahel Khan, who's watching from Sweden. Well, I'll be seeing you soon, Rahel. Of course, captain of Albi's Army. Still plenty of them this year on ECN. Well bowled. Really like the pacing of Charlie Ramistrovic here. He's mixing it up, and I suppose he's got the insurance of these kind of larger boundaries and the fact that this field, although it's quick, it's not super quick. I mean, I think he's also taking advantage of the fact that the pitch isn't super quick. Maybe it's a little bit sticky. Not a lot, though. I just think the bowlers have been really good. They've bowled good areas so far in this tournament. Has a bit of length on it, and once again, batter, Gori, you'll only get one. Just so few batters have gone it, run a ball or more in this series, even the ones that looked pretty comfortable. So, Ramistrovic, there's one ball left in his over. It's gone for 6. There was no ball in the middle of the over. It was the one that was reversed. I'm not sure what it was for, maybe just for overstepping. I missed it, so there'll be one more ball to go. This is the extra delivery that he had to bowl. That's a good one. It's a really good one. So in the end, it's the most expensive over he's bowled, but not a disastrous one. 7 come off the 11th over. Score is 40 for 3. bowled 3 of his overs now. I wouldn't be surprised to see him bowl a 4th. If you want to know the schedule, this is what it looks like. And we're in match 2 at the moment. Norway, they essentially play the first 3 matches of this tournament. And that'll be, their 3rd coming up against Guernsey in the middle of today. And then they just have their 4th tomorrow night, or tomorrow afternoon against Spain. So stay tuned because we have the 2nd match of the day starting at 11 a.m. GMT, which is 1 o'clock in Central Europe. And I know it's 4:30 p.m. in India. There's plenty of cricket happening around the ECN universe right now, of course, with Romania, although I know they're in a bit of a gap at the moment. Linda's a big Saints supporter, is that right? Chatterdan Gurung thinking things aren't really looking great for Norway. Aidan Waters watching from Sydney. It's been a while since I've been in Sydney, but it's another place I've spent a fair bit of time. So here we go with Yasser Ali. Interesting they're going to Yasser Ali before someone like Lorne Burns, who I thought would be itching to get out there and bowl. Yasser Ali's a bit more of a defensive spin option, I suppose, and maybe that's what you're more concerned about at the moment. A few people thinking that Gauri is capable of kind of ramping things up a bit. But you have a look at, Ali Tufts here, 5 off 11. Not really what you need at this stage. If you're deciding that Gauri's there as kind of the anchor, then you need someone else that's willing to take a few risks or move the game along. Can't really have two batters drifting at this stage of the game. This is what Yasser Ali will do. He'll just keep trying to bowl it in the block hole. He'll spear a few in as well. Different sort of a finger spinner to Charlie Ramitrovic, who's a bit more of a wicket taker. He'll look to find ways to get the batter out. I think Yasser's pretty happy just to keep you quiet. Gone. And Yasser, you said that he's going to try and keep you quiet. Well, that's the best way to do it. And he spears in a Yorker. Gary, he went walkabout. And he couldn't quite jam down on this. And so another batter makes a start. Can't go on with it. Gauri goes for 23 of 28. A wicket and some immediate success for Yasser Ali. And Norway slipped further behind. It's 42 for 4. See here. Maybe sees him coming and decides to put a bit more on it. So maybe a good late adjustment. You see, he just yorks himself here, Gauri. And so a nice bit of bowling. And Gauri, he'll be going back to the Hall of Mirrors, wondering where it all went wrong. And once again, we see a batter spend a lot of time at the crease, but they're not able to do a lot of damage. That's been the story of this tournament so far. He played some classy strokes while he was there. No doubt about it. So Spain, obviously this is their first game in the tournament. I know that they're pretty keen to make a good impression, as you can imagine. Now, I think we're going to have a new batter out there, but I mean, I'm a bit surprised that they've gone for Ali Salim here, who did bat well yesterday. He batted above Mohammad Sahak, but I would have thought now's the time you roll the dice and you get Sahak there. So to keep Mohammad Sahak at 7, especially when you've lost a batter in Raza Iqbal. Can't say I know what's going on upstairs there, but Ali Salim did bat decently. He was the 2nd top scorer from memory yesterday. I think he scored 25 at a run of ball. He was involved in a good partnership, essentially the match-winning partnership for Norway. But he certainly wasn't as impressive as Mohammad Sahak, who only faced 4 more balls, made 45 more runs. So explain that one to me. A few people like Mozahami watching from Newcastle in England, loving Spain's pace trio. Yeah, well, they've got a good mix of bowlers, don't they? This is hit straight to short cover, no run. Yes, I mean, got to admit, I liked watching Kamran bowl in tandem with Adil Raja and Zulkarnain Haider as well. Now we're seeing spin taking over as we get to the end of the over. So 12 overs down. And got to say hello to everyone that has said hello in the chat. Now's a great time to say hello to us. Maiden Water saying has lots of family in Gozo, so looking forward to the Malta series. Yeah, well, I've been to Gozo. I took my scooter on to the boat, and then it gets on the boat, and then the other side, it's a beautiful part of Malta. So essentially, it's one of the islands north of the main island. Here's Rumi coming back for his 4th over. And this one beats the bat. I had a question about who the officials are today, and can tell you it's the same 2 on-field officials as yesterday, Andrew Elliott and Gordon Ashford. 3rd umpire, Darren Clark for this one. So well done to those men out there in the middle, keeping on top of things. This isn't ideal, isn't it? As this rate's kind of climbed towards 11. And, hoping he might get a wide here. Just, I think, sneaks inside. And now, I think we're going to have a wicket. Yeah, and the batter walks. Good catch behind the stumps by Awaz Ahmed. And a good reward for Charlie Ramistrovic, who I think deserves a wicket. He went very close to taking one in his first over. And now he gets one in his last. Awaz Ahmed, he does well. I think it was a fairly thick edge in the end. There was no question that it was an edge. The batter was very quick to walk. So check it out on the replay. It's a fairly wide delivery. That's one that might have been a wide, who knows? Because the one before, the batter kind of stood there and looked at it, kind of locked him up. This time he says, well, I've got to go for it. And all he can do is get a little feather through to Awaz Ahmed. He's got a pretty good pair of hands back there. So Ramistrovic gets the 5th wicket. And it's now 43 for 5. And yeah, it's a strange one. But this, around here, around this time of the innings is where they went absolutely crazy yesterday. And this is the man that did it for them, Mohammad Sahar. There's one thing to do it in the first innings. There's nothing to do it knowing you have to do it. And right now, they need 87 more runs. A required rate of 11.6. Yeah, but keep the questions coming. And, you know, if you are new to the European Cricket Network, now's a great time to shoot us a question. If you want to ask, like, what we're doing or what we typically do throughout our season. It's about a 10-month season. It'll be a 44-week season this year. So we're well into it already. I think from memory, we're into week, I say 12 or 13. At the wicket. And now, good bit of fielding. Taking the ball, okay, yeah. That's good range to his left there. I'm thinking maybe Fraser can hold a bat, send him out with a license, but I'm not so sure he can hold a bat. His right thumb was unbendable in the innings break. And I don't want to make him any worse. I mean, one thing with Raza Iqbal's injury, the left arm spinner, Norway, is at least it is his right thumb, so maybe he can still bowl, but you have to hide him in the field and probably bat him 11. It's a big risk to take. Oh, this one's pretty close. Bit of an inquiry, but I don't think the back foot ever really leaves the crease. Have a look here. He slides it back, but I think he's always got something grounded. Good keeping by Awaz. As we get to the end of the over, and that's the end of Ramistrovic, who ends up with 1 for 10. What a very good 4 overs from the teenager. And after 13 overs, the score is 43 for 5. I'm sure everyone from LMTCC will be thrilled with Charlie's performance in this game. So now Yasser Ali will continue. Trying to advance down the wicket. Just gets a little edge onto his pad. Couldn't do too much with this. Pretty clinical from Spain. They lost their captain just before the half-time break in this game with an ankle injury. But they still seem like they mean business. Yasser takes a bit off this one. Might have hold out. Fielder runs underneath it, and he's completely made a mess of this one. That's Hamza Salim Dar. And, just had to stick it in reverse a bit earlier. There's no real wind to speak of. I could just tell he ran underneath this one. And when it's time to turn around, he wasn't able to. Oh, a bit of a break. And 4 runs. Badly needed 4 runs. Goes to Ali Tufts here. Now could be trouble, and it is trouble. Before and out. And so Yasser Ali, well, he might have had a wicket the ball before, but he definitely has another one now. Ali Tufts here. He's caught plumb in front here. He just got caught on the crease, didn't he? And so Yasser Ali chipping in with a couple of wickets for Spain. Team España, they are flying towards victory. This one, I think, does come back a bit off the wicket. It does catch him in line there. You see the way that his bat plays, it beats the bat, beats the inside part of the bat. Again, we don't see the exact point of impact, but Gordon was satisfied. That was hitting in line and going on to hit. There's certainly no evidence to contradict that as Norway lose a 6th wicket now. It's 47 for 6. So for our Spanish viewers, they'll be watching intently. The Norway Guernsey game in between. And it's still very early in Guernsey's tournament. They just played the one match as well. They'll be hoping to get a win because you don't want to slip 0-2 when you only have the 4 games to play. Syed Aziz saying, asking me if I'm enjoying the cricket. Yeah, I certainly am enjoying the cricket. Slightly different feel to this one, but I'm a cricket lover. As we see Abdullah Sheikh coming out to the crease. To me, I mean, okay, I can see you might have plans going into a series, but to me, it is a bit crazy that we haven't seen Ahmed Sahak earlier. I know this is when he came and did his damage yesterday, but I mean, the fact for me that we haven't seen him until this rate is up at 2 a ball plus. I think you'd rather gamble with him, and if he doesn't come off, he doesn't come off. But right now, it's, I'm going to say an impossible situation, but it's pretty close too. Give us your thoughts in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. We're going to see some opening of the shoulders now. This has been one of the things, how can I describe it? It seems like there's been no gradual acceleration. It seems like in these innings, batters and teams in a kind of, from a broader context, they've just gone from kind of 0 to 100 with their approach. So they're either being like really conservative or they're trying to whack everything. And now you've seen the switch get flicked, and now Norway, they're going to go for everything. But there was just a lot of time where they could have just kind of found like a middle pace. And it just seems to have not been panning out that way. Don't know whether it's by any lack of intent or anything. But now, I mean, these two are going to come around. They're going to try to smash everything. And maybe they could have done that earlier if they were there. As it is, it's 50 for 6 after 14 overs. So, yeah, the run rate at the moment is not even 4 and over. And you're asking, you know, essentially your lower order, middle and lower order, to go at 13 for the remainder. It's probably not going to happen. Mozahami saying, Vinny, I've got the best job. I'm saying I've got the best job watching and commentating cricket. The weather in Spain tops it off. Well, come back to that in a second, because this one's hanging in the air a long time. It should be caught, and it will be caught. Mohamed Kamran gets his first catch in international cricket, and it will be a wicket. First ball for Lorne Burns. How about that? The debutants combined. Well, best of friends, Lorne Burns and Mohamed Kamran. Remember, it was a few months ago. They had a very different interaction on ECN, but right now it's Burns who comes in. Very first ball. You knew that Norway were going to go for everything. Cameron had plenty of time to get under that. So the wheel's really coming off now for Norway as they're 50 for 7. And congratulations to Lorne. On T20 International debut, he's also thrown into an acting captain role. And very first ball, making it look easy. So both Cameron and Lorne Burns, they take a wicket in their first over. And in Lorne Burns' case, he takes one very first ball. And I thought we might see him earlier. I thought we might see him before Yasser Ali, but pulling the right strings. I wonder how much of that is Burns' own feelings as captain out there, or maybe it's a bit of subtle direction from the coach, Corey Rutgers, about who he wants to bowl when. So, a few people asking about ECN schedule and what's coming up. I'll give you a bit more information about that in a second. But right now, here's Burns. This one ends up in the block hole to Sahak. 50 for 7. You're just leaving them a lot to do. James Stewart in Estonia saying that his mother thinks that Vinny sounds like a very nice man, even though she can't understand the game. Well, that's part of it. You know, I really like explaining the game and introducing people to cricket. I think that's one thing I enjoy the most about this job. I mean, I suppose people that watch a lot of cricket, sometimes you can kind of take for granted that people know as much as you do. So I do like a variety of audience we get. One thing that I really like is that I've got people that know the game really well, and they seem to be saying that they're enjoying what we're doing here. But we've also got so many people that don't really have a cricket background. They might have just kind of stumbled on it, or they might have friends or family or workmates that are interested in cricket, and they found ECN as a great way to learn about the game and enjoy the game, fall in love with the game. Well, this one could be out, and it will be. He's just scooped this one, and Sahar's going to have to go as the catch is taken. I think it's from Mitrovic that takes it, and Burns has a couple. He's making international cricket look easy at the moment. And like I said, Norway leave themselves a big task, and right now they're running out of personnel. Sahar goes for just 2. He can't replicate his heroics of yesterday, and Norway now, it's last rights time for them. It's 52 for 8. I know that Louis Bruce is watching. Hello, Louis. Hope you're well, and you're a very, very good prospect yourself. Teenage sensation. And he's really happy for Lorne. You can understand why. Hello to Money as well, and I saw you made some runs. Manav Naik is in the chat. Right now, it doesn't look like we'll get the close contest just yet. We're bound to get one this weekend, but Spain, you look back to the first innings, and a lot of people looked at, for example, the innings of Josh Tremouth-Morrow, saying, oh, he's going too slow, and he's not taking enough risks, and he's bogged down. But you look at his contribution in the partnership with Yasser Ali that was going pretty well, and they've set up this score. So, again, it's an end game thing. I think sometimes we get a bit obsessed with statistics in cricket, and you need to know the context. And the fact that, it does look here like Norway are going to leave some overs on the table, to be frank. Here's Burns. He's on a heater. Turns down the leg side. It'll be called a wide. I don't think it takes anything on the way through. Like I said, just something to think about. And everything's contextual. Bit of spin here. We have seen this pitch take a bit of turn for those that are willing to actually give it a rip. This one's pitched up and driven. Just be one. It's a memorable first over in international cricket for Burns. He takes 2 for 4. He's loving his time out there at Desert Springs, as we all are. That's 15 overs down. The score is 54 for 8. And a few questions, and we've got a few new viewers, of course, about what's going on the European Cricket Network. Well, right now, it is finals day in Bucharest in Romania. I made the trip over this week. So, starting Monday, we have 4 weeks in Sweden, 2 weeks in Landskrona in the south. That'll involve all the Malmö teams from last year. And then 2 weeks in Stockholm before we head to Prague for a couple of weeks, and then Hungary and Austria. So, it's going to be a great time to be watching the Fangirl European Cricket Series, because we've got cricket Mondays to Saturdays, so 6 days a week. And I'll be taking a couple of weeks off. It'll be Rico and Andrew Ryan that'll take you through the Landskrona series. I'll be back with Rico from Stockholm, but I'll be watching, just like everyone else, just like I'm going to watch the ECS today from a distance. Here's Yasser Ali. Next over number 16. Now, the approach here for Norway has to be, okay, look, we do have a win on the board from last night. We're not going to chase these runs down, but what we need to do is try and score as many as possible. If you're bowled out, you're still kind of, for the net run rate purposes, you're kind of expected, well, you calculated as you on your 20 overs that you were able to bat. So now it's just a case of trying to make as many runs and not take too much of a hit with that net run rate, which seems inevitable. Take a bit of a hit here. It's not a bad shot. Out to the leg side sweeper. This is Abdullah Shinwari, who's out there now. Left arm seamer. Now being asked to do a bit of a job with the bat. And now Raza Iqbal is out there as well. We mentioned that he was struggling with his right thumb, but yeah, not in his regular opening position, obviously. Now he's just happy to pat this one back. I said he won't bat unless absolutely necessary. Well, here he is coming out at number 10. Feel for Vinay Ravi, who still bats below him, even though he's only on one good thumb. Anyway. And this one, not sure if there's any bat on this. Felt like it's probably a swing and a miss. Yeah, it'll be called a bye. Yes, Riley's been good here. I wonder what kind of a team we'll see from Spain later in the day. I mean, I can't imagine Munoz Mills being in that lineup. And I know that Corey Rutgers is keen to try out a few different options this weekend. Ball by Yasser, showing take a bit of pace off it as well. Now, it's probably worth shopping for a couple of wickets, because if you go bang, bang, then obviously you've got the job done. Oh, this one slides on. No decision. Yeah, Yasser Ali now 2 for 12. A ball to go in his third over. People talking about bowling actions and stuff like that with Yasser Ali. Thing is, you've got to realise these days, there is a tolerance level. There is a tolerance level. And so, look at some of the bowlers in international cricket over the last 20 years. There is a tolerance level. So you have to understand that every bowler will kind of straighten their arm to a degree. It's just a matter if it is to a degree which is unacceptable. Obviously, there's high standards in place to ensure that the integrity of the actions is maintained. As we see Burns coming back for his second over. Pretty good sweep shot, this one, from Raza Iqbal. It'll run all the way to the boundary. I think this field is just going to get quicker and quicker as the day goes on. It's a bit of dew around this morning, which was slowing things up. This one, considering Burns is a spinner, a little touch around the corner. It does run away. Cuatro carreras to Norway. And their former captain, Raza Iqbal, is batting about 9 spots below where he normally does. Still, that's a nice shot. He moves to 6. And this time gets a little edge, I think, on this. Big chase for Hyder. I thought there was an edge on this. I might wait for the signal. Now it's called a bye. So just sneaking past the edge then. Maybe the one that doesn't spin. This one does. No, he's got a good wrong on Burns. It's hard to pick from here, but certainly be something to play on your mind. Especially it's effective to left-handers, because it's the one that often they run past if they don't pick it up. This is played across the line. And just be one. Anyway, Liam saying it is positive that we're seeing Raza Iqbal batting. Yeah, for sure. That's a reverse, and more pain for the keeper here. Not sure if there's anything on this either, if I'm honest. Must have got a little bit of a feather on that one. Raza looking okay out there. He'll retain the strike. 17 overs down. The score is 68 for 8. And that was also a matter of batting out the last 3 overs, making sure you don't get bowled out if you're Norway. I had a question from Rebecca wondering who else is Spain playing. Well, I can tell you that they won't be playing the middle game. The next one will be Norway Guernsey, but Spain then plays in all of the last 3 matches. So they'll play Guernsey in the 3rd and final match tonight, and then they'll also play Guernsey first up in the morning before a rematch of this game. They play Norway tomorrow. So Spain After having the next game off, they will feature in all of the last 3 fixtures, a bit like the opposite of Norway, because Norway play in the first 3 without a break. So Norway, from here, they'll play pretty much straight away against Guernsey, and then we'll see them in the last match of the tournament. So yeah, the second match of the day is starting in just under an hour's time here. So it will be 11 a.m. GMT, which is 1 p.m. in Central Europe and 4:30 p.m. in India. If you're in Western Australia, I believe it's 7 p.m., 9 p.m. if you're on the East Coast. Look who's back. It's Cammy. And they always had Cammy with one in his back pocket. So he'll be looking to finish things off pretty quick here. This first one does not miss by much. And this is the battle we thought we might see first up with Raza Iqbal facing Mohamed Kamran. But because of his injury, he's batting at 10. Still, he doesn't escape Kamran. So should be an interesting over. Nonetheless, it always is. This is, chats for a run out in the end. Raza Iqbal not really legging it out. And, people wondering if maybe they'll give the young lefty, Aminullah Tanha, a go next game. That's the thing. How do you deal with Raza Iqbal? Do you play him as a bowler? The fact that he's batting shows me it's not completely busted. So I think maybe you're still tempted to play him because he's bowling so well. This is the full toss from Kamran. Played out, just be one. So just keep an eye on this chat, but I know that Rebecca said she'll be back to watch some more cricket. And people asking, it was Ross Emerson. I'm pretty sure. I don't think it was Daryl Harper. I think it was Ross Emerson. I'm talking about those 2 individuals. I know what you're talking about. And the reason I know a bit about that is that it was the very season I was actually a net bowler with the Sri Lankan team in Perth, and they came to visit back when I was a bowler. That one almost knocks about it into a next life. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Ross Emerson, and that was the actual week I was training with them. It was a very good experience. Pretty well kept out. Kamran, 1 wicket on international debut. I used to bowl, so if Liam's asking what I used to bowl kind of outswingers, and I won't say I was more than about medium fast. Probably didn't quite have the gear to go up. I did concentrate on my wicket keeping once I turned 18. I did grow up through my junior career as a bowler. I batted a bit. Thing is, my keeping was a good standard, but my batting never really got any better. Still batted like a bowler. Anyway, we see this one, last ball of the over. And it will be cleaned up there by Lorne Burns. He's having a pretty good game on debut as well. That's 18 overs down. The score is 71 for 8. So, yeah, I know that there's a lot of cricket happening. And, yeah, you can see here the next match, like I said, is 11 a.m. GMT, which is 1 o'clock in Central Europe. And it's going to be 4:30 p.m. in India. Now, Spain, the next time they play, that will be 3 p.m. GMT, which is 5 o'clock p.m. in Central Europe. And it's 8:30 p.m. in India for all of you guys that maybe have some other stuff to do, all you Spanish fans, but I'm sure those of you that can, you'll be tuning in. That Norway-Guernsey match was a really interesting one last night. There wasn't really anything between them except for Mohamed Sahak and his innings. All right, here's Burns, who comes back, and he could get another wicket here. Well, it's Panchal, the 12th man, who was hunting it. He's a very good fielder. It was just always kind of looping over his head. So those of you wondering what you can get up to, I can tell you, we're still a bit of time away from qualifier 2. It'll be Baniasa versus Cluj in Romania for the right to play the Bucharest Gladiators in the final. Well, if the Bucharest Gladiators can pull off the final, I don't think you'd have a bigger comeback from a team in ECS cricket. Now, this one's in the air. Don't see this getting caught. Yeah, one hopper. Nice bit of fielding out there from Mitrovic. He's been in the action. Bit of one-hand, one bouncage. Anyway, Spain, they'll be really happy with this. And they can sit back in the middle of the day and watch Guernsey and Norway go again. And then find out some plans for Guernsey later in the day. So, yeah, I mean, Bucharest Gladiators, they were 5th last year. And if they go from last to first, I don't think I can remember a team doing that in European Cricket Series. I'll have one eye on that. Of course, I'll have two eyes on Norway Guernsey, which actually will start, I think, before the Romania match gets underway. So you can come back here in around about 45 minutes. Always, long day at the office for him. It'll be a bye. 20 overs early in the season. Your legs will know all about it if you're keeping. Oh. He goes walkabout here. I think he realised he's missed it early, and Raza Iqbal's able to scramble back. It's the end of the over. 75 for 8, so we go into the last. What a good performance from Burns on debut. He'll finish with 2 for 16 off 3 overs. And hopefully, you have enjoyed this match. I know I have. Chatter Dang Gurung asking how many metres is the boundary here. It's mostly 65. Maybe some parts are closer to 70, particularly square, the kind of mid-wicket and cover regions. Probably a little bit longer. Anyway, this last over of the game coming up, and nice to see Hyder coming back, and I think he bowled pretty well. And he'll enjoy that moment where he was able to rip out the middle stump of Bilal Safta. That was a long time ago now. It was all the way back in the 8th over. And in the end, in Spain, they're going to do this fairly comfortably. 5 balls left now. Oh, a bad little shot down the ground. Abdullah Shimwari, can't really criticise him too much. Yeah, I think, we'll look back and, like I said, that key partnership between Josh Tremouth-Morrow and Yasser Ali, that is the foundation of Spain's score of 129. Without that, I think this is a pretty close game. Oh, this was so close to the stumps. And Raza Iqbal just moved away, I think, at the last moment. Yeah, but I mean, it was yesterday there was a key partnership between Mohammad Sher Sahak and Ali Salim that essentially was the difference in the game against Guernsey. That was Norway versus Guernsey. So it just shows you the importance of partnerships. And even though some of these partnerships haven't been at like a breakneck speed, still been really important in essentially setting the table for a successful defence. Raza Iqbal, you see that? It's really bothering him, that thumb. It'll be an interesting team selection for me. We should know the teams pretty much straight after this game. Just have a look here straight away. I mean, that's one that will hurt you a little bit, especially if there's a bit of jarring in the bat. Yeah, the Guernsey-Norway result will be super interesting. The Guernsey were all over Norway early. It was just that one partnership that took the game away. 2 to come then. Hyder has been good. 1 for 18. Slow ball. And Shinwari will get one here. So we know Norway, they will bat out the 20 overs. Oh, no. Well, maybe not. It's going to be a run out here. It's going to be an absolute mess. It's going to be Shinwari that the man that's run out. Still with 1 ball remaining. I guess just trying to push for every run. See, Raza Iqbal, he's not that interested. He has just a rush of blood here and says, well, maybe the 2's on, but forgets to check with Raza. And then, in our ways, he's pretty happy. He'll run it in for a touchdown. He runs 22 yards. Oh, he didn't even get him taking the bails, but just one of those things. Probably not going to matter too much in the result, as we do have the 9th wicket fall off the penultimate delivery of match 2. Shinwari, who's run out for 7. The score is 78 for 9. So, a lot of people, and Maiden Waters talking about the fact that, the players at this level, it's great that they've got the video, and quality video as well, to kind of analyse not only themselves but others. But I think often you're your own best coach in a lot of ways, especially with things like technique. You can also then understand what coaches are telling you a lot more if you can see what they're talking about. So, last ball coming up from Hyder to Raza Iqbal. He's had about enough of it, so he'll let this go, and it will be a pretty good win for Team España. They're going to do it 129-78, so pretty healthy margin of victory in the end. 51 runs separating these two teams. And Norway, they're 1-1 after 2 games, and they'll play their 3rd game on the trot, starting in around about 45 minutes. And there you see that the next game will be match 3, Norway versus Guernsey. It starts, like I said, 45 minutes away, which is 11 a.m. GMT, which is 1 p.m. in Central Europe, and it is 4:30 p.m. in India. No matter who you're supporting, I think it'd be very interesting to see how that game goes, because if Guernsey can get one up on Norway, it does present a really interesting match 4 as well. Spain and Guernsey, they'll be fighting for kind of top of the table honours. So plenty more cricket coming your way. Your next match starting on ECN today is right here in 45 minutes. And then in about an hour and 15, we'll have the Romanian qualifier 2 going. So a lot happening today on ECN as we look towards the highlights. And it was 130 for victory for Norway. He scored more than that yesterday, but certainly took him a while to get going. Cameron, didn't take him long to get going as he surprised Wahidullah Sahar, the makeshift opening option. It was the first wicket to fall. He went for just 1. And well, Spain, they'd waited a while to get out there in this tournament. They certainly weren't going to waste too much time. And then there's a bit of unfriendly fire from Yasser Ali. Well, that was a terrible throw. Nowhere near where he wanted it. Almost knocked out Kaiser Ahmed. Another good reason to wear a helmet. Well, that cocked him in the shoulder. It wouldn't be too long before Yasser Ali would have another throw at Kaiser Ahmed in a slightly different context. Gary's always dangerous. And you see here, it was Ahmed that had to go back first and then direct hit from Yasser. Well, this one was on target. And a run out of the captain, who ended up using 17 balls up for 8. And it was a good decision as well from Andrew Elliott, who got it spot on. Yasser just couldn't keep him out of the game. Gowrie tried to put a couple of boundaries together, but then this is a moment that I think that Hyder will enjoy as he ripped Bilal Safta's middle stump out of the ground. The Spanish pace trio looking really good in this game. And then it was over to spin, and Yasser was able to grab a couple of wickets, and I see the batter just york himself on that occasion. I also got to say, Charlie Rumi bowled very well, I should say. This is one that took a little feather through to Always Ahmed. He was pretty solid behind the stumps, probably a couple of little things that he'd like to work on. But for the most part, he did his job for Team España. And then this one just coming back and actually turning off the straight. And I do think there's a bit of turn there for the spinners. I think they'll be a key, especially as this weekend wears on. Always was pretty confident, as that was the end of Tafsir. And then Burns. Oh, Mr. Burns. He took a wicket with his first ball in international cricket. Another debutant, Mohamed Kamran, takes the catch. Didn't take long to get into the game. And he had a second soon after. It was Ramistovic, his spin twin partner, that takes it. You can see there the players are all getting set. We will have the toss in about 12 minutes right here in Desert Springs as we head into the 3rd match of the series, the 2nd of the day between Norway and Guernsey. Gives us a chance to review the chase, and 130 for victory. It was always going to be tough. No one really got going. Once again, we saw batters facing balls but not able to do too much about it. 23 for Wally Gori was the top scorer. He used 28 balls, just 2 boundaries in there for the left-hander. Apart from that, it was Raza Iqbal who kicked at the end with 15, batting with what might be a broken thumb. Certainly something he'll be concerned about. We'll see what their lineup does look like for the next game. Apart from that, the only batter to reach double figures was Ali Tafsir. Well, Norway not able to put anything together. And Mohamed Sahar, he was the hero yesterday, but was only able to gather a couple in this game before he was caught by Charlie Ramistovic off the bowling of Lorne Burns. So 20 overs were batted out, but not quite going at 4 and over pace. That's concerning for Norway. As far as the ball went, well, it was Cameron. We know that he's going to set the world on fire. he got an early one, 1 for 13 for him. I've got to say, Adil Raja bowled really well. We didn't see him after his first 2 overs. Took none for 4, including a maiden, but he was really hard to get away and impressive with that new ball. Bowled with some spice, as did Hyder, 1 for 19. And it was a perfect dismissal for him. Middle stump, cartwheeling out of the ground. Also a wicket for Mitrovic. Could have had a couple, really. But Yasser Ali and Burns did get a couple each. Good team bowling performance. And you look at all of those bowlers. Well, they had 6 bowlers, and none of them over run a ball pace, which is what was required by Norway. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in about 35 minutes to take you into the second game of the day. It's match 3 of the series between Norway and Guernsey. You keep up to date with what's happening in the European Cricket Network universe by logging on to our website, europeancricket.com, also our social media at European Cricket. But I'll be back here very, very shortly. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, is with you. I'll be taking you into the Norway-Guernsey match in around about 35 minutes. And we have a lot more action and excitement coming your way today on ECN. Hope you're enjoying what you're seeing here. Plenty of high-quality cricket on offer. Back soon with more ECI T20 International Spain Tri-Series. And welcome back to Desert Springs. Beautiful sunny day here in Spain, and we're getting ready for the middle match of the day. It actually will be match 3 of this 6-match weekend, and it's going to be a rematch of the tournament opener. It's Norway versus Guernsey. I can tell you the news from the toss out there in the middle is that Norway, they've won the toss. They've elected to bat first. I've got their captain here. It's Kaiser Ahmed, of course, who is leading Norway. Now, look, you had a good start last night with a win over Guernsey. You did stumble this morning going down to Spain, but how are you feeling going into this third match?
I mean, we are really confident for the first 2 matches. I think the team played well. Credit to Spain this morning. They capitalized at the right time. But the wicket that in the morning was carrying a lot of dew. So there was a lot of moisture around, so it was hard to grip the ball and bowl on the lines. But I think now with the weather that we've had, the surface looks good now.
Yeah, it seems like it's drying out a little bit. And I saw that Raza Iqbal copped a little bit of a blow to the thumb. I believe he's not playing. You've got a couple of team changes this time around?
Yeah, so we have a couple of changes. Raza is obviously injured, so Darshana is coming in his place. And we also have Ali Tafsir out, and Tanha comes in.
Okay, one more question. Now, Mohamed Shehzahak, he starred last night in your win against Guernsey with his 70 not out. Are you tempted to bat him a little bit higher than number 7?
I mean, Shera is a free spirit, so he goes and bats in his own style, and he's done that in previous tournaments as well. So we try to give him as much of a free hand as possible and just let him play his natural game.
Look, Kaiser, best of luck to you. I hope you go well in this game. And I also have the Guernsey skipper, Josh Butler, with me. Now, Josh, yesterday you lost the toss. You had to bat second, and you said you were fairly comfortable with that. How are you feeling going into this rematch against Norway? I'm sure you're keen to get some points on the board.
Yeah, still pretty confident. I mean, we pretty much dominated the first innings up until their number 7 came out and pretty much put it all over the park. So he had a day out. That's T20 cricket. But we're still very, very confident in our bowling and our fielding.
And look, tell me about what it's like to bat out there. I know you batted for quite a while. Some people are talking about maybe the pitch being a little bit slow. But what do you put these low scores down to at the moment? The fact that a lot of batters are struggling to go at that run of ball pace or better?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I mean, the pitch is playing fine. Pitch is good. Maybe a bit of rustiness 2 years out. But we know it's a low scoring ground. So, you know, a runnable 120 is potentially a defendable total.
Okay, and looking ahead, of course, you've got 2 more matches today. I suppose this is the moving date because you guys, I mean, you're the highest ranked team out of these 3, and I'm sure you still believe you can win this tournament, even though you have gone down in that tournament opener last night.
Yeah, it's about, you know, keep playing well. You know, yesterday was unfortunate for us, but we're confident today to bounce back.
Yeah, well, Josh, best of luck to you. Hope you have a great game. Let's get ready for some cricket. The news from the toss here in match 3 is that Norway have won the toss. They're going to bat first. Let's get ready for some cricket. Yes, welcome back to Desert Springs, and Spanish flag flying high at this magnificent complex, multi-sport complex, and very, very beautiful golf facilities here. Some really nice restaurants and accommodation as well. As you can see, some drone footage there. Big thanks to our production partner, Spring Productions, for making this possible. And there are plans for a second ground, which I think would be even more amazing. Just think of some of the tournaments you could hold here. If you did have the second ground, you could run 2 games simultaneously, especially if you're trying to squeeze things into one weekend. Right now, we're going to see Guernsey for the first time on day 2. They went down to Norway last night in the opening match, 137 to 100, but it really just was one guy, like you said. It was said by Josh Butler at the toss, just after the toss. Mohamed Shehzahak went crazy, had a day out. Apart from that, Guernsey really were all over them. So I don't think they'll mind Norway batting first once again. Like I said, they were on top for the first 13 overs of that match. And I think, yeah, interesting, his comments about the pitch as well. So he doesn't think there's that much wrong with the pitch. He just thinks that bowlers have bowled well. He said, you know, maybe a bit of rust. Right now, we're going to see Will Peatfield bowling. He's bowled with a bit of fire. I like him and what he brings to the table. Anyway, here we go with match 3. There's Peatfield with the first ball. Oh, and over he goes. And, well, we worked down for 1, but certainly action-packed start. That's Kaiser Ahmed, who's out there facing, but it was Peatfield. He was facing the ground pretty quickly after this. Stop, drop, and roll style. I think he's just finding everything's where it needs to be. And looks like he's going to go around the wicket now to a player that's come into the side. It's Amanullah Tanha. He was the 12th man in the last game. Tanha pushes and doesn't get a run here. He wants one. The wind just comes in right on cue, actually. Typically, it does run right to left on this ground. Big welcome back to everyone. No matter where you're watching from around the world. It's always great to have your company. Peatfield gets this one past Tanner. So, I mean, they've made a couple of changes. You heard that. Karugo coming in, but the change at the top of the order and was kind of forced as Iqbal does have a thumb injury. That has sidelined him from this game. And Norway, after this game, they don't play again until match 6. So they won't play again until the final match. So essentially they're playing the first 3 on the trot in the tournament. Late into this one. All the power plays have been between something like 20 and 27 in 6 overs. And now we're into our 5th innings of this tournament. So, I mean, that just shows you new ball bowlers are bowled well, but also the opening batters just have not been able to get anything going. You would expect, you know, power plays probably double that. Oh, this one's on him quickly as well. Tana, he knows he's in a contest right now. Peatfield, not afraid to bang this one in. Well, welcome back to all our viewers on Fangirl in India and also on our ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. It's a fairly well-directed short ball. It's not even technically a bouncer. It's just one that hurries on. It's about chest high. Having a chat about something here. Just had a few conversations. And, there's been a few conversations today. And work out what's it. The notebook's out. That's never a good sign. And can't really pick up what they're saying from this distance. Kazir Ahmed. I don't know if it's about who's bowling or exactly what's going on. Yeah, I mean, don't know exactly what's happening, but I think maybe the officials are coming in. I've got there's an issue of who is out there. I mean, I've got Hamidullah Tanha in my team sheet. I don't know if it's some sort of issue about who's batting and bowling, but I don't see any issues. It might take a little bit of time for this to get sorted. At the same time, I know that things not quite underway in Romania at the moment. Oh, well, a bit of controversy early. I wish I could tell you more. The umpires got all the way over to have a word with some of the officials. So, yeah, highly unusual stuff here at Desert Springs. Ninja asking, was his thumb broken after? Well, I don't know, because I don't think they have anything official yet, but it wasn't looking good. I think they've decided that he'll rest this game and maybe they'll have him back for the final game. Well, this is what's happening as well in Romania. We're about 25 minutes away from a start in Moara Vlasia, and Gladiators there, the story of the day so far, getting over Baniasa. And then that means that Baniasa are going to take on Cluj in qualifier 2. That's starting in around about 25 minutes, and then later on today we'll see the Gladiators take on the winner of that clash. So, yeah, a lot happening in the world of European cricket. This is a fairly long break now. We are 5 balls into this over. And yeah, Hamidullah Tanha, he's faced 4 balls. I mean, I wish I could give you more information. But yeah, no, go back to that. I mean, I know that Gladiators are building something pretty special. I thought it was a bit more of a long-term thing, but right now they're in a box seat to win some silverware And no matter who they play, Banyasa and Cluj, I mean, I think they've had the wood on both of those sides of late. Although Banyasa did beat them in the first 2 matches of the tournament on Monday. But yeah, a lot of interesting cricket coming your way. And just a reminder, if you are watching ECN for the first time, we do encourage you to follow us, because at our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, we've got cricket 6 days a week. So I think that is the issue. They're talking about Aminullah Tanha, whether he's eligible to bat. I mean, like I say, he's on my sheet. Well, unless they've handed the wrong sheet in or something like this. I have been in a situation where I've played, and our manager, we had a JD and a JB in our side, and he misheard what our coach had selected. So we actually had this exact situation once. It's highly unusual. I think the common sense thing, if they have been handed the wrong sheet, I don't think Guernsey will object if the game continues. If it's just a mix-up. Well, let's just say, I don't know if you can trust people from Guernsey. So they're pretty unpredictable. But yeah, we had a protracted conversation here. So, who says that T20 cricket's slow? And, I know a lot of you are used to the T10 format here. And, well, gives us an opportunity to at least take in the surroundings. And I know that this facility is something I've been working on for a long time, and obviously trying to bring as much top-class cricket to Spain as possible. One thing's for sure is that European T20 Internationals, you can have some controversies. And we had a fair few in the series last year between Malta and Belgium. As a game decided ultimately on penalty runs there after the umpires were not satisfied with some of the behaviour on that occasion. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Liam said, yeah, Kaiser said at the toss that Tanha's coming in. I do remember that. And yeah, like I say, he's on my sheet. Aminullah Tanha. And now, well, we're going to have some sort of a resolution, because Andrew Elliott and Gordon Ashford there coming back, and well, it's a little bit like Big Brother. We might find out it's time to go. And, maybe not. Let's find out. I don't see any other batters coming out, so my hearing's not that good that I can hear from about 80 metres, but it does seem like Tanha will continue his innings. So I think we're going to finally see the last ball of this first over. Not really ideal if you're trying to start your innings. You're pretty much burnt and over and have to start again. All right. Yeah, I think everyone in the chat is pretty comfortable that Tanha was in the 11. I think maybe the umpires were the only ones. Maybe they handed the wrong sheet. Anyway, here's Pete Field to finish the first. And well, it reminds him who he is. Gets another one upstairs. It's the end of the first over. Pretty good one for Guernsey. Norway are 1 for no loss. Well, I will say, on the European Cricket Network, you'll see a bunch of things that you won't see anywhere else. And checking 5 balls into the first over to see if the player's eligible to play. It's not something that we see very often. Obviously, in tournaments that European Cricket organises, there's a lot of procedures to make sure that all the admin is done well in advance of the game. So the good news is it doesn't seem to be any problem in particular. Second over coming up, and it's going to be Matt Stokes to bowl over number 2. Bowled pretty well yesterday, for 2 overs at least. Had some success, took the first wicket of the tournament, then got a pasting in the second half of that game. Anyway, here he is bowling over number 2. He's bowled at Kaiser Ahmed. Goes back and defends. And so it's interesting. I mean, we saw Wahidullah Sahak sent into open for Norway last time, and that seemed like a tactic to try and attack the power play, but he got out really early. I don't mind it as a bit of a gamble. We haven't really seen a lot of teams struggling for wickets in hand, so I don't mind the idea of throwing someone out there, you know, maybe in 7 or 8, kind of your real hitter type to attack the power play. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Probably haven't lost much, but we've just seen all teams so far really struggling early on. Matt Stokes pushes him back and make a late decision to run. Have to hustle. Do get there. Be a leg bite. So yeah, Ninja asking once again about the thumb, and yeah, I mean Razik Iqbal, what I would say, he did bat with it. I wasn't so sure he'd bat at all, and that's probably a good sign. Sometimes these injuries, I mean, you know, the next day, if you've got no flexibility at all, I think it's not so much an issue because it's his right thumb. It's just if they want to play Razik Iqbal as a bowler alone. He's been such a good bowler in this tournament. Do you just play him as a bowler and bat him 10 or 11? I asked Vinay Ravi, how's he batting above you? He said, well, I wasn't ready to bat because it was so late in the piece. But yeah, I mean, I think even if he does have a broken thumb, you could probably still bowl him. He's a left-handed bowler, but you're going to have to hide him in the field. And obviously, you're not going to have him opening the batting. You'll have him right down the bottom. But Norway might feel it's a gamble worth taking because it also depends about how the opportunities are taken by the players that come into the lineup as well. Out to the sweep up for one. Liam Day saying he always gets a sprained thumb. And well, you say, oh, Norway, they're in the wars, aren't they? As Kaiser Ahmed in particular. Let's have a look at him coming down to the keeper's end. And just watch this. The ball comes in and Damerol, he just gives him a little one in the beak. And poor Kaiser. Oh no, well, could be trouble. He has to turn around. Oh, wasn't a very good throw, really, back to Damerol. It was Butler hustling in. Kaiser Ahmed, he got knocked out, then he got run out last game. He always has the same sequence, doesn't he? Don't know how often these two have batted together for Norway. But, yeah, you can see the previous one. It was the keeper just accidentally kind of ran into the batter, Kaiser Ahmed. Anyway, it's the end of 2 overs and 3 for no loss, so pretty careful start. But good bowling. I mean, keep talking about the batters not being able to get going, but let's give some credit to the bowlers. They've been spot on in this series. I mean, saying better throw was in trouble. Yeah, I agree with that. There's the table. You can see Norway and Spain with 2 points apiece. But Norway with a loss. Spain haven't lost a game yet. They'll take on Guernsey tonight and tomorrow morning. And Spain will take on Norway. So, I mean, Spain will know what they need to do, essentially. They get the opportunity to play in each of the last 3 games. And nobody else will be doing that. So, here's Pete Field getting a second. Well, he's a man that had his own issues, didn't he? First ball of this game. Ended up throwing it in the unplanned somersault. This time he goes upstairs. And I think it's the one for the over. This is a genuine bouncer. See some of the footwork there, just okay, not really covering the line of it. A bit of a nothing shot, maybe get a bit of an edge on that, might fly away fine for 4, but yeah, he bowls with pretty good wheels, Will Peatfield. Pushes, doesn't beat the offside ring. And I think that's one thing I've noticed, the fields have been pretty well set. You would expect that. A bit more thinking, a bit more coaching, a bit more thought goes into these fields. And one of the things that most teams have done really well is just cut off any chance of a single in that area. They've got the short cover. Normally it is the captain Butler himself. He's hustling and really hard and tight. And he knows he's got angles. He's got fielders behind him. If he misses it, they can still come on and cut off quite a lot of those strokes in that area. Well, this one's skied in the air, and it's Butler. He's got an age to get under it. Well, he'll take it, and it's no good for Tunha. Well, he's out there a long time, but didn't have a lot to do, and he just goes after this. He was never really in a position to play this shot. Peatfield beats him with it at pace. I think he was trying to be aggressive. Certainly, you can't hold that against him, but he presents an easy catching opportunity. You see there, he wasn't well balanced. Well, that shot, the weight was going the wrong way. Comes down from space at a furious pace, and it falls into the hands of the captain, Josh Butler. So, success for Peatfield. He has his first wicket of match 3. Norway, once again, lose an early one, 3 for 1. So, yeah, Guernsey, they'll be upset they don't have any points on the board. And they'll feel they were in a winning position yesterday. And, look, that's cricket, I suppose. One batter, Norway, that came out and essentially took the game away. But they'll be very keen to avoid a repeat. Don't forget Guernsey, they're the highest ranked out of these 3 sides as far as the ICC T20 International rankings. Having said that, they're very, very close together, 38, 39 and 41. So new batter as Wally Gari comes to the crease. And he's a guy, I mean, always looks good, doesn't he? That's a little bit on strikers then. First up. Goes with the angle this time. This is good batting. And yeah, finally we see guys Ramid playing a shot in anger, and he gets 4. He's being brave. It's a good shot. I mean, not easy, especially when you've just lost a wicket. But yeah, I do like that from the Norwegian captain. We're disappointed things haven't really worked out for him so far in the series. That's a good sign, the first boundary of match 3 following the first wicket. Then he goes straight down the ground, doesn't quite get it. This will just plonk, and they should get back for a couple. So yeah, I mean, this definitely feels like a gear shift. And I think, you know, by now the players, they've seen a couple of matches, they've seen 4 full innings. They've seen a bit of a pattern, I think, of players sticking around, but they're not doing much with it. So they said, well, you know what? We're just going to be a bit attacking earlier, and especially in the first 6 overs when you've only got 2 outfielders. Maybe it pays to be brave. And Norway, a few injury concerns. You know, they're already feeling a bit fatigued. I think there's no doubt about that. I mean, you're coming straight into it. Your first internationals of the season. You've got a bit of heat, currently 23 degrees, and not too many clouds in the sky. So I think they're gonna dial it up a bit earlier, and I don't mind that. I think it's a good tactic. And this looks like Luke Bishard, who's going to bowl over number 4. So yeah, I don't mind this either. I think he's a good young player. We did see him playing for Griffins, their champion club of Guernsey, back in the ECL not too long ago. I think you learned a lot there about bowling under pressure and just kind of pulling it together. If you do get bashed, and we'll build character. And he's got a good head on his shoulders. Around the corner, and that's Will Peatfield actually, who bowled the last over. Now we're on to Bishard. I do think Luke, I think, enjoys the opportunity to play in front of a global audience. Around the corner. Oh, no, it could be trouble here, and really should have been out. Might still be out. Oh, wow. Now this is looking for one that's not there. Hoping a run will materialise. I mean, look at this. The first time, he just assumes this is getting past the keeper, and then they're just in no man's land. He would have been out by 4 or 5 metres, and I thought even on the rebound, maybe Bishard could have turned around and had to go at the bowler's end. Wow, that's an opportunity missed. Guernsey had 3 to aim at. I think they just assumed that had the pace to get past the keeper, but it didn't. And Tamrell, we had an opportunity to remove the skipper, He went to a very good direct hit before. That one would have been a lot easier. Kaiser Ahmed. Maybe he's thinking, well, this might be my time. So certainly a bit more of an attacking kind of mode to his game here in match 3. Got to say hello once again to everyone in the YouTube chat, Eastern European Cricket Network. Liam saying, come on to Norway. Down the ground, but they won't beat the mid-on. So obviously want to welcome all of our viewers on Fancode in the subcontinent, and also all of our viewers from Europe and all around the world. Eastern European Cricket Network. Once again, the story is batters being tied down in the power play, even though they're trying their best to show some attack. This one doesn't get past the bowler. It's been good so far from Bishard. Essentially, he's on a maiden. We did have a leg bite. Probably shouldn't have been a leg bite earlier in the over. Last ball of the over. He goes for this and gets it pretty good. He's a little bit too short. Well, he's strung together a pretty good over, but he lets himself down with the last ball. It's a bit of a half tracker from Bishi. And Kaiser Ahmed moves into double digits. A nice looking shot. He gets it in front of square, so it's safe. He picks up the length pretty quickly. Good batting from the skipper. It does take us to the end of the 4th over. The score is 14 for 1. So now it looks like Pete Field's going to get a breather and they're going to go to Stokes. So yeah, they're kind of mixing up the ends they're bowling at. Would say that now that we're into the afternoon, that breeze does seem back right to left. It wasn't really a factor in the first game this morning, but now we'll see that coming into focus for the rest of the day. So here we go with over number 5. Harry, got to get off the mark. Not going to run here. I mentioned earlier about the fact that I think the bowlers find it a bit easier at the start of the season because you can practice. Practicing bowling is a lot easier than practicing batting. And what I mean by that is that bowling is all about rhythm, feeling good, and being able to replicate something, and then the universal handback, whatever it does. But batting is a lot different in a match than a practice situation. In a match situation, you only have the one chance. One mistake, it will all be over. So I think that's why bowlers typically they have the better of the tussles between bowlers and batters early on. And we're seeing batters, it's natural. You're going to be a little bit worried about getting out. Of course, how could you not? It's not often these guys get to play at the international level as well, considering the last couple of years. Opportunities have been pretty few and far between, so you don't want to go out there throwing your wicket away for sure. It's all about just finding that balance. It's a good bumper from Matty Stokes. He'll be keen to kind of atone for yesterday when he did have a good couple of opening overs of his 4. It's just overs 3 and 4. He did get taken down. But today's a new day, and well-directed bounce there outside the off stump, not really giving the batter an opportunity to turn and get inside the ball. Comes through. Well, I think this would have been out as well, So taking a few calculated risks here. This is another one that I think, just my instinct was, Gary was struggling though. He does take off straight away. I think that's gone if he hits. Get a good view of it here. I think direct hit. He would have been packing his bags. But he does survive. Stokes now. Gary, who pushes off the back foot, doesn't beat the inner ring once again. Bishard does the fielding. Got to say, big fan of all the kits so far. Maybe tell us your favourite kit. I must say I'm a little bit partial to the Guernsey kit. The kind of old school South African vibes about it. I feel like Lance Klusner could be steaming in. He wore number 13 in the World Cup in '99. So the end of the over from Stokes, who delivers a pretty good one. Just the 2 singles off that. So that's 2 overs that he's bowled with only 3 runs off the bat. And that's 5 overs down. The score 16 for 1. That does give us an opportunity to have a look at some of the best performers in T20 international cricket between these teams. And yeah, you see Mumchester Hark topping the charts for Norway. Raza Iqbal, he's not in the 11th state. Gowrie is at the crease right now. And as far as the bowlers for Guernsey, Peatfield with 12 wickets. Hooper, who we haven't seen bowling yet. He's a very clever bowler. Bishard, Stokes and Martell just opening up their careers. But yeah, with the bat, Guernsey, you see Butler topping there, run scorers. Fabrash, he spent some time at the crease yesterday, didn't get a lot of momentum in his innings. But yeah, Raza Iqbal, you see he features with bat and ball. So the fact that he's missing with that thumb certainly affects Norway's prospects. But I think they'll feel, okay, we're 1-1. To have any chance, we need to win here. And if we don't want to be going down feeling like we could have been more aggressive with the bat. So you see Kaiser probably push for 2 here, get it fairly easily. So speaking of David Hooper, here he is, bowling over number 6, last over the power play. Does have a lot of good variations. The kind of bowler, they probably won't bowl him too many, 1, maybe 2 now, because they want him at the end of the innings. I think he's a very good death bowler just because of his unpredictability. Pushes and runs. Wow, pretty close. So I think he gets home, but certainly a little bit of a stumble there from Gowrie. Push one seat. Gowrie just stumbles for a second. And yeah, just in. Good call by the umpire. Perfect position there, wasn't he? Shout out to the officials, of course. This one's carved away and it's out of the reach of the fielder. It's going to be 4 runs. That's a classy shot by Gowrie. He's played a couple of these today. And yeah, this one, he leans back. And, a bit like an octopus, he's all hands. Just times this one beautifully through the covers for 4. Let's go back to the umpires. Big thank you to Andrew Elliott and Gordon Ashford. On field again. This time full toss. Well, we could have trouble here, and we will have trouble here. Oh, this is really close. Must have just made it back. Yeah, so I don't think Hooper kind of got his bearings about where the stumps were. Let's see it. Oh, it's a close one. Back to live action. Next one's worked away for 1. Attack, yeah. So no run the next ball for Gowrie, I should say. But I think the time it took for Hooper to get the ball back to the stumps just allowed the batter to sneak in. This one will get through again. And this one, I think, will also run to the boundary. So Hooper just been a bit too full. It's probably more of an end of the innings kind of length. Gowrie appreciating it on the front foot. There's an uppish stroke, but does find the gap. It takes us to the end of the power play. At the end of 6, it's 27 for 1. And this uncanny run of 20-something power plays continues. In game 1, the power plays were 20 and 27. This morning, they were 20, 21 and 23, and now 27. So that is 6 overs down, 27 for 1. And that over went 2-1-4.4. So 11 off the over. It's the first double-digit over of this innings. And yeah, Hooper just a couple of times. We're going too full and paying the penalty. Now we're going to see Tom Nightingale with his brisk off spin around the wicket. He just tries to kind of angle the ball across the right-handers for the most part. Although you'd say it was hardly the power play that set the world on fire, going at under 7 and over. But well, under 5 and over, I should say. They're going at 4.5 and over at the moment. But yeah, you would say there's signs that there's a bit more intent there from the Norwegian top order. Hello to Wazza, who's joined us in the chat. A lot of people watching from Norway, a lot of people watching from Guernsey as well. This one's cracked out to deep mid-wicket. The fielding's done by Hooper. I know that Guernsey and Jersey have a very healthy rivalry. I wonder if anyone from Jersey's watching. I want to say hate watching, but I wonder if anyone is watching just to see how their neighbours are getting on here. If you are, let us know in the chat. Eastern European Cricket Network. The reason I thought of that is there's a lot of the ACL kit we saw from Farmers, the Jersey Champion Club. I'm sure Guernsey play plenty of cricket at Farmers Field. Pushes, but no runs here. Yes, it's been a really great thing for the game since the ICC opened up T20 International status to essentially the wider community. Almost 3 years ago now. Tommy Nightingale will pick that one up, just a single. So it's interesting, going straight to spin, the end of the 6-over power play. Say hello to Steve Cook, who's watching from Rotterdam. I hope you're well, Steve. It's good that you're with us. And of course, to Woz and Ninja and to Maiden Waters. I hope you're enjoying the cricket so far. Honestly, if you could script a day for cricket weather-wise, it would look exactly like this. It's 23 degrees. There's a bit of a breeze across the ground. It is magnificent. And, I'm really lucky that I get to do what I do on days like these. I think I'll probably miss it. I've got a couple of weeks off, of course. Yeah, at the moment, really loving the opportunity to call some international cricket in the T20 format. Nightingale just gone for 3 singles in this over. This one beats the bat and gets out of the over. Nightingale, good performance from him. Adjusting to the left-hander. Gary misses out on that one. 7 overs down. The score is 30 for 1. I'll give you the over-by-over scores so far through the first 7 overs. 1, 2, 6, 5, 2, 11, and 3. So really only Hooper. He's the one that went for 2 boundaries when he overpitched a couple of times in the 6th. So when you're thinking, okay, there's 4 boundaries so far in essentially the first third of the innings. And that's all in the power play. The fact that now the boundary is a lot more protectable means you just feel like this is going to be another grafty innings. They're going to be grafting. Yeah, and I think that kind of 120, I keep coming back to it, maybe 110 to 120 even might be par here. As it looks to me like we're going to get some leg spin, and Dec Martel is going to bowl. And I actually like him bowling from this end because he might get a bit of drift in and then turn it away. And I think it's smart. If these two are going to bowl in tandem, and I think Martel, he's got to bowl from this end. The breeze is right to left, so he might get a bit of that drift in, and then with a side spin, it'll turn away from the right hand up. That's a good first ball. And Kaiser Ahmed, feet not really moving to that. Oh, Steve. Rotherham, England, not Rotterdam, Holland. My apologies, Steve. I was wondering what you were doing in Holland. Oh, this is a bit of an edgy stroke. We just get one here. Yeah, Rotherham. In England. Yeah, what part of England's that? Steve, not familiar with it. Yeah, I did. I just glanced at it. Have eyes everywhere at the moment. I know that we're probably just starting a Romanian game. I've got one eye on that. I think octopuses have 8 eyes. Cluj like they have been sent in by Baniasa in the second qualifier in Romania. The winner will take on Bucharest Gladiators in the final. How's the Bear playing over there? Mohamed Moyes, he's been amazing. Martel, he's a pretty attacking leg spinner. Like, you see, he's not afraid to toss it up. Occasionally overcooks one or drags one down, but it's probably worth it. Because if you're too predictable, that's not good either. So you don't want to bowl a bunch of bad balls, but it does give it a rip. Pretty well located. Long off. Slight fumble, but doesn't get away. You can see these guys, they're really good at getting the angles to the ball in the field. They do hustle. And that's why there's just not too many twos out there, unless it's really in a gap in the outfield. Good adjustment. I mean, I think the bowlers have done this pretty well as well during this season, during this series, I should say, where when there's been a left-hand, right-hand combination, kind of made the line adjustment. And you see it there from Martel. So a little bit straighter. Just worked for one, into the over. So Martel, he just goes for 4 singles in his over. And the end of 8, the score is 34 for 1. So in the last 2 overs, we've had 7 singles and 5 dot balls. Just a kind of, it's a bit of a game of attrition, this one. You see some of the batting to come. Safdar, Abaratna's into the lineup. And you've got Mohamed Sher Sahar, still listed number 7. I'm going to ask, you heard me ask Kazraman about that. I seem to say, well, you know, he's a free spirit. He'll go out there and he might come off, he might not. And I thought maybe it's an opportunity if the innings needs a bit of a kickstart. I'd want to get him in there sooner rather than later, just to see. Nightingale back into the attack and starts with a dot. He's a pretty good defensive spin bowler himself, Tom Nightingale. See, once again, it's pushed through. This one sneaks past the fielder, and it will go to the boundary. Cuatro Carreras. Nightingale. Well, this is probably the negative of bowling at this pace, is that it can be used against you. See here, slides through, and the cut shot. Bit of an edgy strike, I suppose, but it beats Pete Field. And it beats everyone all the way to the rope. One push and looking to run with Gowrie, but doesn't get one there in the end. You see, Guernsey, one thing I like is certainly have a lot to say in the field, keeping it fairly positive. A few little mind games in there. On the side, I feel like these are normally off the pad. So, I think in the end, umpire satisfied it's not a wide, but yeah, it takes a fair deflection, but no doubt for me that's come off the pad. Half the time those are all about just letting the umpire know it's not a wide. Now he drives this one, hits the sweeper, just the one. So going to be Nightingale trying to get out of this over. With just one more single, so a boundary does come off it. I suppose a semi-edgy stroke, but still it does come in the over, but only 6 runs off it. Norway trying to get something going at the moment. After 9 overs, they're 40 for 1. Gives us once again an opportunity to say hello to a few people in the chat. Steve saying he's next to Sheffield in the county of South Yorkshire. So up in the north, I must say, I do love the accents in the north of England. We've got a few people that work for us that from that part of the world. Ninja asking heavy tees in Spain. Well, I didn't get too much of a chance to dig in. What I did have is once again the full Desayunos Ingles, which is the full English breakfast. I had to wolf it down because of the early start today, but it was pretty good. Those of you that are interested, even had the black pudding, which is something as a half Scotsman. I think that yeah, that's a must-have. They like their black pudding in Scotland. They have it with the fish and chips as well on occasion. Kaiser pushes. They might think it's two here. I think they'll get it. That's good running. Identified pretty quickly there that the fielder had a long way to run. Thanks for Brash out there. So they do get a couple. Liam saying, has ECN ever had a player of the month or series? And we always have a player of the series. Always have a player of the series. If you stick around for the trophy ceremony, I know Rico will be conducting it today as I'm here on international duty, but Moyes has to be, I won't say a lock, but he's had a really good series, hasn't he, in Romania? Guess we'll have to wait and see. Still the final to come. They want to here. They might think about it, yeah. It's a good bit of running from Gari. It wasn't a clear-cut second, but I think it would have had to been an absolutely perfect bit of fielding to run him out there. Yeah, so yeah, player of the series, and often you'll see, obviously on our YouTube channel, you'll kind of see them featured in some videos. Obviously, player of the match every time as well. Martel, once again, asking questions of the batter. This time, Azhar Ahmed pushes, gets one. And once again, you're seeing two batters here that look more or less set, but they're not quite going at 100 pace. Strike rate of 100 pace. But that maybe doesn't matter going by the Spain innings earlier. Because, you know, a big partnership between Trembeth Morrow and Yasser Ali set that up. But you need somebody that can go out and bang it. That's the thing. They had Yasser Ali that was going, and he could provide like a bit of compensation for Trembeth Morrow not really hitting him that well, but sticking around, providing some stability. Pretty good over by Dec Martel. I do like his leg spin. As we're halfway through this first innings, Norway are 45 for 1. It does give us an opportunity to have a look at what's coming up in the next few weeks. This is our last day in Romania today in the Pancode European Cricket Series. On Monday, we'll have Landskrona, which is, I suppose, the series we called Malmö last year, but yeah, Landskrona is a bit more accurate. We'll get to see the blue pitch again, I believe. And I'll be taking a back seat for a couple of weeks. Rico Full and Andrew Ryan will take you through that. Then Stockholm, I'll be back for that one Saturday, 16th of May, before we head to Prague for another 2 weeks. And then Budapest in Hungary for a 1-week tournament, and Vienna for a 1-week tournament as well, before we start our Italian job. And just wait till you hear about the cricket we'll have through July in Italy. That's going to be super exciting. This one is worked away to the leg side. Yeah, see the enthusiasm there. When bowler becomes fielder, Nightingale doing a good job there. Yeah, so the Italian European Cricket Series will culminate in a finals week or a super series that will determine which of the Italian clubs will be their ECL representative. So that's going to be amazing. Pretty well bowled. I think Nightingale holds that one back a little bit. Again, it's not the easiest one, even if you slow things down a bit, force the batter to make the pace. So this is one that Tommy Nightingale definitely does hold back. Just takes a knock on the left hand there. I think it's hit the end of one of the fingers. That's not that pleasant. Once again, it's not his bowling hand, so it shouldn't bother him too much. Spin being used in tandem in these middle overs. This is not a good ball. Well, you would have thought it was his right hand, because this is a proper Gundy ball from Tommy Nightingale, and Kaiser Ahmed cashes in. So yeah, pitching outside leg, and yeah, just way too short. See it here on the replay. Outside the line of the body just meant it was fairly simple for Kaiser Ahmed to swivel on it. It's more on target this time. A few people saying some of the foods that they like to have. I talked about my full English breakfast with black pudding. But Liam's talking about leftover Christmas ham sandwiches. Almost better than the Christmas dinner food. Yeah, maybe. About hot pork sandwiches for lunch as well. Steve, I'm with you for that. This one's punched square of the wicket. Just be a single. So, I mean, 50's up now this over for Norway. Can they kind of go up a gear without breaking the partnership? That's the question, I think, that sets the table for the big finish. Gale just concede a single here. Finishes an over. Ultimately, will cost him 9. Had 5 singles and a boundary in the over. And the score, after 11 overs, is 54 for 1. Once again, this is the second of 3 matches today. Yeah, it's moving day, really. And then tomorrow we'll get to see Guernsey in the morning, Norway in the afternoon. Both of the matches tomorrow will feature Spain, the host nation. And we've only gone 2 and a bit matches into this tournament already. Some injury concerns, particularly for Norway, but also the Spanish captain, Christian Munoz-Mills. He seemed to turn in on an ankle fairly innocuously in their first match. I very much doubt that we'll see him later on today when Spain take on Guernsey for the first time. I think they're just discussing exactly where they want the fielders here. Well, what Kaiser Ahmed has done, he's got himself back to run a ball pace, and not many batters have been able to do that over a prolonged period. Might be able to hear the wind coming through. It's pretty stiff this afternoon. It's well bowled. And I think that Martel's enjoying bowling at this end. I think that he does benefit from that bit of drift. And it just kind of lures the batter into, I suppose, thinking the ball is a little bit closer to them than it really is. Pulls this one down a bit into the gap, and this will be 4. That's well struck. And Kaiser Ahmed, well, he's had a bit of an interesting day, hasn't he? Copped a couple of blows. This is one that, yeah, it's just probably half a metre, maybe a metre too short from Martel. He just stands and picks the gap nicely, 4 runs. There's Kaiser Ahmed, the skipper. We heard him just after the toss having a chat to me. I knew he was keen to make some runs personally. It's better bowling. That kind of draws him forward. And I think that's what Martel will want to be doing, just trying to lure the right-hander forward. Every chance of a miscued shot, or perhaps a stumping. He does get some good side spin as well, Martel. Martel into his 3rd over here. This one does spin back. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of how can they lift things. I think Gowrie perhaps to Nightingale at the other end. And maybe he can attack that left side of the ground with the wind. It's going to be a bit more tough this time. It's pretty well directed again from Martel. Just be 1 to finish the over. It's 12 overs down. Score is 60 for 1. So the score is exactly 5 and over. If you project that out, it'll be 100. Just the odd over that takes off. Just the one, though, which is over 10 in this innings. Hooper in the 6th. Haven't seen him since. Might save him towards the end of the innings. Now, looks like they're going to go back to some pace. Looks like Luke Bichard is going to take over the duties from this bottom end. It's the desert end. Well, I know there's desert all around, but there's nothing but desert behind this end of the ground. Yeah, Bichard, good youngster. Like I said, saw him for the first time playing for Griffins in the ECL recently. He's still a teenager himself, 19 years of age. This is probably a stand-up pull down the ground. Gorry. Yeah, this partnership now, it's been growing. Of course, it did come in at the fall of Hamidullah Tanner, who went for 1 off 11. And that was with a score on 3. So yeah, the partnership at the moment has grown to 58. That's a little bit short, it's in the air. Well, fielder should take this, Stokes, and he does. So yeah, that one hanging in the air a long time. It's not an easy shot into the wind. And you're taking on the wind, you better absolutely nail it. He didn't. Slight top edge. Matthew Stokes, well, he judged that one perfectly. A wicket for Bichard, and it does break the partnership at 58. The score now is 61 for 2. Once again, the pressure building up. There's been a lot of dots and ones. Bit of a binary looking innings so far for Norway. And Guernsey, they will be desperate to not let Norway off the rack. They did yesterday, didn't they? Yeah, I think now we're going to see Mohamed Sahak come to the crease. I like this move. I mean, why wouldn't you? It's almost the exact same time he came to the crease yesterday, so they'll be hoping lightning can strike twice. Came in at 7. Now here, he will come in at 4. And it's less about the batting position, it's more about the chronology. It's about the time that you come to the crease, I think, in this form of the game. And I think you'd be crazy not to send Mohamed Sahak out there. May not work, but he needs someone to move things along. Who better than the guy that whacked 70 yesterday at the non-strikers end at the moment? There's Wigari that will continue. Kaiser Ahmed ends up going for 37 off 36. Caught by Matt Stokes off Luke Bichard. Yeah, we saw certainly Guernsey struggle to get anyone going with the bat, although some of them did bat for a decent period of time, but they ended up getting 100. Norway will know, look, if we can get that 100 plus, we're in the game. If we bowl and field well. William Day has a cricket info profile of Cameron saying he's left arm medium. Well, if he's medium, I don't want to see what fast is if I'm batting. Sahak. I think always it's giving you some confidence if you're against the same opposition that you did make runs against last time. Again, already, you know, he's looking to attack. I mean, it's just a little push, but if he comes off, he could be the difference. If he doesn't come off, well, you've still got plenty of batting to come. So it's kind of a shot to nothing, as they'd say in snooker. He walks at this and gets one. Certainly is a pretty player to watch. Riley Gorey, first ever T10 International hat-trick taker with the ball. We did see him bowling a bit this morning. They just used the 5 bowlers last night against Guernsey. Wouldn't surprise me if they bowled kind of 6th and 7th options. Of course, they'll have to find a replacement for Raza Iqbal's overs. Gorey bowled pretty well. We didn't see him last night. Gets in a tangle here, Mohamed Sahak. This will be the end of the over. No fireworks just yet, as after 13 overs, the score is 64 for 2. Pretty good over that from Bichard 4 singles and the wicket of the Norwegian skipper, Kaiser Ahmed. And once again, a reminder, we have 2 games going on concurrently at the moment on the European Cricket Network. So, yeah, smorgasbord of cricket this weekend. Just poking my head over, can see Cluj. They look like they're 61 to 6 overs. That could be a real cracking contest there. What an even series that Romanian series has been. Regards to Rico, and he's over there with all the blue crew. Right here, we are getting into, well, essentially, the last third of the innings. With 8 wickets in hand, Norway, they can afford to take a few chances. And one chance they've taken, they've sent out Mohammad Shahak, yesterday's hero. Facing now, Kazgari is going to face up. He wants 2 here. Not sure if it's on, though. I think there's always just going to be 1. As David Hooper has come in for his 2nd over. Rolled all the way back in the 6th. So they bring him on now. It gives him the option of maybe bowling 1 now, then maybe coming back at the very end, maybe 18 and 20 from that top end. Does seem to like to bowl from that top end as well. Means with those slower balls, so Gary at least, if he tries to go leg side, it'll be into the wind. The other thing is that Stokes, don't forget, was taken down by Cheshire yesterday. He's only bowled 2 overs. Only conceded 3 and a leg by in those 2 overs. So, will they back Stokes, even against Mohammad Shahak? I think not. Will you back your players? You want to give them the opportunity. But yeah, they certainly have quite a few options here, because we've already seen 6 bowlers used. And they've all bowled 3 or less. No one's bowled out as yet. Nightingale and Martell, the spinners, bowled 3. All the pacemen bowled 2, including Hoopo. This is his 2nd. So yeah, keeps your options open. That's good captaincy as well from Josh Butler. Hello to Thrive, who's joined us back in the chat. Where are you watching from, Thrive? Ninja saying maybe Guernsey seemed a bit quiet in the field, need a bit of G'ing up. Well, I think that wicket helped. He certainly came out of the blocks pretty hard, Guernsey. Gary's pretty happy with this. He's picked this up and deposited it. That one is out of here. Maximal! The first of the innings. Hooper seems to be on the wrong side of this innings so far. Goes around the wicket. And yeah, it's just a little bit too short. Gary, that's a really good shot, because that's right into the teeth of the breeze. Still got plenty of it. You could just tell by the body language from Gary. And he nailed that one. That one almost gets him back up to run a ball pace. 30 off 31 now. You wonder, will this be? I think for sure this is going to be a slower delivery now. What's the pace on? A good run of predictions. There it is. So he does bowl the slower ball. And the thing is, you could even tell the batter, I'm about to bowl a slower ball, but it's still not easy to hit. And you're taking on the breeze, you have to generate all the pace. Let's see what he bowls to Shahak. Wouldn't surprise me if he starts with a slower ball. I think Shahak likes the pace on the ball. They're asking about how many boundaries. And there's been a few. There's been 7 fours and a 6 in this innings. 4 fours for Kaiser Ahmed. Gowrie with 3 fours and a 6. And we get to the end of another over. That's 14 down now. There were 9 off that one, but it did include a Maximo, the first of match 3. Score now is 73 for 2 after 14 overs. So Gowrie, he's set. And Mohammad Shahak, he's a wild card. And here's someone that I think he'd be a little bit wild if you got him at the right moment. Yeah, it's Will Peatfield. I've enjoyed his pace bowling. He bowled the first and the third. We haven't seen him since. He's coming back to bowl the 15th. But he bowled 2 pretty good overs. Has 1 wicket to his name. Around the wicket. This one's cramped, scurry slightly for room. And one thing that's funny, you know, you talk about intense cricket about, you know, sometimes there's pitches where you never feel like you're in. Well, this seems like that kind of a pitch. I know it's not a test match. Might seem like it sometimes. But yeah, what I would say is just don't think the batters have ever really felt comfortable like they can dominate the bowling. It was only that one innings yesterday from Sheza Haque. He went right off. He's the exception. Just pushes this one down the leg side onto the total. Hamid Bitlog asking what's a good score. I actually think, yeah, 120 or so is pretty competitive. The more I see this, I'm thinking 115 to 120 might be par. I don't know if the low scoring openings is due to all down to the bowling being good, or maybe the fact that the batters have been a little bit conservative and haven't taken enough calculated risks early on in the power play. Again, just losing his line there. Pete Field has to sort this out now, and I think just a case of the wind taking a couple of these balls. Another discussion. As we say, maybe some equipment that needs replacing. Looks like a replacement helmet, or maybe a helmet. Maybe he thinks his partner's going to hit the ball extra hard, Mohammad Shahar, because he's not even facing. So he's decided, all right, let's just get ahead of the game here. I think it's always smart to don the headgear. A lot of people in the chat, they're satisfied that yesterday's hero, Mohammad Shahar, is out there, but he hasn't been able to do so much. You heard his captain, Qasir Ahmed, say yes, he's a free spirit. You know, he'll bat his way. Gary wants this one, misses. Yeah. Have a look at this on the replay. You see, this to me is wide. I know they say, this is where this grey area annoys me. He's saying, well, you moved inside. I said, yeah, I did. See, I think that you see that called sometimes, and other times you won't. They call that profile wides. I don't like it. I think it's a lot simpler. You just say if you miss the leg stumps are wide, just be done with it. What do you think? What they'll say in this form of the games, they'll say, oh, if you stand still, it would have hit you. And yeah, true, but a lot of people have these trigger movements. They move across and kind of get inside the line of the ball. That's legitimate. So Pete Field, a fairly long over. We haven't seen too many bowlers struggling with their control. He's pushed a couple down the leg side. So Haque, he wants to get after him, and you can understand why. Yeah, it was quite an incredible innings from Mohammad Shahar last night. He scored 6 4s and 5 6s, and everybody else in the entire game, well, there was only 5 4s and 1 6. So that just shows you how much he dominated. Can he do it again today? Norway, they've hit the skids here. Just this is the time you want to accelerate. How are they going to do it? This one flat batted. Go to mid-off where it's cleaned up by Febrash. And yeah, Pete Field like I said, fairly long over this one because of those two wides. Might have had a third, but it was judged to be okay by the standing umpire, Gordon Ashford. And so, the last ball coming up from Pete Field. Despite those slight control issues, he's only conceded 4. Can he get out of the over? Last ball of the 15th. Slow ball, patted back. So Sher Sahak will take the stage in the 16th as we hit the 3/4 point of the over, of the innings, I should say. 15 overs, it's 77 for 2, walking sticks. And well, if you're enjoying cricket on ECN, and come back tomorrow because we have day 3, just the 2 matches here. Guernsey versus Spain. They're playing back-to-back matches in match 4 and match 5. We'll see match 4 tonight, match 5 tomorrow morning, and then the last match of the series, Spain versus Norway. It all starts again tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. GMT, which is 10:30 in Central Europe and 2 p.m. in India, right here on the European Cricket Network. And then, starting on Monday, we'll have the fan code ECS Sweden from Landskrona in the south. And I know that there'll be 10 teams there. Really looking forward to that. Actually, what's coming up on Monday right there. Starting with the Helsingborg Stars and the Gothenburg Royals and Jönköping and Seaside. Well, 2 pretty high-quality sides in the afternoon session. Andrew Ryan will be back, replacing me for a couple of weeks, and certainly wishing Rhino all the best. Always great when we can get him on the tour. Rico Ford, of course, will be there in the ECS. Bichard comes back, and his first one hit hard enough to get down to long on the full. So he got 8 wickets in hand. Now we're going to see some fireworks. You're going to have to. Gary, well, I think, what's his role? Is he happy just getting 1 minimum and then handing it over to Sahak? Probably. Trying to force the issue as well. So they'll just get 1. So this is where Sahak was so good yesterday in the last quarter of the innings. Got to say hello to Neville. Hope you're well. He's saying hello to me and the crew, and a big hi to all the fellow chatters. And, Thrive, I'm just going to ask you in the chat where you're watching from, because I don't think I've seen the chat too much before today. Sahak, he's had about enough of this. Now he's going to try and launch one into the stands, so it won't get off the square, just a single. Interesting for me, they haven't bowled Stokes yet. Matthew Stokes, he bowled 2 good overs early yesterday, and Sher Sahak took him down towards the end of the innings. So I wonder if it's a deliberate thing, or just strategically they're holding Stokes back for the end. Not sure. This one whacks him. Bichard bowling with some good rhythm. Just maybe seams in a bit. Yeah, that'll wake you up. Gary, even though he's been in for a while, this is what I'm talking about. Batters that have batted for a while, they don't seem to seem any more kind of in tune with the picture of the conditions. Thrive said he's watching from Dhaka in Bangladesh. Well, a big hello to all of our Bangladeshi viewers. I know that we've got so many of them out there. We value you guys. Slower ball from Bichard. Don't see too many of those from him, but he just drilled it down the ground. The last ball of the over coming up. Yeah, cricket's a funny game, isn't it? Sher Sahak, he was off to the races pretty much straight from the get-go yesterday. He's struggled to get through the first 9 balls in his innings for 5. And so he launches this, and finally we're going to see some of that action from yesterday. Well, that one's gone a long way. Maximo! That was the slot delivery, the kind of delivery that he was pretty adept at taking down yesterday. This is a shot of the innings from Sahak. Steps, hits, and that one disappears over the sight screen. Might never be seen again. A 6 to finish the over. Bichard's in his crosshairs. As the score now is 87 for 2. Look, even with the 6 though, only 10 off the over. So 16 over check-in. If you go from here, if you go 10s, 127. I mean, it's a decent looking score, isn't it? You see Hooper, he's normally someone you'd want to use at this stage. And maybe they still will. He's only bowled 2 overs. They've got lots of options. No one's bowled out at all. You could even go spin options here. Zahak didn't really have to face a lot of spin in his innings yesterday. So maybe that's something they'd want to think about. Do you bring on the leggy to him? Maybe not this over, but the next, and hope he runs past one. The main thing is they do have lots of options. That's the thing. Look, they are going for Hooper here in the 17th. And this is where I think for Gowrie, the left-hander, he needs to target that leg side. They got the deep square pretty much right on that boundary. The wind is pretty strong. So, you know, if he can get a couple away. They've got a fairly straight couple of fielders guarding the boundary. What I mean by that, you've got 2 deep mid wickets. And a long on, not really a dead square fielder. Steady goes offside. That's an incredible catch. That's about as good as it gets from Josh Butler. Well, he goes up, the Statue of Liberty play. Up went the right hand and it stuck. So Hooper gets a wicket. Gowrie, he laboured and really set things up for Norway. But he can't cash in happy hour. What a catch this is from the Guernsey skipper. Well, he had to get off his feet. That one, it's like a bit of super glue on the palms. It stuck. And Hooper is the beneficiary of that incredible bit of fielding. And European cricket delivering once again. And it's Josh Butler that takes the catch. Gowrie, good innings from him, but he has to go. 34 off 40. The score now is 87 for 3. So Hooper, man, was pretty happy about that as well. Jacob Henry saying Josh Butler is here. Well, it's Josh Butler with an SH, Joshua Butler. But if you are Josh Butler, you would also be very proud to take a catch like that. I mean, it was a fantastic catch. I mean, judged it perfectly. And what made that possible? He just timed the jump perfectly. And that takes care of the left-hander. New bat out there is Ali Salim. These two did put on the key partnership yesterday. So they'll be comfortable batting together. But, you know, I thought that Gowrie might go leg side. They had choked up the deep mid-wicket region. Could go maybe deep square, a bit square up, but he decided to go over cover, but he couldn't quite get it over. Josh Butler. No full toss. Should be pushing for 2 here. That's good fielding. Really good fielding by Ben Febrash. Make sure they don't get 2. Now this will be interesting. Shesa Hark. It's a bit of a cross breeze. He likes to go straight, so I don't think it's a problem. As long as he doesn't try and pull across the ball too much. But he's pretty comfortable going straight down the ground. I kind of want to know, will he go after the slower ball of Hooper as well? It's kind of an over-spinning, back of the hand slow ball that Hooper likes to bowl. I think he'll bowl a few of them to Mohammad Shesahak. He does like the pace on the ball. Should be an interesting contest. Oh, so he gets inventive. This is really clever batting, and it's going to bring 4. Cuatro carreras. Mohammad Shesahak. Well, he's taken a little bit of time to get into his innings today. Again, I think he makes up his mind. The ball's going to be out there. You can imagine Hooper probably will be trying to bowl that kind of wide hole kind of line that we talk about. Shesahak plays this shot really well. There was no third man back, so it does make that shot fruitful if you can get it. Good batting. There's the slow ball this time. It will be called a wide. Shesahak going after it. Got the length of this right, I think, but just knocked the line. You can see. It comes back a bit, but I do think that's a wide. Exciting player to watch, isn't he? Slow ball again. This time he gets it right. Just get 1. Moment, that's a win for Guernsey. So one thing's for sure, this is going to be what I would call a pass score at the moment. I mean, 110 to 120. I do think that's par, based on what we've seen so far, about how the players have adapted to the conditions. once again. Hooper loses the battle with wide line. A few people saying, yeah, it's Josh Butler Guernsey version. Yeah, well, he's the real deal, Joshua Butler. What a catch that is. And, well, the European Cricket Network, he will have that to show his children, his great-great-grandchildren one day. Goes over cover. This may not go, but it may. I'll get at least 2. We do hustle back for a couple. It does take us to the end of the 17th over. So Salim gets 2, but Shahak will take the strike. 17 overs down. It's 97 for 3. So you're still looking at that kind of 10-10-10 from here. Get to 127. You've got plenty of wickets in hand. You can afford to take plenty of risks. So let's see who gets the over. I mean, I would think about bowling Tech Martel here. I mean, why not? And I think Shahak has taken down the paces so far in this series. Some discussion about it. Butler is having a bit of a chat to Matt Stokes, who is another one we haven't seen again. And I think looks like they're going to go for Stokes here. Well, they're having a chat about it. So let's see. You see them just to the right of your screen there. The thing is, one thing about options, you've got a lot of good options here. You've probably got a lot of options as a captain that you feel you're comfortable with. So that's a good problem to have when you're captaining. It's a lot better than scratching your head and not being sure who you want to bowl. So literally, they can bowl anybody here in this over, except Hooper, because he bowled the last over. They use 6 bowlers. 5 have bowled 3. 1's bowled 2. Just keeping my eye on Romania game, and looks like we just got to the end of the first innings there. And so yeah, either Cluj or Maniasa make it through to the final against Bucharest Gladiators. Exciting stuff happening on the European Cricket Network today. So I think they have decided that they're going to go with pace, and I think it looks like Bishard is going to bowl it. Sending the keeper back. I think that's a good idea because Sherzahak likes to get inventive and likes to ramp a bit. And if you're keeping back, you can actually catch some of those little deflections. If you're right up to the stumps, then you're in big trouble if there's even a little edge. Eighteenth over then. Here's Bishy. Pretty good first ball. Just be 1 up in the block hole. Well, no matter who they choose to bowl, they're going to have to bowl well. So pretty happy to see Sherzahak at the other end at the moment. And backing the teenager to bowl in this situation. I like that. He's bowled well. But this one is going to be adios pelota. The first one was up in the block hole, but this one gave a little bit of length, and this one disappears pretty quickly. Maximo! Now, super strike from Ali Salim. He says enough's enough, and he lifts this one out of the ground. Yeah, it was a bit of a nothing ball, wasn't it, at this stage of the innings? I mean, that's fine earlier on. But, good batting, good ball striking, and you can see the wind taking that one. They have plenty of resources left. 7 wickets in hand as we head into the last 3 overs, so yeah, it'll be buckle up time, I think, for the rest of this innings. Goes again, doesn't quite get it, but does get it kind of into the gap. And they're going to go for 2. They better get the skates on here. And a throw. We didn't have a lot of power in it from Hooper. Throwing into the wind as well, I suppose, but they do get back for a couple. Salim run a ball 25 yesterday. These two, it was the key partnership. It essentially took the game away from Guernsey. Nine off the first half of this over. It goes again. Once again, similar spot. Well, they push for 2 this time. Don't think they'll get it. It's a comfortable 1 bounce for Hooper. They just do keep it to 1. Fascinating contest between these two teams. I think they're heading for what I would call, I said, about 120s par, maybe a few more than that now on the cards if these two can strike a couple more lusty blows. Now this one is just helped away, but it should be caught, and it is caught. And nice bit of outfielding by Ben Fabrash. He just times this one, does Marmacher Sahak. And he was hoping the wind would do the work, but it's a fairly long boundary in that part of the ground. Ben Fabrash took the catch with minimum of fuss, and so Bichard does get pumped, but he does pick up a wicket as well here in the 18th over. And the score now is 107 for 4. Bichard pretty happy to pick up a wicket. Sahak departs for 17 off 14. Just the 1 4 and 1 Maximo in his innings. Recently, a bit of a live wire, isn't he? But Ali Salim, well, he's the man that's gone out there. He's already cracked 1-6 in the over. He'll be facing up because the batters did cross. Those days are numbered. He'll be even discussing that, of course. This will be the last Northern season where that will be in the laws of cricket, where if you cross on a catch, you get to remain at the end that you were closest to when the catch was taken. Last ball of the over coming up. 107 for 4. Second wicket for Bichard. Last ball of his spell coming up. And he'll get another wicket. So he finishes in style, and he gets both the batters that were there at the start of the over. He gets them in consecutive balls. So he'll finish with 3 for 28. Pretty good effort from the teenager. They did bring him on to bowl the 18th over, and they had a lot of options. He did go for 10 in the first 4 balls, but he finishes with bang, bang. At the end of the over, it's 107 for 5. Well, he won't get a chance to go for his hat-trick. Maybe we'll keep an asterisk next to him. The next time we see him later in the day against Spain, we'll remember that. See if he can take a wicket first ball. As I can see, over in the Cluj, Baniasa, qualifier number 2. Looks like Cluj have scored 87. So interesting kind of score. It's been a lot lower scoring this year in Romania. I wonder if that's the conditions, or perhaps the fact that there's a couple of notable names missing. Namely Taranjit Singh for one, but also I think ACCB. They were just well off the boil this week. So, big hello to everyone that's watching 2 screens at once. So, Bishy becomes the first bowler to bowl out. 3 for 28, his figures. Been a little bit disappointed, I think, to get taken down for a 6 earlier in the over, because it was the kind of ball that was possible to dispatch, I suppose. Anyway, here's Hooper. He's going to bowl out here in the 19th. A slightly slower ball from him. I should think about 2 here. Long chase for Matt Stokes. Now, he's the interesting one for me, Stokes. Bowled the first 2 overs. Well, not the first 2, but he bowled 2 early on. And only went for 3 runs. But we haven't seen him again. Maybe just not back him to bowl at the end of the innings. Good stuff from Hooper, full straight. Now you've got essentially 2 new batters there. Mahidullah Sahak and Abharatna, who's out there now. Now, Mingus is out. He's chipped this straight back at Hooper. He's got a good set of hands. And yeah, this one, once again, gets it right up in the block hole. The batter just tries to manufacture this. See, back of the hand. And yeah, the batter had to wait. And he tries to get his hands through the ball. But all he does is hit it straight back at Hoops. He throws it away fairly nonchalantly. So the wickets are tumbling, as you'd expect at the end of an innings like this. Now, it's 109 for 6. Brigade Abharatna is out there now and on striker's end. So Norway looking for a little kick here. say that 120 or so. That to me just it strikes me as the pass score. Maybe 115 to 120. It's not so much what I would have picked from the conditions. It's just what I'm picking from this mixture of this player group and the time in the season, as well as the conditions. So here's Hoops. He's bowling to Safdar. A bit lower down than we've seen. Go for two here, but he's slow to get going on the second run. He's going to have to get his skates on. Yeah, good throw there, gets him in trouble. And now we're going to have a buzzer. So we'll see a rare three. That's another good reason to take on some of these dicey too. See, he's just a bit slow to turn for the second here. I don't think he was sold on it. Yeah, better throw there. I think he might be struggling, but it kind of just bounces away from the backup fielder as well. I suppose that's a good risk paying off for Guernsey. Cut away, finds the gap. It'll be a long chase for the fielder. I knew he's putting in the big ones, but he's not going to get there. So Amaratna gets off the mark. Well, the overthrow changed the strike. And the man we're seeing for the first time doesn't waste any time getting going. You can see different looking game when you bat without fear. And that's what we're seeing at the moment. Yeah, we've seen wickets, but we've also seen a few more runs. Nice start for Kurugay Abaratna. Next one, won't get past the infield, just one. So it's the end of the 19th over. They say it all happens in the 19th, and Hooper does get 2 wickets, but he'll be disappointed, I think. He wasn't able to stem the flow of runs a little bit better than that, as he will concede 40 off his 4. And after 19 overs, the score is 117 for 6. Once again, big hellos to everyone who's watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and also those that are watching on fan code all across the subcontinent. So, looks to me like they're going back to Pete Field. He bowled the first, he bowled the last. First over, only went for 1. He's on a run of 5 dots. He'd love to have some more of those. Well, this is even better than a dot because it knocks out the leg stump. And so, Pete Field, he's right on target. Well, we saw him falling over. First ball of the first over. First ball of the last, it's a stump. That falls over as he goes straight through Kurugay Abaratna. Just blasts through him. Fast bowlers, I love that. And another wicket tumbles for Norway. 117 for 7. Can't really blame Abaratna there. He was pretty keen to take a chance and just go for it, maybe targeting that leg side boundary, but he will go. So, yeah, 5 balls remaining. Just kind of burgle 8 off here, get up to 125. I think you bowling field well enough, like you did last night, then you're a chance. Abdul Sheikh comes in, swings and misses. And you've got Safdar there, who we saw batting a bit higher yesterday for Norway. He was batting 4, but he struggled a bit to 15 off 28. And today, against Spain, also batting 4, got 3 off 9. So, Safdar non-strikers then. He's hardly been setting the world on fire in these conditions. Good bowling for Pete Field. He's on a heater now. That's 8 balls in a row that haven't been scored off. Yeah, Pete Field. Touching well what we've seen so far. He's unhittable here in the 20th. There you go. Here's the man of the moment, Pete Field, in again. This time, tries out a bouncer. So about being unpredictable as well. I can't say I would have picked that. The batter kind of locks up. You'd say, okay, why don't you play a shot at this? It's the last thing you expect, I think. Yeah, just okay for height. So that's 9 dots in a row. The first and last I'm talking about. This is not talking about his other 2 middle overs. I was talking first and last here. Lose his run this time. Well, now I think at the point where Abdullah Sheikh, even if you miss this, I think you got to run. I think just seen some pretty bad throws from keepers back at the stumps. Just maybe try and give Safdar a go at it. He's got 3 off the only ball that he faced, which included an overthrow. Does get some bat on this. I think they'll settle for 1 here. So Safdar essentially have a free shot at advancing the score, 118.
One more then, Wilbur.
I think Liam's saying it's getting a bit late in New Zealand, so he might be nicking off soon. Of course, you can always watch things back anytime you like on our YouTube channel, Eastern European Cricket Network. So Dory asking, is it international match? Sure is. T20 International Cricket, and the last innings, the first innings, will finish here. Yeah, you might as well go for 2 here. And they're going to try it. And they're going to get there. Thought maybe the keeper might have been a better option there, but Safdar will get a couple, and they'll finish bang on the 120. Norway, 120 for 7. After winning the toss and batting first here in match 3. They end up going run-a-ball pace, so Guernsey ended up getting to 100 yesterday, but not much went right for them in their batting innings. I think this is line ball stuff. I think it's a 50-50 match after the first innings, so I'm sure there'll be plenty of interested observers in the second innings. And it's a crucial match for both these teams. I mean, Norway, we won't see them again now until the last match after this match, of course. They will play 3 of their 4 matches. And Guernsey, well, they're just hoping to get some runs on the board. They've got ambitions of winning this tournament, despite losing the tournament opener to Norway yesterday. So, in a pretty good position to do so. And when you can't tell who's favourite, you know it's going to be a good contest. And Norway, well, they didn't have Raza Iqbal at the top of the order. So, they sent out Aminullah Tanha with his first hit, but nothing really went right for him. Ended up holding out for 1 off 11. And again, credit to the Guernsey bowlers for the most part. Now showing a lot of athleticism in the field. I did notice a kind of perceptible change in risk level in the power play. But having said that, it's still only gathered 27 runs for the Norwegians. This is one that was caught fairly comfortably by Matty Stokes. You can see it was after Keezer Ahmed, the captain. He did make a pretty good 37. And then with 2 wickets down, they sent out Sher Sahat to join Walid Ghari. Well, this is one that he did get really good into the wind for 6. The Maximos were few and far between, though. But how about that? That was the highlight of the innings for me. That catch by Josh Butler, the Statue of Liberty plate. Up went the right hand, and it came down with the ball stuck to it. Ahmed Sher Sahat is an excitement machine, isn't he? As the little reverse paddle scoop. And his luck would run out, though, ultimately on 17, as he flicked this away behind square. Fabrash did the rest. And I'll say Ali Salim with a couple of nice blows of his own, and he would ultimately go for 12. He became one of Bishart's victims. And, 2 wickets in consecutive balls. And Hooper was able to pouch a return chance there. It was a little bit more expensive, I think, than he planned to be. So it's a little bonus boundary for Kuruge Abaratna, as they seemed short of getting the 120 at one stage, but yeah, Petefield came on in the 20th and came back, put the brakes on. Only 3 runs come off the last over. None came off the first 4 balls of it, as Petefield, top and tails, doing a good job bookending the innings for Guernsey, as they restrict Norway to 120 for 7 off their 20 overs. An innings that saw 9 boundaries and 3 sixes. And again, the ebbs and flows. It was Keezer Ahmed, the captain, with 37 off 36. supported by Gari, 34 of 40. Those two had a good partnership. But then Shersahak and Ali Salim, I think they were important at just getting things moving in the last quarter of the innings. 17 for Mohammad Shersahak, but not quite the 70 he scored yesterday in the corresponding fixture. A dozen for Ali Salim as well. Everybody towards the end just doing their best to advance the score. Only 6 extras and pretty disciplined bowling, you'd have to say, across the board for Guernsey, as they conceded 120. And looking at those bowling figures, you'd have to say there's a lot of good performers there. I did like Pete Field. Like I said, he bookended the innings well. 2 for 14 of his 4 overs, including the last over that only went for 3. Stokes, well, he only conceded 3 off his first couple of overs, but never seen again. Well, maybe that was to do with what happened yesterday in his 3rd and 4th overs. They did share it round. Bishard with 3 wickets, 2 for Hooper. And the spin twins, Nightingale and Martel, I think they bowled pretty well as well because they only conceded 33. They didn't pick up a wicket today. I thought maybe they might have been a chance to bowl towards the end as well. They weren't required. Plenty of options for Guernsey skipper Josh Butler. I'm sure that he'll feature prominently in the chase. When we return in about 10 minutes' time, it will be Guernsey. And they're hoping for revenge, aren't they? They'll need 120 runs off their 20 overs if they're to pick up their first points of the tournament. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching around the world. This is ECN, and you're watching the ECI Spain T20 Tri-Series. Hello and welcome back to Desert Springs, and we're halfway through this match 3. We're halfway through the day of a Super Saturday. And looking forward to the reply here from Guernsey, searching for their first points of the series. It's a tough pill to swallow yesterday, as they just had essentially one man take the game away from them. Mohamed Chesahak. Now, we'll see them coming out and chasing 121 for victory. Getting sound to hear Mr. Maximo. Might have a special guest commentator coming across very shortly. Very familiar face. I was hoping we'd have the equipment to get him on. It does seem like we do. Just let you know at the end of the first over. So yeah, I mean, it's a good test for Guernsey's batting here. So once again, welcome back to everyone who's watching on our YouTube channel, Eastern European Cricket Network, as well as fan code across India. So here we go, Vinay Ravi to start things off for Norway. First one pushes the batter back, and Guernsey will be hoping a bit more success with the bat. Here's a man who's already had some success today. First T20 International that I've seen him involved in close up is none other than Spanish coach, good friend, zinc wearing, Spanish uniform rocking coach and commentator, Corey Ruckers. Welcome, Corey.
Thank you very much, Vinny.
Good to have you here. Good to have a bit of company, actually. How's this one? Not too spicy for everybody.
Yeah, I did want to jump in there because I thought to myself, I was sitting in the dugout and I thought, oh, my old friend Vinny's here at Desert Springs, and it must be difficult doing it on your own. You've been talking a lot.
Well, you know, I like to talk, so it's not really a problem. I've had a bit of company in the chat from our friends, ECN, European Cricket Network, of course. Yeah, it's great to have you here, Corey. I've got plenty of questions for you. I'm sure a lot of our viewers will have some questions as well for you. So put in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. I'm going to throw one at you straight off the bat before we get into the pleasantries.
Yeah, go on.
I've talked cricket. What do you think? What's the pass score out here? I've got my ideas, but I know you haven't been listening to me. What do you think?
Okay, well, I think if the batting teams bat to their ability, I think 140 is still par. I think 140 is a fair score. It's big boundaries, as you can tell, a bit different. I think the wicket's true enough. I haven't seen any demons in it. It just maybe it's a little bit soft on top, so batsmen are struggling to get the drives away through the line. But with such a big boundary, it changes the whole parameters of it. I mean, we do T10 cricket, don't we?
Yeah,
so
sure do. Well, so see, I actually kind of factored in the way people are batting into my pass score, and I kind of dialed it down to about 120. I think the 140 is if the batter's less rusty than what we've seen so far. The bowling's been good too. This one's worked away. It's just Damerel. Get off the mark here with a single.
Yeah, we've been pretty impressed by what we've seen of Guernsey and Norway, that the bowling's been disciplined. It doesn't seem like there's too many freebies, but overall, yeah, I still think a 140 should be par. I mean, when I look at our game, we ended up with just on 130, and that was with only 21 off the power play. So I think if a team has a decent power play, that's the one thing that's been lacking, a decent power play. We haven't seen a team be able to get away just yet, and then it gets a bit trickier throughout. So
yeah, we haven't seen anyone get away. That's the thing. All the power plays have been in the 20s so far.
Yeah.
And we've into, this is the 6th innings now. See, Ravi knocked down, and we'll just be one regardless here, I think.
It's a bit of a back into T20 cricket world, isn't it? I mean, Guernsey didn't get to play for two years. Yeah. Norway only got a couple of games. But it feels strange actually being next to you in the commentary box when I'm in a coaching role. I don't feel like this is our usual flow. Usually I'm leading the commentary here and you're giving me the support.
Wait, do you want to?
No. By all means, it's all yours.
I don't mind actually. I found it really interesting, of course.
I've got some questions for you actually. I haven't seen you in about a month.
Yeah. Has it been that long?
Could have been longer.
Down the ground, gets past the ball. They will get one. It'll be the end of the over. Pretty circumspect start this for Guernsey, but also pretty good over for Vinay Ravi. All right. Well, you know.
I've got you.
I'm ready for your questions. I'm used to.
Well, you've been over here. This is your first time to Desert Springs, right?
It is, yeah.
How good?
It's
How
fantastic.
good. This is top
And
draw,
I've come
isn't it?
when the weather came good as well. So I've come at a good time.
Yeah, I heard you were in Bulgaria. It was -2 or something.
It was snowing. But, I mean, you missed out. I mean,
probably a good one to miss.
It was proper snow, not like little bits of snow either. It was chunks. There were probably, not golf ball size, but kind of slightly smaller than that, snowflakes.
You were in Romania as well?
I was in Romania for 4 days, the first 3 of the tournament. I got there on Sunday. And so I was just saying, because I realised I had my birthday last week.
I texted you.
Yeah,
I texted you.
Thank you. That was in Bulgaria. But I just thought all the countries I've been, that's a week ago, right?
Yep.
Today is next Saturday. My birthday was last Saturday. Since last week, I've been in, including stopover countries, I've been in Bulgaria, Turkey, Romania, the Netherlands, and Spain.
You do get around.
So I've been in 5 different countries. I've set foot in 5 different countries in the last week.
I'm pretty sure you're back to Perth in a few weeks, so you deserve a a bit of a break.
Taking a couple of weeks off to go visit some friends and family. I'm looking forward to that. First time in a while. It's a bit more possible these days. So.
But yeah, how are you enjoying sort of Desert Springs and the sun out, T20 cricket, turf wickets, back to maybe a little bit of what you knew from your growing up days?
Probably what strikes me about this, it does, and I said this yesterday, it probably strikes me more the level of cricket that I played. I played a fair bit of.
Yeah.
I know it's international cricket, but I mean, you look at guys like Josh Tremeth Morrow, who plays kind of Premier Cricket in Victoria. It's the kind of level that I would. It brings it back to me actually a bit more. I mean, I love commentating the T10, the European Cricket Series, of course, and the ECL, ECC, but I never really played that type of cricket. So I'm just observing. This kind of hits a bit more close to home for me, I think. Butler is out opening the batting, and that's one of the changes that we've seen.
That ball there is a good example of just on the top. It's gorgeous looking wicket and that, but it's just a little bit difficult to get away. Maybe why the scores have been a tad low, but yeah, no, I'm glad you're out here. Thank you for making the effort and for the ECN for getting the T20s on. It's great that we get to bring some international cricket of T20 level.
Yeah, for sure. You know, and one thing I love about this series is, on paper, all the sides are really closely ranked, and I think it's played out that way so far. I know we've had a couple of matches that haven't necessarily been close, but you would say that on any particular day, any of these teams could beat each other depending on who performs and who plays well. So I suppose that is interesting. I'm sure you're keen because I mean you're not even the highest ranked in this group. So obviously, you know, the points, the way this works, I don't really understand it completely. But if you beat an opponent ranked higher, there's a fair bunch of points in that for you.
Yeah,
right?
There's a lot of points on the line basically. I mean, 4 international games when all the countries have been starved of cricket. So every game almost feels like a bit of a final. I know Guernsey will be wanting to get their first win desperately here. It's a nice looking shot straight to the fielder. But yeah, just these power plays, teams struggling to get away. And I'm sure we'll see them break through the shackles soon enough.
I want to know as well, I mean, obviously you picked a slightly new look squad for this tournament. How are you feeling about some of your debutants? They played really well today, some of them, hey?
Yeah, so I feel a bit more relaxed now. There's a bit of chaos there with the skipper going down about 10 minutes before fielding.
Going to ask you that as well. See, Damerel is pushing this no run.
But no, it's a pretty big moment. I mean, they got their cap presentations last night, the debutants, so they knew they were playing, and that's Joshua Tremberth Morrow, Daniel Doyle, Lorne Burns, and Hitman Mohammed Cameron. And pretty special moment for all from different parts of the world, which I thought was cool. A South African, Australian, Englishman, and a Pakistani. But
sounds like
their home
a joke,
now,
doesn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable.
Yeah,
so
sure.
big debuts for them, and they all did pretty well. And yeah, very excited for them all, and happy for the group to get their first win.
Hitman with a wicket in his first over as well.
Shock.
Now Damerel tries to launch this one leg side, but he'll get none of it. It's the end of the over. Guernsey 6 for no loss. So okay.
Yeah.
Well, while we're talking about Chris Munoz-Mills, how is he? I mean, it looked like he had some sort of an ankle. It might have gone in on his ankle, and it was pretty innocuous, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We didn't even see it live.
He said as he went to go to run, explode off, he just heard this awful noise, and the top of his foot has blown up, so he's off for an X-ray.
Right, will we see him again
He's
this
not
weekend?
playing tonight. I'm not a doctor. We're hoping for tomorrow morning, but it's not a great scenario.
Yeah,
and he's gutted. He's devastated.
I mean, I know
he's been waiting for this for 6 months, and to have that after just an over a play, it sent everything into chaos. We had the captain gone, tactics, everything, everything you prepare for. So I hope Christopher's okay, and I'm sure he'll be listening. So good luck, buddy, and yeah, definitely with you.
Yeah, Chris, all the best from us as well. sure you're probably watching this right now. But yeah, you know, certainly I'm feeling for you. I know how hard you work to get to this this situation. And yeah, I mean, I suppose the thing with Chris, he's not the kind of player you'd want to play on one leg either. I mean, you've got a few options. I mean, obviously, it's a big loss if you lose your captain.
Losing your captain.
But it does give an opportunity to someone else to fill his spot. And I know this is kind of tournament where you want to try a few things, and you're kind of forced into making some changes then.
Yeah, absolutely. Forced into make changes and forced into making some leadership changes early as well, which wasn't expected. But yeah, fingers crossed for Chris as comes in and defended back. And yeah, it does. We've had to make the one change for the next game, and not afraid to say Ravi Panchal will get his opportunity in that one, and comes in batsman for batsman. But we've got a good bench as well, so Ravi will play this one, and still plenty of room there. I mean, we've got young Gaurang, Atif and Tom on the sideline who are all more than capable.
Is it one of your things you'd like is to get everyone a game this weekend, or is it kind of, it's nice if it happens, but not something you're so set on?
It's on the forefront.
Wait for this ball from Vinay Ravi. Just down the leg side, we called it wide.
It's on the forefront of the mind, but I don't like to premeditate too much. You just go with the flow. I mean, at the end of the day, never thought Chris would be injured this morning. We've got Gaurang's a young backup left-arm offie. Tom Vine's a tall, quick, that bowls really good cutters. And
really good slow ball bowler.
I think he'd be really good, useful on these wickets. And young Atif, also very good with his pace. So, I mean, there's lots of variety there, which is exciting.
Yeah, for sure. And you'll know exactly what you need to do. I suppose come tomorrow, you're the only team that will play each of the last 3 games. This one's a little edge. A bit of work for the third man. He won't be able to stop it. 4 runs. 4 carreras as Butler. Well, he found himself a bit bogged down yesterday, and he said similar things about the pitch as you. I mean, it looks good. There's no gremlins in it or anything, but I think perhaps it's not quite coming on as much as some of the batters would have liked.
It's not. It's a funny one. I'm not out there playing it. It's not tennis ball bounce.
Yeah.
It's not super expressive quick, and it's not super expressive slow. I think good bowlers with spinners, and I think the spinners have bowled really well in this tournament so far as well. But yeah, it's a gorgeous setting. I tell you what, this outfield, you'd want to be playing some lawn bowls on it if you had an option. Well, but is this one of the best outfields we've got in the ECN?
It's too good. You got to put a few more bumps in it.
You must be missing all the crazy bumps and the chaos, right? That's why I've come to keep you occupied a bit. You're used to a little bit too much crazy. This is a bit more traditional cricket now.
Yeah, it certainly is. But look, I'm liking it. Like I said, I can certainly relate to the kind of level of the format. I used to love playing T20 cricket. I started playing, I suppose, when it first came into the mainstream. Ravi.
Shot. Oh, that's a gorgeous shot, Vin. The old classical on drive.
It'll be a close one. And a fielder.
Well done.
I think he just pulls this back. He will get 3. He does save a run, but yeah, I mean, I do like his work down the ground. As be a rare 3 on ECN. You don't see that many of them.
No, pretty rare. Well, you don't see many on the ECN, but with these boundaries, I think straight's about 74 to 76 metres. So
yeah,
you'd expect to see a few more 3s, and yeah, I mean, if you clear the pickets here, you've definitely hit it. It stayed hit. To hit a 6 here, you've definitely hit it.
Makes it all the more impressive when you do get them. But I suppose what it does is, it's that the risk reward isn't really there to elevate, is it? Because,
no.
Because you're not expecting too many drop catches to expose yourself to dismissal. This one not really timed. So.
Yeah, so your first experience at Desert Springs, you've seen Cardama. I'm sure you would have been out to La Mungo and so there's quite a bit of cricket stocks in Spain, isn't there?
Look, here's the thing with Spain. Perfect weather for a facility like this. Because you can play cricket all year round here probably as well, right?
Basically, it's around about 10 to 11 months. I don't think you get too much in December, January. To be honest, I've been cursed. I've been at Desert Springs 13 days. It rained 10. So this is a bit of a blessing in disguise for myself. It's just great to see everyone out here playing cricket, all the supporters here as well.
Goes aerial, and this is a good shot in the power play, and it will get over 4 carreras. Nice shot. Good batting from Damerel. They are trying to get moving. I mean, it's quite incredible to me still. All 5 innings, the power plays, they've been in the 20s, normally low 20s. And so, yeah, some good intent here from the keeper bat.
Yeah, good batting. I mean, if you get one in your half, you've still got to put it away and just lofts that over mid-on. It's good hitting. Guernsey, I mean, they were pretty shocked, I think, yesterday with that innings from the number 7. They'll be definitely wanting a little bit of payback in this match.
Goes aerial again. This one's even better, and this is going to be 4 more. So, back-to-back from Damerel as he looks to get things moving, and Guernsey, they look like a team that want to get some points on the board
Yeah, absolutely. It's good batting. He gets another half volley and still got to put it away. Another 4 runs there, and good start this by Guernsey now, who will be looking to register their first win. Looking forward to taking them on later today. And I just want to take the opportunity, because I'm not going to be on the comms for too long. I've got a few things to prepare, but just want to say thanks to the European Cricket Network for coming and covering these games. I know we don't always do T20s, but big thank you to you guys out there, and thank you to Desert Springs for hosting this Tri-Series as well.
How long can we keep you on for now? What have we got? 3 o'clock?
Oh, I've got a while.
You
I'll
got
give you.
2
Yeah,
hours?
you just want a bit of. You want a
I
bit of
just
company.
think it's nice because it's actually.
I'll give you
can't
20
believe I'm
more.
going to say this, but I have missed you.
I
Right?
missed you.
And I had some internet issues. I'm just going to go back and have a look in the comments and see what we got. I know a lot of people enjoying this. Steve Cook is, of course. Among Cricket Club. Maiden Waters, I love watching your spinners bowl. I'll talk about that a little bit. Lee Butler pushing away, 22 after 3 overs. Yeah, so I mean, you must be pretty happy with the variety of bowlers you've got as well. I thought that Charlie Remitrovic bowled really well. He's a good kid, isn't he?
Just turned 17.
I think his birthday is actually on Tuesday.
Okay, maybe you know more about.
I do know that.
So he's actually involved with the knots now. He's in the knot setup. So I mean, that's high level. Left arm off spin. I do like the variety. Lorne Burns, obviously right arm leg spin. Yasir Ali, what a game he played.
Yeah, he played really well,
His right arm off spin. It's a bit underestimated. It's very difficult to get away.
Yeah, I called him more of a defensive bowler, but in a sense, he created his wickets by the fact that they were so keen to get after him.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it's good to have that variety. I mean, 3 different spinners, all a couple with different arms, and then you got the 2 quicks and the left arm seamer and hitman. So we've gone for a bit of variety and trying to play a bit of matchmaker and making sure the right bowler comes on at the right time. And yeah, it seemed to work the first game, and I think that was a really good win, just positive to get the nerves out a little bit. With so many debutants in a new system, they're always going to be a bit nervous.
Shamwari chopped away. Oh. Well, wonder the keeper, ECS style.
Tell you what,
they do watch our cricket.
That's good aggressive running, that.
There's always one there. Damerel actually himself, they took one of him earlier that they really shouldn't have, and he threw about a whole pitch away. But I was going to say, for you, it must be pretty exciting. All the planning that you do behind the scenes, obviously there's a lot of work goes into it, the selections, the personal relationships you build. I mean, it must be really personally satisfying to kind of finally be able to do something on the field, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are, for a coach, actually, these are the most relaxed days in a funny way, as he comes in once more. A nice little dab down third man, traditional T20 shot that. Yeah, these are the relaxed days. The amount of stuff you do behind the scenes trying to build the high performance program, get the guys schedules, players, searching, talent, budgets, ICC documents, this eligibility, this and the other. When you get to these days, if you feel like you've done your job, you can actually sit back and enjoy.
Yeah.
So if they win, it's a bonus. And if they had a loss, I would have loved the boys either way, but really happy for them, and I'm looking forward to the game later today, really am.
Dug out and 1 run. So yeah. Do you think it's a positive playing the last 3 games? It gives you a bit more of a look at some of the opposition, maybe craft your plans a bit more?
Yeah, look, still there's lots of flexibility that can be used in that, but still trying to get our reading on the pitch and the outfield and who should come up against what players and that. And yeah, there's plenty of potential in Spain, and not just with these 15 men we've brought here. There's that much potential. It's really exciting. Even with Norway and Guernsey, I mean, it's great to see them out here. They've got so much talent. No, there's a couple missing from Guernsey this weekend as well. They're off a little bit busy and a few injuries.
One to Butler.
What happened in their chase yesterday? What made Guernsey fall behind the 8 ball so much? Because we were off in the nets. We were having our last session.
If you watch the first with the Norway innings, it was like the same thing.
Yeah.
So they just didn't have like a white knight to come in and just whack 13 and over for the last 6 overs.
That's a remarkable innings. Yeah. On big boundaries too.
Yeah,
what did he make? He made
70 off 29. And he hit more boundaries in the game than everyone else combined.
Has to be some sort of record.
Yeah, I think there were 5 4s and a 6. Everybody else, he hit, I think it was 6 4s and 5 6s.
Okay.
So
yep.
It's not bad, is it? But he's a funny character. They seem to go, oh, why don't you bat him higher? And they say, well, he's a free spirit. He'll just come and do what he wants, and that's just where he bats. So, yeah, once again, I'm here with Spanish national team coach Corey Rutgers, who's kindly volunteered to spend a bit of time
Just
here in the box.
So
I think that you're missing it as well.
I was looking at you in the tent, and I thought, where's his co-commentator? He needs a little bit more support. I mean, doing 5 T10s is good, but 3 T20s without a co-commentator. Well done to you,
Tell you
Vinny.
what, I'm going to get you my money's worth out of you here. So you've got Wahidul Sahak. I'm going to let you commentate this over on your own, Corey.
Well, here we go.
I know you love this.
Comes in and, oh, they'll scamper through for a 1 on the leg side as Vinny sold me down the deep end here. Wasn't ready for that. Meant to be in the coaching mode, but no, good to be here. And a lot to like about both these teams, I think. We've watched a little bit of them from the side. And Norway, they've got a very disciplined bowling attack. That's what's impressed me the most. They don't give you many loose balls, and I think we haven't seen the best of Guernsey's batting yet, but these two have got off to a really good start. Nice to see some shots over the top in the infield backing themselves. And they'll definitely be hoping to register their first win in the competition here. Oh, in the air and caught. Well, I just put the mocker on him. It was a drive. He's hit it straight to cover. It's a pretty big wicket as well, and oh, he'll be disappointed with that. It was a pretty loose shot in the end. He sort of just reached at it, and this is what I mean. On the surface, it's a gorgeous wicket, but maybe just stopping a little bit. Batsman struggling to get the ball away, and a big wicket. That'll give Norway a bit of belief in Guernsey. Well, give someone else an opportunity.
I'll come back on the wicket. It won't make you go the whole over. But no, what I will say is, you know, Guernsey, I think they have watched all of these innings so far, and look, whatever's happening, no one can get on the power play. So and occasionally we've seen that one pinch hitter go up, maybe get out early, and the shutters go on, right?
Yeah.
So I think there's certainly an effort that, look, it can't go a lot worse than it's been going.
Yeah.
When you think that no matter what's been happening, the power play's been between 20 and 27. So they're going to go, look, it can't be worse than that. We don't care if we lose a few wickets. Then we can rebuild. Then there's the time to rebuild. But chasing something like 120, if you can get up that, I would have thought a power play would be 40 to 45.
Yeah.
If you get that, then you've set the table, and everyone can bat normally at this level.
Yeah.
You know, you get people that can get that kind of 5, 6 and over.
Funnily enough, because in the power play, you got most of the guys in the ring, right? 2 boundary riders. You're getting more dot balls now. And then as soon as the field spreads, teams are actually finding it a little bit more, easier to score and maybe push the 2. So, yeah, power play padding has been tricky so far in this comp has pushed to short fine leg and another dot ball. But I think there also has to be a little bit of credit given to the bowlers. I don't think these 3 bowling units that are at this competition so far have been pretty impressive. I know a lot about my own, obviously, the Spanish lads, but I've been really impressed with Norway. They've got 2 spinners, and they're missing their captain Iqbal in this game. He's a good left arm offie. They've got the tall right arm leg spinner. And Guernsey, they're just steady. They keep it really tight. The bowling's been really good. It's strongly defended back to cover fieldsman. But yeah, I just think, yeah, maybe a little bit of the bigger boundaries. People haven't played on it in a while, and T20 cricket, a bit of rustiness, but I think the bowling units have been really exceptional from all 3 teams so far, and batsmen are just trying to find a way. That's why I know in our game, Joshua Tremberth and Yassir's partnership, that was exemplary in tough times.
Talk about that a bit more in a second, because something I want to address. This grabs a bit of pad down leg side. Should get a couple here. Long chase to the outfielder. We've got Tom Nightingale out there now. Let's come up the order slightly. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you look at stats in isolation, and Josh Tremberth-Morrow certainly didn't set the world on fire with his strike rate, but he at least provided some stability. And with Yasir Ali there, I think it was the key partnership. You see that some teams are even struggling to kind of bat out their 20 overs.
We talk about one of the top 4 being there in the last few overs, and both of them got themselves there. And I'll go on that in a second as that's blocked into the offside. They should scamper through for a quick single, and they will. And that's a good bit of running. That's one thing we've been impressed by all the teams. The running between the wickets been really, really good.
End of the over. It's 31 for 1 at the end of 5.
But let's not. Joshua Tremberth-Morrow, talking about that young man from Australia, Spanish mother, passport. It's his debut.
Yeah.
We're 2 for 15 after 5.
Sure.
And he makes 39 off 51 or so. That's an outstanding T20 innings. And people might go strikers. Is that if the par's only 120 to 130, he was the glue.
Yeah, he held it
I
together.
mean, I know a lot of other people on debut that might pay. He would have had all his friends and family back home in Australia and around Spain watching. So credit to him and Yassir's temperament and the skill that he had. Beautiful partnership. We would have liked a few more in our last 4 overs. We didn't explode as much as we could have, but if we had a good back end 4 overs, we would have ended up with 150. So still a few. We have a lot of things to work on as a unit still. We didn't play a perfect game by all means, probably a B- game, but good to get that first win away with the guys.
This one gets through. And, A bit of spice about this delivery.
Oh, it's an absolute jaffa. That's come back a long way.
Abdullah Shinwari. He's a dangerous customer. Look, one thing that struck me about the Norwegian bowling attack so far, and this is something I probably didn't mention about the game last night, is that they bowled really well as a unit. No one of their 5 bowlers they used went over a runner ball.
Yeah,
so they all conceded between 18 and 23. There was no weak link. They've used a couple of extra bowling options today, forced into a change with Raza Iqbal, the left-arm spinner. He's out with a thumb injury. They do seem like a good bowling unit. And I know we talk a lot about batting partnerships. Well, this could be trouble. This would have been gone.
That would have been an unbelievably good run out. Oh, he came in really quick, did mid-on. I think that would have been out if there was a direct hit.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think this was an opportunity to get rid of Tom Nightingale, but I do like that urgency. I was just saying, we talk about batting partnerships. What about bowling partnerships? And, the five-man partnership, essentially.
Mate, I'm really glad you brought that up. We had a big meeting with our bowling group before the tournament, just then, actually, about an hour ago, about bowling units and bowling groups. And, we're playing 3 quicks and 3 spinners, and sometimes you might not get the wicket, but if you can keep it tight at your end and your friend gets the reward, it's a group effort. It's good batting pushed into the leg side. A couple of questions just coming in from Lamunga Cricket Club.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, Chris is off for an X-ray, so Ravi Panchal is going to be playing in the next one.
Yeah.
And Lorne Burns took the captain's armband in the first game because he had to be on the field. And Awais Ahmed was basically his co-captain, helped him out as well.
Yeah.
And let those two look after the guy. So Lorne will lead the side on his second game, which is pretty rare.
Well, he already had a fair hand in the first one, unintentionally. As this is upish, but it's away from the fielder by Nightingale. Double back for a couple.
It's a good time for one of our little trivia questions. Well, Lorne was the stand-in captain for the first game, but who was the only player to make T20 international debut and captain?
Do you know that I actually asked you this question as a question back in Portugal?
I know, but maybe one of our viewers will be able to get that in. But yeah, there's one player that made his international T20 debut. Well, there would have been a few when the format started, but came in late and was captain of his first game.
Murray worked away. You can tell how big the boundaries are by how far the outfielders are fielding off the boundary.
Yeah.
Tell that Bill Sufton has a good 20 off it there.
Do you think you could, I know you and I are retired, but do you think we could hit a 6? I don't think I could. That is miles.
I could if the wind's like this.
This could, no, because we're on the far end of the square today as well. So I think on the leg side, I honestly think it's 80 metres. That's almost double EC. That's almost double ECN.
Yeah, like I say, it brings back memories. Played on some pretty big grounds in grade cricket in Western Australia.
Yeah, true. True.
Bring it all back. Work for your 6s. There's Butler. And you'll just dig this one out. End of another over. And I'm pretty impressed so far with Shinwari. You're going to keep your comments and questions coming.
Do you have the answer, Vinny?
I know the answer.
No, I know the answer.
Come on, put it in the chat.
Yeah, we see if anyone knows it out there, but who captained on their international T20 debut. And yeah, not an ideal circumstance. Obviously, me and Chris have been having meetings for the last 6 months about this, that, preparing everything, but a little bit of a baptism of fire for Lorne Burns, but we were prepared for this. And we have got a new leadership group in the Spanish national team and a lot of changes, but I'm sure Lorne will be up to scratch. And he's got good support with Awais and some senior heads in there as well. So yeah, it is what it is. Hopefully Chris can get better. And Raza Iqbal, the captain from Norway, he came out at 9 because he did his thing. I've never had a game where both captains have gone down. Have you ever seen that? Both captains.
Not just that. Kaiser Ahmed. So Raza Iqbal isn't captaining Norway this time, but he is the former captain.
Okay.
Kaiser Ahmed's captaining. But he was almost knocked out. He was the guy that Yasser pinged the ball into.
What a throw
that was. The worst throw.
Greatest throw you've ever seen.
It was 5 metres wide, and then he runs him out with an actual direct hit. It was the best and the worst from Yasser. As we see a new over starting, Wahid al-Sahak. That's with the dot.
So this is where it goes outside that power play. And this is where teams have been pretty good at strangling the opposition. You keep your cover, your point tight, mid-wicket's been in. And batting teams have struggled just to get it away a little bit at this stage. I was pretty happy with Joshua and Yasir in that middle over section. There's sort of 10 overs. They hit 1 for 75 in it. So if you can pick up the odd boundary, that's going to be a big appeal, though. Oh, I'll tell you what, Vinny, close.
I think maybe just sliding. We don't have the facilities up from the replay booth at the moment, but I think, okay,
This is
one
that
of the
middle
final questions. Are you just loving it? I know you love
Oh, yeah.
coaching. Do you love this?
Oh, mate, this is me to a T. I love commentary, but this is...
You took up coaching, made a real decision. You wanted to get into coaching.
Look at the white zinc.
Pretty early.
When you got the zinc on, you're just in it.
Look like a hard day in the sun, and you don't even have to do anything physical. Sure. Anyway, this one is going, and it's gone. Maximal! Well, Josh Butler knows how to hit a long ball, and he picks up the length really quickly here and sends this one into the wind. We talked about the boundaries being pretty long here. I mean, even longer when you're hitting into the wind. Might be the short side, but still, very good hit by the Guernsey skipper.
Any relation to Joss?
Well, the relation is they're both incredible fielders.
There you go.
Slash incredible pair of hands. He's the one who took an absolute hanger. I
missed it. I heard about it.
You'll see it in the highlights. Probably see it in the big shot this week. But yeah, Butler, he batted for a long time yesterday, just couldn't really get going.
He's a key batsman for them.
Yeah.
Obviously, the captain, he listened to a little bit of what he said before they came out on this trip. Good player. He'll be looking to get his team close in this chase, and if not, over the line.
Batted at 3 last night, hit 17 off 28. And this is nothing I've noticed. Just a lot of batters facing 15 to 25 balls, 30 balls, but never really looking in. You know, sometimes in Test cricket you say there's a pitch that you're never quite in. And
it's funny though, if you actually look, you've been out there. If you knock it on, like, she's hard. Yeah, she's hard. I just think the bowling's been quite good. A little bit of rustiness in the T20 formats come in maybe.
Early in the season. But yeah, I mean, the thing yesterday though, I wasn't blaming on the pitch at all, because what I noticed yesterday, there were a lot of balls hit well. They were just hit hard, and then we hit straight to fielders.
Yeah.
I seen a lot of balls hit hard to sweepers. Batters seem to have a hard time elevating, and maybe not enough innovation, maybe trying to make the most of that wind across the ground.
And small margin for error. I mean, when the boundary's this big, if you cloth it at all or don't get it out the screws, you're just caught on the rope. So, yeah, maybe it's a bit more of a bowling weekend, but there's still plenty of cricket action to come on the ECN.
Slow ball, punched out once again. That's Bill Safdar out there. So that'll be the end of the over. Guernsey, they're 45 for 1 after 7. So, I mean, obviously, we've had the biggest power play of the tournament so far in this innings. It's just 27 before that.
So tell us what you've thought about the resort, though. I mean, we're in the middle of the desert. It's pretty remarkable. It's like a little cricket hub, isn't it?
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of, like, if the world was destroyed and so they've just set up, or maybe aliens have set up what Earth looks like in the middle of nowhere. So we're just going to take a bit of, like, literally desert around, isn't it?
There's a free game of golf for you if you want as well.
Yeah, I'll take it.
All organised.
I don't know when I'll actually do it.
When do you leave?
That. I have Sunday night, and I have to leave at 4:30 in the morning on Monday morning. So unless you have midnight golf here, then probably going to struggle. No, I love the resort. I've been enjoying it so far. I haven't been able to see too much of it. I do like the fact that we're probably about a 15-minute walk away from the ground, even 20. So it shows it's quite a big place, but you get to see all the little kind of residential parts of it. Obviously, been enjoying the restaurant, which I think is called the Crocodile.
Oh, the Crocodile Club. Were you up at the buffet dinner up there?
No, I go to the Crocodile Club.
Oh, hello.
If you want to talk food chat, I've been having the best English breakfast I've had in a while. Fumble. I'll get a couple here. Going back to what I was saying about the power play. There's 36 in the power play in this innings. Now 9 off the 7. So at the moment, Guernsey, who I think they were pretty disappointed to go down last night. They're looking for revenge over Norway. No ball called.
Seen a bit of that, haven't we? A couple of spinners overstepping, sort of sacrilege.
Yeah, this is Abdullah Sheikh who's bowling. Yeah, Andrew Elliott just showing him exactly where he went wrong. Yeah, I mean, we have seen that a couple of times, but yeah, I was going to say, you're probably happy, aren't you, if you're a Spanish supporter? I know you are. If these two teams split the points, it really opens things up for you if you keep performing. I suppose what you would, if you're looking to win the series, essentially. I know that you're probably looking at your games maybe in isolation, but from a winning the series point of view, if these two split their games, then...
And we win tonight. Yeah, it does put you in obviously a stronger position. Probably more looking at games in isolation, though, trying to rebuild for that one big moment. Then at the end of the week, if you're on top, bonus.
So if you're on top tonight with 4 points and they're each on 2, which is if you win the last game tonight, then remember tomorrow you play twice and they only play once.
So I had to ask you something. I might as well ask you live in the air. We've got the trophy. We've got a proper trophy made, and we've got medals, and we'd like you to do a presentation if you don't mind.
I already said to John Howden of Cricket España that I would be happy to do that.
You're good. I do like your little presentations.
A big thank you to Spring Productions as well for their their work. I mean, they've had all sorts of issues actually, trying to just some things are out of their control, I suppose. And I want to say a big thank you to them for making the cricket happen. And I know that a lot of people, the feedback has been in the last 24 hours, I suppose, since we started doing this, that a lot of people are happy that I'm doing a T20 International, and that I'm excited about that. That's great.
Oh,
but also a lot of people saying that of all the T20 Internationals that they've seen streamed by, for example, the ICC,
this is higher level.
You judge for yourself.
I'm not going to comment on that one.
That's not on me at all.
I've got to keep both companies happy.
No, I'm not. Nothing against the ICC. I'm just saying that Spring Productions, they do a fantastic job, and they deserve the credit, not me at all.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, you can add this to the resume now. Well, you're T10, 1,000 games a year, and now you're a T20 international commentator. It's pretty exciting.
Well, I do appreciate any cricket I get to do. So, 8 overs down, it's 49 for 1. And so, yeah, I mean, what I'm saying, you know, sometimes you feel in innings, even in 50 over cricket or 20 over cricket, even 10 over cricket, where you feel there's a change in gears. And then you feel from then the batting team is a bit less scared of getting out, and they're just kind of cruising.
Yep.
And I feel that's happened a bit earlier in this innings, because now they're on run-a-ball pace. They're 49 off 8 overs. They need 121 to win. So as long as they can keep on that run-a-ball pace, I mean, at the moment they're not in any kind of wicket trouble. They've just lost the 1 wicket. So, I mean, Guernsey at the moment, they're in good shape to chase these.
If you can get that sort of one big over, let's say it's a 10 or 12 run over, just one decent over, you can basically knock yourself all the way there after that, because it's not difficult in these middle overs to go up 5s and 6s with the field spread. So, I mean, they're one big over away from maybe really breaking this chase open. But if you're Norway, you look on the other side, you go maybe 2 quick wickets. Add 2 wickets on the scoreboard, 3 for 50. We're right back in it.
Exactly right. Abdullah Tanha, who's into the lineup. It's pretty much a straight swap for Raza Iqbal, his left-arm finger spinner. I used him in the same way because they actually got him to open the innings, which is Raza Iqbal's normal position. That didn't really come off. He made 1 off 11. Here he is with his offies. Length is good there from Tanha.
I think batsmen have been a bit stuck to the crease.
Yeah.
Now, you haven't seen many batsmen come down, work ones and that. You reckon they're worried about it spinning past them or spinning through them?
That's one thing I'd say about this pitch, actually. This one's a little bit short, goes back and punches the wicket. But I think there's been a lot of turn for some of the bowlers that are willing to actually give it a rip.
Yeah.
And that's probably something that I wasn't expecting to see so much of. Particularly some of the wrist spinners that really put a bit of work on the ball.
It's good to see that, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's radical, actually trying to spin the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine. I think it's a good option if you can do it. Maintain your control. Start this so far from Tanha.
Yeah, nice start. I mean, these are the balls you want to be getting away for ones, just not to put pressure on that middle order. That's good bowling, though. Good start. Consistent.
There you go. Down the track. Yeah, I mean, for sure, with the boundaries the size they are, there's certain risks to elevating. We haven't seen too many batters feeling comfortable elevating because of I suppose that the outcome isn't going to be great if they don't get it right out of the middle. This one almost goes the other way, but no contact. Let's get the end of the 9th over. It's a pretty good one from the bowler, as it's now 51 for 1.
Good over. That brings Norway back into contention here. If they can take 1 or 2 more wickets, they'll feel a lot more comfortable, though. I mean, if you're Guernsey, you just need one player to come off here. Even if someone has a little cameo, maybe a 15 off 8 or something like that, you put yourself well ahead in this game. This is where the spinners usually come into operation, and most T20 teams around the world are playing 2 spinners. It's pretty rare you see 4 quicks in a team anymore, and those pace off the ball. You see maybe a medium pacer that bowls a lot of variety, and cutters is always difficult to get away in T20 cricket, especially if the boundaries are large.
Yeah, so Butler, he's still there. So this is a bowler I might look up. He's one of the guys, actually, he can get it to go a bit, Abdullah Sheikh.
Got a good wrong.
He's better with this breeze as well. He bowled from this end, the close end yesterday, because they were using Raza Iqbal at the same time. But I think he will get a bit of drift in. Butler doesn't care, though. He's after it. And this one will be cut off. It's one of the longer pockets of the ground down there.
Nice shot.
2 hustle back for 2.
Gorgeous shot, just through the hands. A little bit of width on offer and lost it over extra cover for 2. A little bit more of that. Stems the tie, but good fielding out there as well. Nice shot there.
Yeah, punch back for 1.
Yeah, another one.
So how about you? I mean, after this series, what are the plans? What's in the calendar for the Spanish national team?
Spanish national, we got
tell us at the moment.
ICC qualifiers, middle of the year. We're off to Belgium with 7 other nations. End of the year in September, we have a series here again. And then we have the T10 back in Cardamar.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that. I'll be coaching and hopefully a little bit of commentary if you'll have me, as that's cut away for another single. Then at the very end of the year, we have another series here. So altogether, we're hoping with the 4 games here to maybe play about 15 internationals. And by the end, I'll be asking for a pay rise, hopefully, or it'll be my hands will be behind my back and be looking for a new job, one or the other.
Well,
sorry, Juan, if you're listening.
Hello to you. John Howden, he's on the
scoring duties
venue here.
Everyone chips in around Spanish cricket.
That's what it's all about. A lot of people enjoying the pictures here from Desert Springs. So, I mean, what do you think about spin in the middle of the innings? Are you a big fan of kind of just going, all right, you've got 2 spinners, you middle 8 overs, there you go, or do you like to break it up with a bit of pace?
I think that you should always have your 3rd seamer that is ready to go in case you want to break it up, just if you see a technical thing. But yeah, spin to win.
The plan A is...
It's been spin to win around the world, hasn't it? I mean, when T20 cricket came into fashion, a lot of people thought spin will go out the game. And if anything, spin, nearly every team around the world's got 2 spinners. Yeah. So it's spin to win in that middle, but I think there's no harm in having a quick that can come through the middle as well.
Yeah, for sure. I should mention, actually, and it's is Safta that is bowling at this end down here. It wasn't done hard, just a clarification of that. He bowled a pretty good over first up, Bilal Safta in the 9th. He only went for 2. Yeah, so here's the thing, it's just been kind of pretty workmanlike so far from Guernsey. Just the 1 over of 16, but every other over single digits, but no overs, apart from the one that was only 2, all been kind of 4 and up. So you consider you only need 6 and over. So main thing is they've got wickets in hand, got 2 batters there that have both faced a fair few balls now. You've got Butler, who's facing up now. He's 26 off 25, got Nightingale 13 off 24. So again, it's about a partnership. You need a key partnership to get you within striking distance.
Yeah, nice looking shot that for 1. Yeah, I think it's sort of those impact innings as well. I mean, if someone could come in, I think at the end of our innings, Lorne Burns hit 15 off 8. Anyone that can come in and play a little innings like that, it shouldn't be discredited. It might only look like 15 on the board, but anyone that can strike above 100 really sets the team up as that's pushed down to long on for another single. In a week where the cricket's a bit attritional, big boundaries, the wicket's doing just enough for the bowlers and good bowling attacks. I mean, anyone that can come in and score at above 100, you can really set your team up.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, not many batters in the top 6 have been going run a ball plus in their first 15 balls. It's been pretty rare. Those that have impacted the game. And this is going to impact the game as Butler goes back and just gets one a little bit short from Safta. And he cracks this one nicely. That's a long boundary into the wind as well. He still gets it into that, and he gets 4. Cuatro carreras.
Yeah, nice shot. Good batting. Went really deep in the crease there and absolutely rocked that through mid-wicket. And a nice boundary for Guernsey. That steadies them just a bit. They're in control, if you ask me. 9 wickets in hand. Surely they go on to win this game.
Went away. They take it on.
See.
Well, they might get... might get an overthrow for a second there.
Point's got to be tight there. Just a little thing, little error.
It's one thing that has been pretty good, the angles. I've noticed a lot of teams getting their angles right on the offside, including a short cover, just removing any chance of a single. It's creating a few dot balls that way. Just down the wicket, but this will be 1. That's a hello to Andrew Hogan. And I know that Mrs. Hogan is a big fan of, I'd say ECN, but basically me. So
okay. Hello, Mrs. Hogan.
Andrew's disclosed that, so I always say hello to Mrs. Hogan.
Oh,
if you like me, you like Corey.
Oh, no.
Got a lot of similarities, but not too many. Anyway, here is the end of the over. In the end, Safta He will finish his second, and the score now at 66 for 1. So they're bang on the pace.
Sorry, Vinny. This will be my last over this one. I'm getting called over. So this will be it because I'm playing in the next 3 games. Playing well.
Are you playing, are you?
Oh,
there we go. So there we
go. No.
You sound like one of the captains in ECS that will just stand at slip for 6 overs behind the keeper and then bowl his 2 and open the batting.
The old body still hurts, trust me. But no, it's a pleasure to be here. But yeah, I'll be sad to leave.
I'd love to do a few warm-ups because I see you running around the warm-ups and sometimes I feel like I'm a bit static here in the comedy box. So I enjoy throwing the balls around a bit. Well fielded. It's Nightingale on strike to start the 12th over.
Fielding standard's been pretty impressive as well, hasn't it? All 3 teams have fielded pretty well so far.
No excuses out here, really.
Oh, it's gorgeous. It's a carpet.
It's a billiard table. Well bowled. You can see turn there for Sheik. Well, it's been great to have you in here, and I guess, yeah, you're right. Probably won't get you the box again because you'll be coaching the next 3, the final 3.
Oh, we might catch up for a little dinner time, and I'll see you maybe in Italy this year.
Hope so. This is in the air, and a bit of a chase. I think a 2 here. I think that's pretty good running. It's a good arm.
Cannon.
It's too good. It's gone over the keeper.
You threw that about 800 metres into the breeze.
I'd have a career in discus ahead of him if he can ping him that far. We'll get a couple. With Andy in the chat saying spinner strangling Guernsey a bit here. Good sign for Spain a bit later. They've been following the Romanian tournament, but it's amazing. The bottom 2 teams from last year, they were playing in the 1 versus 2 match today, and the bottom team from last year actually first through to the final. Bucharest Gladiators, Pavel's team. So a lot of good cricket going on today on ECN. Big thank you to Rico and the Blue Crew. We did miss having you in the Blue Crew.
Yeah, I did miss it. I always miss it. We had a good start to the summer, though, and I'll see you in the middle of the year, and I'll definitely see you at the end of the year. We've got a few tours together again. I think we're going back to Croatia and looking forward to some cricket there. And now, once again, thank you to everyone at the ECN for coming and covering these T20Is. Really exciting for all involved.
Gone, and he runs straight past this one. Butler, it was a funny shot, wasn't it? Must have been premeditated because it just seems to take off, and I think Sheik, he makes a bit of an adjustment, and he's one guy that can give it a rip. He spins it past the outside edge. The captain, Kaiser Ahmed, does the rest. So one captain, he stumps another, and so Butler is going to have to go for 32. The score is 69 for 2.
It's a big wicket, really big wicket. It comes down the wicket. Obviously, it's not in the zone he was hoping for. Spins past the edge. Good hands from the keeper. Well, maybe a couple late shakes. You'd think Guernsey with 8 wickets in hand, what do they need? Another 51. You'd assume. But cricket's a funny game.
Assume nothing, because...
I assume everything.
Because we know the acceleration, easier said than done. I mean, it has typically happened at the end of the innings, but it's because the batters at the end of the innings normally have batted with a certain freedom, batting first. I think when you are chasing, there's a bit of pressure, and not many batters have felt very comfortable out there, especially quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. It seems like it's one of those decks that's difficult to start. So there's a bit more pressure on Guernsey now. But, I mean, when you got 8 wickets in hand, you'll still be feeling pretty confident with a set batsman there. But, yeah, you are right. You should never assume anything in cricket. Cricket, we have seen some of the craziest, insane results around the world. So, well, around Europe especially. People
say, accelerate at the end of the innings. But it's one thing to say it, nothing to grab a bat, get out in the middle and do it against, high-quality bowling and fielding unit. And that's what we're seeing in this series so far. As we see Matthew Stokes out there, takes us to the end of the over. It'll be 70 for 2. Big thank you, Corey. Thanks again for joining us in the comedy box and taking the time. I know it's a busy weekend for you. And look, all the best for the rest of the tournament. And thanks to everyone who interacted with us while we had Corey on the mic.
Yeah, thanks very much. Great to have you all listening again. Thank you, Vinny. I'm sure we'll catch up for a beverage later, hopefully. And
sure we will.
Enjoy the Spanish game in the afternoon.
I will. And yeah, thanks once again to Corey Ruckers. So time for me to be lonely again. Well, he's a real character. One thing for sure about Corey, say what you like about him, he is really passionate about coaching and lifting the levels of cricket wherever he goes. And I know the Spain guys, from what I've heard so far, they're loving having him around. So now, looks like we'll get another one out of Bilal Safta. He's been pretty good here. So last over did go for 9. Down the ground just for 1. And let us know if you enjoyed that. If you do have any more questions or comments, put them in live chat. Just trying to keep my eyes on it whenever I can. Oh, this one gets through everyone. Not sure there's anything on this either. Nightingale just played all over that one from Safdar. And Kaiser couldn't handle this one. That's when you're relieved, I think, as a keeper. And it's not a stumping chance. Goes after this. Wow. Was there an edge on this? Maybe we'll never know. I think it might have been. There's a lot of noise around. Kaiser Arm is always tough when you're up to the stumps. There is a little deflection. He will survive. This game tightening up a bit. Just work to the leg side. Just be one. Yeah, I mean, just wonder about this chase. I said 120. Corey said 140, but I think he, as for a par score we're talking about, but I think my issue is it's assuming the batters are batting well. I think they're struggling a bit for confidence a lot of the time. Feeling the heat. It's way too high. So you see that one definitely going over the top. Safdar, not a bad job here. Very interesting phase of the game. That's punched away. They want two straight away here. And they're going to go. Oh, better throw has him in trouble there. He's throwing into the wind though, so it might be a good call. Let's come back for a couple as we get to the end of the 13th over. The score is 75 for 2. And once again, it's great to have your company. If you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or on Fan Code in India. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you. We certainly are enjoying that we're able to bring you this T20 cricket this weekend on the European Cricket Network. A few technical difficulties kept me out of the chat for a while, but put my head in when I can. You see Sheik is coming back on and swept away. Nice looking shot, just the one. I think should be able to have a peek at the chat now. But yeah, certainly was great to have Corey with us as we see Nightingale going down the ground. It's a one hopper down to long off. Yeah, not a lot of people would have enjoyed Corey's enthusiasm about his role. He tries to sweep this and gets this completely wrong. Stokes is out there now. Goes back and punches and places this pretty well. Should get a couple and really at the run rate required because of the decent start they had in the power play. I suppose 10 to 15 more than we've seen in most power plays so far. It does give them the luxury of essentially kind of not requiring too many boundaries to stay on track if they're scoring ones and twos fairly regularly. This one goes down the track and should just be a single. I think that one had Kaiser Ahmed pretty interested. Oh, pretty close actually. I think the keeper was pretty alert to it. It was a kind of a late decision to take the bails. Nightingale has crossed his feet over. What it is the end of the over. And so, yeah, Norway, I feel like they just need another wicket or two just to set the cat amongst the pigeons. As it is, it's 14 overs down. The score is 80 for 2. Yeah, just had the 1-4 in the last 7 overs. So yeah, that's concerning. But it's not necessarily a disaster when you consider they need still under 7 and over. You can kind of get there if you don't have too many dots. 6-1's pretty much gets you there. You just need a wide or a 2, and that's pretty much the runs you need in an over. Well, there's the switch hit, and he gets it really well. Well, what a shot that is. Cuatro carreras. Just switches things up. Nintendo Switch style. And there was nobody back in that area of the ground. I guess when he's batting right-handed, there's a deep cover, which means that when he switches around to left-hand, there's nobody back sideways. And yeah, plays this one really well. And he's hitting with the spin of Bilal Safdar. Good batting. See if that changes the tactics of Bilal. Wow, just gets a little bit of an inside corner of the bat on this. That'll just be a single. Let us know how you're tracking in this game, what you're thinking. Now I'm just catching up on the chat, so you'll have to give me a second. Now I do have my connection restored. This is cut away into the gap as well, and there's at least 2 here, maybe more. There will be more. This one will run away with the win. It'll be a boundary, and they're pretty handy at the moment. And Matty Stokes, he's doing a very good job here. So not many batters have got to 10 at run a ball pace or better. Stokes after that one. It's not Stokes, in fact. That was Nightingale that hits this one, but it's also a good sign that he's finding the boundary. He's been a little more circumspect, but I suppose he's stayed there through the crucial overs. This one gets away from the keeper. So this will be another bye. A bit of fatigue creeping in. I can imagine that for Kaiser Ahmed. He's had a bit of a workload opening the batting and behind the stumps for Norway, and captaining. Takes a bit of mental fatigue out of you as well. CJ Petefield saying Stokes is built different. I'm sure he is. There's the switch again. This time he finds the fielder. He plays that shot really well. Last ball coming up from Safdar. So it was already worth 10. So it's been a good one. It's a sweep, but I don't think there was any real intensity in that shout. It is the end of the over, 15 overs down. The score is 90 for 2. Mrs. Hogan says Guernsey should be called the Jumpers. That says Andrew. Because the Jack Jumpers, that's why you're saying that. They do have those Tasmania colours. You did say you're from Tasmania. That's why they made the NBL finals at the expense of my Perth Wildcats, who missed out for the first time, and I think, is it 25 years, 26 years? Well, a bit of a changing of the guard. I must admit, I used to like the Hobart Tassie Devils. That's when I was growing up. They're long gone. But, yeah, hello to you, Andrew, and Mrs. Hogan, of course. So I got the info as well from Michael that Cluj are through to the final against Bucharest Gladiators. That'll be a really good one to watch. Still, I think, about 45 minutes away from a start there. Well, Nightingale gets a little bit of bat on this, but can't get a run. No balls called here, and I'm just guessing that's for a fielding indiscretion. Yeah, I can see that now. And they're wanting to bring up another man, so that's what that's for. So not really working for Norway at the moment. They've had a long stretch, playing last night, then first up this morning and in the middle of the day as well. launches this one. Attempted launch. They might get two because it's mishit so badly. But they will get two. That's good running from both of these guys. Not only Tom Nightingale, but also to Matty Stokes. So, Tom Nightingale, seen him do it with the ball, haven't we, in this series? He's got a really important job with the bat to see it through now for Guernsey. And instead, he tries something a bit extravagant. It's probably not necessary at this stage, just a run a ball required. I mean, they do have kind of 45 in the circle. Yes, if you beat him, fine, it'll be 4. But I mean, if you get out like that, you're really putting a lot of pressure on the new batter. Nightingale's there and he's set. This one pretty much straight to that fine leg. He's not able to grab it cleanly. That's Ali Salim. So Stokes still doesn't run a ball so far. Hello to Kieran in the chat. Nice little whip off the pads. And they want 2 here. Oh, that's really good running. Because the fielder did everything right there. He attacks it, picks up one hand and gets it back in, Abdullah Sheikh, but they still get a double. At the moment, I think that I would say that Guernsey are in the box seat. It's theirs to lose. Let us know what you think in the chat. Easy on European Cricket Network. Big game in Romania in the final. The big game is that the kids, I think, are on Cricket School Project. I'll check it out as soon as I can. And Stokes goes back and plays a really nice shot off the back foot, and this will be a boundary as well. So fantastic batting from Matty Stokes. It's a really nice offside kind of back foot drive, cut, whatever you want to call it, but it's pure timing from Stokes. So Guernsey, they're looking good at this stage, aren't they? They've got it down below a run a ball. They're feeling pretty good about potentially putting some points on the board here in match 3. Well, stops the call. That normally means you don't have enough infielders. And so, yep, that's exactly what happened. So, third man comes up in the single. That somebody's watching. As this looks like it will be Abdullah Shinwari who's going to bowl here. This time, no false start. Away by Stokes. And this is the thing in this situation. You just wonder, do you kind of make a decision to bring up some extra fielders in the circle at this stage, maybe just to try and force batters to hit over the top? And even if you do get over the infield, not necessarily going to go to the boundary unfielded with these dimensions. So, yeah, maybe something to think about. Right. Does take us to the end of another over. Guernsey just creeping in, like I said, down below run a ball now. Yeah, well, these teams winning the matches does present a real opportunity for Spain. But Guernsey, they'll be a lot happier with the way they've played this game. Really, it was just the one man, Mohamed Shazahak. It really was the difference between the two teams last night. Played the innings of his life for Norway. really able to fire. And although they've put 120 on the board, which I think is competitive, but right now they need 20 off the last 24. So just 5 and over, but we know it's the short form cricket, anything can happen. Here's Vinay Ravi. He's not well today. Slow ball first up. So I'm not so sure about that shot being necessary at this stage. Because, you know, one a ball will do it. You got the field back. You got heaps of gaps. You don't have to premeditate. Because you got ones, and you can pick up a 2 if you knock it into a gap as well. So 20 off 23 now required. Back to the bowler. So, yeah, good start for Vinay Ravi. Well, don't count them out from here, Norway. I'm kind of talking like it's a foregone conclusion. It totally isn't. And, oh, yeah, Andrew Hogan. Now I get the Guernsey. You want to call them the jumpers? Is like a football Guernsey. I get what you're saying now. Some very strange way to call a jumper, a Guernsey. I think I've only ever heard it in Australian football. So yeah, 19 off 21. Wind's really picked up now. If anything, it's probably slightly behind Vinay Ravi as well as pushing it right to left. Goes down the ground, he goes pretty good. Maximo! Well, Tom Nightingale tonks this one, and he tonks it a long way. It was just a kind of length delivery. It's kind of challenge length. He goes after it, and he gets it really good. 6 runs. Yeah, despite a pretty tight start to the over, that one hurts if you're a Norwegian supporter. That one gets it back. 13 off 20 required now. Nightingale. He's just hung in there, hasn't he? Hasn't always been pretty. And that one is a good pressure reliever. Now he's going to get 4 more. He uses the pace. Like I said, let's just push him behind Ravi now. Assist that one behind the wicket. And so really breaking this game wide open now. And you just don't see a path back now. 9 off the last 19. Vinay Ravi, he's had a pretty good day, but hasn't had a good last couple of deliveries. 6 then 4, and Nightingale, he's been there a long time. With that, moves up to 38 off 43. It's been a really important innings. Stokes has done his part as well, hasn't he? 20 off 18 deliveries. Last ball, Vinay Ravi, this over. Slow one, I'll just be happy to knock a single here. So Nightingale, he will retain the strike. 17 overs down. Guernsey are 113 for 2. They require 8 off the last 18. So obviously they batted well here. They batted a lot better, Guernsey. They are chasing less. Don't forget they were chasing last night. But what's the difference? And when I look back at this innings, the difference for me is the fact that they were taking risks earlier. And they were prepared to perhaps lose a wicket or 2 in the power play, trying to get a few extra runs. I think they identified that, look, no one's been scoring runs in the power play. Let's actually have a decent crack. Not just maybe setting one person up, and if they get out, then shutting up shop. And they got 36 in the power play. If you take 10 off this score right now, and they scored something like 26 in the power play or 21 in the power play, well then I think it's a 50-50 game at this stage. But to me the difference was, in this batting innings at least for Guernsey, is that they were prepared to take a few calculated risks and be aggressive earlier. I think it's paid off for them. Inch saying he thinks this is a pretty, seems like this is a pretty slow game. Maybe he's been spoiled by the T10. I think we're all kind of, I suppose our senses have been, what's the word? Exposed to a different brand of cricket, but yeah, I'm really enjoying this. T20 International format as well. It's just plays out over a slightly longer period. I suppose a lot more technical, a lot more of a technical aspect, I suppose, to this form of the game, this level of the game. Good start by the bowler. Just say, Abdullah Sahak bowling over number 18. Starts with a couple of dots, so a bit like last over. So that's exactly what Vinay Ravi did. And then I think we had a single, and then we had a 6 and a 4. So I suppose now you just got to try and take the game to the last over and hope for the best. Maybe it is time to try and cut off a single. Bat on this. It'll just be one. So I mean, maybe it seems extreme, but yeah, maybe now's the time. You know, Stokes there. I know he's been there a while, but just put a ring up and try and make him take a risky shot. Maybe get a new batsman there and hope for the best. Stokes on 20. He's played an important role in this chase as well. Oh, he plays a really nice shot here. And this almost gets him there. He absolutely drills this. Slightly over pitch from Wahidullah Sahak. He was perfectly balanced to play that stroke. Matty Stokes moves to 24. That was a really, really good bit of batting. Now, just 3 runs required. Slower ball. Make that 2. No credit to Guernsey. I mean, yeah, they're disappointed. They had to wait what must have seemed like an eternity to get back on the park. Had the whole night to think about it, the whole morning as well. Norway, for me, maybe just running out of puff a little bit. When I think about what they brought to the table with their bowling and their fielding last night, they look like a team that's played 3 straight.
Wide ball.
This is wide. We'll tie the scores. Your ideas for player of the match. I think it's look at someone like Nightingale, only went run a ball pace. I feel like it. Pete Field 2 for 14 was pretty impressive as well. And this one will do it. It is going, and it's gone. Maximo! 6 to finish the game. And Tom Nightingale, well, he certainly finished with a flourish. Look at that short. Was outside the off stump, but he goes and fetches it. And he sends Guernsey to their first win of this T20 International Series. So points on the board for the men in green. I'll be really happy after going down to Norway last night to square the ledger. And it really shapes up for what will be a really competitive clash against Spain a little bit later. It starts in just over an hour's time right here on the European Cricket Network. In half an hour's time, we'll have the final in Romania. So yeah, Nightingale, for me, he'll certainly be in my conversation man of the match, as he finished on 46 off 48. And they win with 12 balls to spare, but it was 121 for victory. And you know, we were always going to see some teams taking the ball by the horns. Tanner didn't work out, of course. He was caught by Butler early on for just one. And in this innings, it was Butler who was doing the striking early. 32 off 29. And along with Thammerl, certainly got them off to the start that they wanted. 37 in the power play, and all top 4 contributing for Guernsey. Butler eventually stuck by 32 after Thammerl. He was the first wicket to fall for 13. But then Nightingale and Matty Stokes went about finishing things off. And they certainly came together at a bit of a crossroads at 69 for 2. And, I was pretty impressed with the way they handled themselves. There went a bunch of boundaries in that innings. There were 9 4s and 3 6s, and a lot of them coming towards the end as they edged closer and closer to the target. In fact, they ultimately put on 57 for the third wicket unbroken to get them there with 12 balls to spare. And well done to Guernsey, their batting unit. They'll be feeling a lot more confident after that. And now coming up, we do have a game in 1 hour's time, the third and final match today. Long day of cricket here, but it's been very satisfying at Desert Springs. It will be Spain versus Guernsey in the third match of the day. It'll be match 4 of the tournament. And I know that no matter where you're watching around the world, we're looking forward to that. You see the top 4, like I said, they did the job for Guernsey. 32 for the captain, Butler. Damrell with 13. Tom Nightingale, 46 not out. Yeah, for me, probably my man of the match. I think also bowled 3 pretty tidy overs. Didn't take a wicket, but was important in restricting Norway to 120. 25 not out. Matty Stokes came and picked up where his captain left off when he was called into action. As far as the bowling went, well, I would say that probably wasn't the best performance from Norway compared to what we saw last night. We still don't nobody really going the journey. I think they covered for us Iqbal pretty well, but it was Vinay Ravi, 3 overs to 32. He struggled a bit after a good performance this morning. The wickets went to Wahidullah Sahag, who took 1, and Abdullah Sheikh, the leg spinner. I think he's bowled really well. He's had a good tournament. He was able to get the captain Butler stumped as his wicket. Only the only 2 wickets to fall here in the second innings of match number 3. Well, hope you're enjoying things. I'll be watching pretty closely. In half an hour, we have the Romanian final starting. Then in 1 hour from now, we'll be back here, and it'll be Spain and Guernsey locking horns for the first time in this series. So plenty of great cricket action still coming your way today on ECN. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo here for the European Cricket Network. Hope that you're having a wonderful day. See you shortly. We have plenty of cricket still to come here on a Super Saturday. And right here in Desert Springs, you're watching the ECI T20 International Series Spain. Back shortly with more. Springs in Spain. It's time for the third and final match of the day. It's match 4 of this T20 International Series here. ECI cricket at its best, and in the last game of the day, we do have Guernsey taking on the host nation, Spain. I can tell you the news from the toss is that Guernsey, their captain, Josh Butler, he won the toss, he's elected to bat, and he's here right now. Josh, look, you must be pretty relieved to get some points on the board finally with a win over Norway, and a bit of a revenge for you guys.
Yeah, obviously played well. Nice to sort of right the wrongs from yesterday, if you like, and it's good momentum for the afternoon game today.
Now, I have to talk about you personally. You must be happy the way you're kind of working into your innings now, hitting the ball well. But I want to talk about that catch. That was a real stunner. How did it feel when that one stuck?
Yeah, those sorts of, they stick or they don't, so went straight in the mitt, so luckily it stuck, so yeah, pretty happy.
Okay, I believe you got one change this game. Tell us about that.
Yeah, Ben Vensel comes in for Ollie Newey. Ollie's got a little bit of a niggle, but we've just, we've got a big squad over here, so just a good change for us.
Yeah, of course, you play Spain tonight. You also play them tomorrow morning. So these aren't the two games. Look, if you play well, you could be right up the top at the end of this tournament, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously all the teams here are strong. On their day, they could probably all beat each other, if you like. So we're looking to play our good cricket this afternoon and hopefully go well.
Final thing, batting first after winning the toss. What's your thinking behind that?
We've chased the first 2 games. It's a good chance for us to set a total on the board and try and defend it.
Okay, best of luck to you, Josh. I hope you go well. And, well, we have the acting skipper for Spain here, Lorne Burns. And I know that it's a big day for you, Lorne. I know we've seen you a fair bit on the European Cricket Network already this year, but what does it feel like to firstly be playing for Spain in T20 International Cricket and also captaining them so quickly?
Yeah, I mean, thrown in the deep end pretty soon, but absolutely loving it. Obviously, it's a dream playing cricket for so long, playing international cricket, representing Spain. I'm absolutely over the moon, and to be given the opportunity to captain, obviously sad news for Chris with his injury in the first game, but I'll do my best for Spain and hopefully we can get the W.
Yeah, for sure. And now, look, I know you've becoming thrown in the deep end with the captaincy. Now, how much of kind of what goes on there is kind of discussed beforehand, or how much kind of how much wiggle room have you got individually to kind of impact on the decisions made out there?
Well, I mean, in the last game, it was completely kind of winged in my side. I wasn't really aware of all the tactics and things like this, but I've had plenty of chats with Corey over the last 3 hours, so a bit more in the know of who's doing what and the tactics. Yeah, well, hopefully we can execute those today.
Yeah, so taking on Guernsey here for the first time in this series, you'll probably know this is a really important match if you guys are going to keep your momentum going forward in the tournament, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Every game's an important game. I mean, and at the end of the day, if you win all your games, you're going to win the league. So for us, it's just about executing our own skills, focusing on our own job, and if we can do that, hopefully that's good enough to get the win.
Okay, thanks so much, Lorne Burns, who will be leading Spain. And now let's get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss here in match 4 is that Guernsey, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Let's get ready for some cricket. So here we are. Set your watches. It's Hitman o'clock. 5 o'clock local. And we're always excited to see the Pack Care paceman go about his work. Good to have a chat there firstly to Josh Butler, then also to Lorne Burns, who finds himself at the wheel. I know there's a lot of people that are excited to see so many new faces in this Spanish lineup, and internal competition I think is so important if you're trying to move the sport forward in your country, and I think that's one thing we've seen a lot of in Spain. And when I look at some of the players that miss out in this lineup, it just shows you that's a good standard of cricketer you need to be in the side, and also I think it spurs those just outside the setup to work hard on their game, to get fit, to perform at the domestic level and force their way in. That's essentially what Mohamed Kamran's done. The standout bowler in the recent European Cricket League. I see the umpire waving at the scorers. I thought he was going to signal a free hit. Well, that's a bit rich because he hasn't even bowled one yet. But it will be Kamran who's going to open up, and Josh Butler put himself up into the opening position. He's batting 3. The previous match they played last night, he did pretty well. I think it's a partnerships game. He's out there with the keeper batter, Isaac Damerel. And we're all ready to go. And Guernsey and Spain, the first time that these two teams are meeting in this tournament, match 4. Spain, they'll be in the box seat to win the whole thing if they can win this game. Guernsey and Spain take each other on tonight and tomorrow morning, so 2 consecutive matches. Norway, they get a well-deserved break after playing the first 3 straight. Anyway, here's the hitman, ready to do some damage as Guernsey win the toss and bat in match 4. This one's worked away nicely off the back foot. I'll get a couple here. Good start from Butler. Of course, did see Josh make a few runs in the earlier game today. So one thing I noticed about Kamran in the T20 format is he's not necessarily kind of going all guns blazing from the first ball. And that was kind of his signature in the T10 tournaments we've seen him playing. We would often take a wicket first ball. He was quicker for me in the second over than he was in the first this morning. Someone grabs a bit of pad. I think it's going to be 4-leg buys. Certainly at the pace of Cameron. If it takes a little deflection past the keeper, and no one's going to be stopping it. It's a little bit ill-directed. Always Ahmed, acrobatic effort, but he can't quite get there in time. The first boundary, and it goes to one of the all-time greats in cricket, extras. Quick hello to everyone in the live chat. Sorry, I've had a few internal issues with my internet connection, so I'm sorry if I haven't gotten back to all of your queries straight away, but it's good that you're with us here for the last match of the day. Jump down the ground. I know a lot of people are enjoying as well is the cricket from Romania simultaneously. I know a lot of people are double screening or even triple screening. But I know that Cluj looking pretty good early on to defend their title. They'd have to do it all the way from fourth if they were going to do it. 27 after 7 in that match. Pitches up and driven to Daniel Doyle Kaye. What I will say is there's a change forced on Spain. Ravi Panchal comes in for the injured skipper, Christian Munoz Mills. As far as Guernsey are concerned, they've also made a change. Ollie Newey out of the lineup. Ben Wenzel comes in for the first time. Bowls some right arm medium pace, also batted in the middle order somewhere. Push and run. Doyle Kaye has a crack and ends up hitting Damerel. That one gets him on the back of the pad. That can be a bit annoying. Good response from Damerel straight away. That's one thing that has been a feature at this level. The running between the wickets. He so often gets a wicket in his first over, Mohamed Kamran. And he did that exactly this ball in the first game. It was the last ball of his first over that he got his first international wicket. He's going to have one ball to have a crack at Isaac Damerel. He's a cricketer who's impressed me a lot with his keeping, and also he looks fairly decent at the top of the order for Guernsey. Last ball of the first over. Digs this out. So 4-leg buys. Hurts the score a bit. Cameron only concedes 3. 7 for no loss after the first over. A few people in the chat discussing the man of the match in the last game, or the player of the match. It was Tom Nightingale. I think he deserved it as well. I mean, what we're seeing is, we often associate T20 batting with all flashiness, but I think the batters that have stuck around, they have won games for their team so far in this tournament. And I think that's what we saw with Nightingale. Essentially got his team home. Also bowled 3 pretty tight overs of his off spin, and sort of varying his pace a bit more, I think, in that game compared to when we saw him the first time last night. Second over coming up, and it's going to be Adil Raja to bowl. Pretty good 3-prong pace battery. Spain in this game. This one dug in a bit shorter, I think, than Adil Raja intended, but Butler can't get it away. A few people in the chat mentioning Lorne Burns is captaining Spain in only his second international match. Yeah, well, effectively he did it in the first, didn't he? Because just before the fielding innings, Christian Munoz Mills went down with an ankle injury. Got some good news on that. Bits of the pace. Well, is there a little edge on this? DC, Andrew Elliott didn't think so. I must admit I wasn't convinced first up. I'll get a better look at it now. Something just didn't feel right about this for me. Never know. Pretty close to a wide, in fact. Again, certainly no conclusive evidence to dispute the decision of umpire Andrew Elliott. He says not out. Just mentioning that it is Burns captaining is only his second international match. This is whipped away and slightly mishandled at cover, but concedes the one. Yes, Ravi Panchal, who is the man that comes into the side for Christian Munoz Mills. As I see, it's like little maestro Gorang Mayavanshi. He's not in the 11 this game, but he's wandering around the boundary, setting up a few drinks for the players. It's good to see him in the national squad. A player we've gotten to know a lot in ECN cricket, and player of the tournament, in fact, in ECS Spain, Barcelona, early in 2021. Push and run, finds the gap, so should be a fairly comfortable single there. Starts are all important, and I've talked about it all the way through this tournament so far, that the batters have struggled to take advantage of the power play, and there seemed to be a concerted effort from Guernsey to do that, and even Norway in that last game. It's easier said than done, so look, I understand that, but I think that when you're being fairly careful and getting 20 to 25, well, it can't get much worse than that, really. You might as well have a go, and if you lose a couple of wickets, so be it. There's a lot of statistics about, you know, when teams lose wickets in power plays, how they go, but I mean, conditions are different, and I think, you know, you have to adapt. If something's not working, you have to change the approach. No batting teams at all really have had good starts, and that's something across the board in the first 5 matches, although half decent start this one from Guernsey. Last ball of the over coming up from Adil Raja. Fairly straight, turned away by Damerel, and he will retain the strike. So a decent over from Adil Raja. He concedes 4. That is 2 overs down. The score is 11 without loss. It does give us an opportunity to look at the table, and I know that a lot of people will be watching this intently, because Spain have a real opportunity here. If they can go 2 games clear, they actually have a game in hand. When I say 2 games, if they go 1 game clear, 4-2-2 at the end of the day, they play twice tomorrow, and their opponents only play 1 game each. So essentially, they're in a really good position. They just have to win 1 of those 2 games tomorrow. So that's what they'll be keeping an eye on. Here's Mohamed Kamran. This is where he has ramped up the pace a bit, I think, so far in this series. This one is a bit quicker, I think. There's the batter on the back foot. Yeah, yes, Cammy's the call. I know they're pretty fired up to be out there. They've had a pretty friendly draw, the host not having to play 2 straight today. They will play 2 straight tomorrow. So, I mean, that's when they'll have to do their back-to-back matches. Looks like the collapse is on in Romania at the moment. 82 for 6, Cluj. Certainly one I'll probably go back and watch in full tonight. Slip in place for Cameron as he bowls to the Guernsey skipper, Josh Butler. Very nice with the back foot, but well fielded. That's Lorne Burns right there. So, Lorne's a guy that'll bat 6. He'll bowl some leg spin. He's got some good variations. Also a very good fielder. It's one that's been essentially brought into the setup in the Rutgers era. Cameron fairly straight, cut off by the mid-wicket. Certainly Fields have been pretty effective. That's Hamza who picks that one up. And Cameron's in the side. He's in the side to take wickets. You know, that's certainly what his role is. He's an intimidator. Driven away, doesn't beat Burns this time. I must say, it's a real treat for me to see a lot of these guys for the first time live at international level. So many of them we have seen on journeys in ECN cricket. Because a lot of these players did play last year in the Spanish Championship weekend, which was a 4-team event in Alphas. potentially determined the ECL qualifier, which turned out to be Pakai Care. Well, they're going to have a crack, and this would have been out by heaps. But it wasn't an easy throw. He was on the move. He had to let it go pretty quickly. Damrell, see the little stutter there, whether it would have made a difference or not, I'm not sure, because there probably wasn't a run there, to be fair. And they get away with it. So, Cameron, this will be interesting. He's got one ball left in the over. I think he's going either short or full here. I don't think he's doing something in the middle. He's either going kind of Yorker, trying to clean up the stumps to get an LBW, or he's trying to sit Damrell down. If I was batting, I literally wouldn't know what was coming. Which makes it a little bit of a concern. Goes full. There it was. Well, I think he gets some bat on this and it saves him. I think I would say, I don't often make predictions, but I think, yes, not a bad shout. If he hadn't hit it, maybe just sliding as well, but it looked like there was some bat in it. What I would say, just as we get to the end of the third over, it's 14 for no loss. This ECS cricket is so unpredictable, whereas this one, because I've played this level of cricket and I kind of know how these players think, because they're well drilled, I have been able to kind of, from a distance, kind of observe the mindset. And I knew that then Cameron was either going to go short or full. He wasn't going to bowl a length delivery. So a few times I've been able to kind of just pick up the vibes from the players. But it's always easier when you're kind of sitting back and you're looking in. When you're on the field, you're kind of clouded by a million thoughts. Here's Adil Raja coming back for his second over. No timing this one from Damrell. Well, let us know your thoughts. ECN European Cricket Network. Worked away. The offside this time. Yeah, Raja's impressed me a lot. I mean, it's a cricket I have seen a lot of. Sometimes doesn't get the hype that he deserves, I think. So yeah, he's bowling with good rhythm, good control. Driven to mid off. That's a good run. And when boundaries are hard to come by, the run in between the wickets is essential. I mean, if you're going to even pick up, say, 2 runs and over, and in this format of the game, that's 40 runs. It's a lot of runs. Which is just, picking up a single on a ball like that, which it doesn't beat mid off, but they still get one. It was Yasser Ali that does the fielding. Had a really good game earlier today with the bat and the ball. Pushes this back. Yeah, well, T. Raja, it's giving very, very little away. We haven't had a boundary yet, except for the 4-leg buys. I don't know if we should count that one. Apart from that, a mixture of ones and dots up to the first ball. They went for 2. 2 and 4-leg buys off the second ball of the innings. Since then, only O's and 1s. Very binary. Wow, chipped away, and it's just wide of the fielder. And this one, fancy to run away for 4, and it will. That's the side. The wins assist. Past Daniel Doyle Kaye. He was in the circle. He's hunting that kind of a catch for that kind of a shot. Often you see batters just kind of whipping it off their pads, a bit carelessly keeping it in the air. And that, I suppose, was, but did find the gap. And Josh Butler gets a boundary. It's the end of the 4th over. It's not the end of the 4th over just yet. Still 1 to come. 19 for no loss, plus this ball from Adil Raja. So he gets the right of reply to Butler. Turned away. Wants to run hard here. Probably should get two. He definitely will get two now. He's just a bit disappointed by Hamza. Salim Dar, who can't handle it. They may have got two anyway. Certainly the fumble by Hamza made sure there was no doubts. So 4 and the deuce at the end of the fourth. Breaks the run of ones and O's. And the score at the end of 4 is 21 for no loss. I think what we're seeing as well, maybe it's the fact that this pitch maybe is drying out a bit and maybe quickening up. But I think slowly but surely the top order batters are seeming a bit more comfortable, kind of being a bit more attacking earlier. So another over and they're going to go Cameron with a third. They bowled him last time, they bowled him a third. They held the fourth back. One thing he hasn't done, he hasn't really swung the ball at all. Now he doesn't need to when he does this. This is straight, it's full. And the hitman strikes. Damerel gave himself a little bit of room. He left the stumps exposed. And it was Cameron that was able to rattle the off stump. Tilts it back, the first wicket of match 4. Guernsey, they lose their keeper. It's 21 for 1. You see, little skip away. It's always risky. You see here, I don't know whether he gets a little edge on that on the way through. Damerel, well, he knew from the sound behind him that it was all over. I don't know what those stumps are knocked in with, but it must be pretty strong stuff because someone pounded into them. So Cameron strikes. Has not gone wicketless yet in his international career. That's a good reward for Cameron, who has only conceded 6 in his first 2 overs. A little bit of a wayward start. There was a 4-leg buys that he's probably responsible for as well. Doesn't go against his figures. Tom Nightingale is going to come in, and yeah, he really impressed me in the last game. He steered his team to victory. He's going to have a bit of an interesting time here. Now, Cameron doesn't normally bowl 4 straight. I wonder if they'll be tempted with the new batter in there to bowl him another one. The other thing is, the next over at this end, they'll be out of the power play, so maybe they'll go straight to spin. That's what they did last time. If he takes another one, it'll be really interesting though. Nightingale. Played on this. I think Cameron thinks this might be pad to bat to pad. It's definitely a big inside edge. I think that was bat first. It was a question of maybe flick the pad first, then go to the bat, but yeah, it wasn't one of those. But a bit of a nervy start for Tom Nightingale. He's had plenty of batting. He was out there late in the second game of the day. So yeah, just had an hour or so, but he's back out there in the middle. See, once he gets his tail up, Cameron, he loves putting on a show. You see, when you have bowlers that can bowl quick, and look, Cameron at the moment is probably bowling 135 to 140. I think that he can ramp it up towards 90 miles an hour, 144 or so. I haven't seen him bowling that quick today, but the footwork is more difficult as a batter. You just literally don't have as much time to get in position. So you start relying on your eyes and relying on your hands a lot. Good players make it look easy, but it's not easy. This is a nice shot. Gets a bit of length and just angles this down to third man. Just be one. So I think we'll probably see Cameron taken off after this over, and they'll go to someone like a Ramistrovic at that end. Good chance to maybe do a second lurker call out for the day. If you are watching, why don't you drop in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and let us know you're watching. I hope that you're enjoying what you're seeing. It's always exciting to see the hitman go about his business. That's a good bumper. Be the one for the over. That one bouncer. Spotted early by Captain Josh Butler, who gets well under it. So hello to Louis. Must have been popping out of the Lurkerverse. It's great to see Lorne captaining. He's got a great cricket brain. Well, he's very experienced, isn't he? He's played a lot of high-level cricket in the UK. Oh, this one's deflected away, and it's going to be 4. I'll talk about rolling the dice earlier. Butler is either a genius or he's very lucky, because this is the kind of shot that could have been guided straight to that floating slip. To be fair, he does keep it down, so it may not have been catchable high. What he has done is he's manufactured a boundary. That is the end of the 5th over. The score is 26 for 1. A pretty good over there, even with that 4 runs. Cameron only concedes 5, and he does take the first wicket of this contest. Sam Tattel still lurking full time. Well, you're doing well. I saw Michael Dowd said that Cluj ended 98 all out. It seemed like an epic collapse over there. He had been kind of having half an eye on it. Looks to me like Saini batting 3, top score with 28, 21 for Rajshekhara, but not too much else to write home about. 14 for Mishra run a ball, everyone else single digits. Could the Gladiators do it? I mean, it would be a remarkable win if the Gladiators were to win, because remember, they finished last year. 4 teams qualified for the tournament, and the Gladiators had to qualify through a kind of a challenger event that they did win a couple of weeks ago. And so now they're on the brink of, that'd have to be one of the biggest upsets in ECS history. They'll need 99 to win over there in Romania. But right back here, we're going to see Hyder for the first time. This one's sliced away. Should be stopped. Well, it will be, but not before a couple of nervous moments for Adil Raja. So they concede 1 extra. I think he's pretty glad it's not 3 extra. See, Raja goes down and essentially boots it. So it's, thankfully for him, the outfield just long enough that pulled up in time. Hyder's really impressed me today with his pace. I mean, I know we always kind of go on about the hitman, but I mean, they have 3 really good pace bowlers here. They're rushing batters. And Hyder, someone we have seen before. We saw him at the ECC, also seen a fair bit of him domestically, European cricket. This is out, and he's just sliced this straight to the captain, Lord Burns, in the gully position. That's good captaincy as well to have him in there. It's uncontrolled. We saw a similar kind of stroke that Nightingale got away with last delivery. He got 2 on that occasion because of the misfield. This time, Hyder putting in good areas. You see, just coming off the shot slightly. One hand comes off the bat. Burns takes a fairly simple catch. Again, reward for pitching the ball up. And Guernsey, they lose their 2nd wicket now. It's 28 for 2. So, yeah, good moment for the standing captain, and an even better moment for Hyder. So, see new batter out there now. There's Matthew Stokes, who you did see him featuring pretty prominently earlier today. Yeah, let us know what you're thinking about T20 International Cricket on the ECN. We're certainly enjoying bringing it to you. Stokes faced up for the first time. Yeah, Guernsey. I thought it'd be a shoo-in they'd get out of the 20s in the power play, which we haven't seen that often. We only saw it from Guernsey. He scored 37 in the power play against Norway. Good delivery. You see this, I mean, not too much movement, but it's just a bit of pace from Zulkarnain Hyder. You see some of these guys, again, Hyder's one that I think he bowls a lot quicker on turf. I think maybe just a bit more sure of his footing. Really dig the spikes in and get a good foothold. He's really getting him down there today. Looking at Hyler. He's making stumps frightened. So take a little bit off this, perhaps. Maybe it just doesn't come out quite as well. Still, dots up Stokes. Say quick hello to everyone who has popped in the chat. A few lurkers. Yeah, Louis saying he's loving having the T20 Internationals on ECN. We have more of them next month as we'll broadcast the Valletta Cup, a 6-team tournament from Malta, international tournament. Right on target, and that will finish the over. Hyder, he's been really reliable for Spain today, coming on first change. Takes 1 for 2 off his over. And that's the end of the power play, so 28 for 2. And once again, yeah, we're back in the 20s. I suppose we're in the 20s right now. 2022. What an eventful decade it's been so far. It's just getting started. But it's the batters in the power plays can't seem to get out of the 20s. Except for that one exception of Guernsey last game where they got 37. So now, I think my prediction's coming true. We're going to see Remitrovic, left-arm spinner, in the game now at the end of the 6-over power play. So, he bowled really well earlier. I enjoyed watching him go about his craft. Look, every time I see him, he seems like a better bowler. Got more tools, got a bit more height now, something I mentioned earlier as well. So I'm sure a lot of his LMTCC family will be watching. This one's gone, and this was a very hittable ball. It probably was too short as far as Remitrovic was concerned, but Butler has drilled that, and well, Charlie Rumi gets a catch straight away. It's Daniel Dolkaye that takes the catch. Well, he hits it decently, but he hits it straight at the man that was waiting for it. See here, and like I said, he hit it pretty well, but Daniel did not have to move. So a wicket first ball for Charlie Remitrovic. And Guernsey lose the third, and they lose their captain now for 16. The score is 28 for 3. Well, Andy said, yeah, the Mangatoriveka brethren, they certainly are watching. Great start, Charlie. Well, it doesn't get better than that. Well, OBC, outcomes-based cricket, probably wasn't the best ball that he'll bowl, but he does get the reward. And that's a good catch, really good catch by Dan Dolkaye. He's a man who plays most of his cricket in South Africa. He's a passport holder, so qualifies to play for the Spanish national team, and he took that clean as a whistle. So, spin to win in the middle overs. We heard Corey Rutgers say that earlier, and we really appreciated that Corey took some time out of his busy schedule. It's not often you say that with Corey, but took some time out of his schedule to spend a bit of time on the commentary with us last game, getting his thoughts. New banner, there is Ben Fabrash. He's one guy that they really do rate. He hasn't quite found his timing yet this week. It's good footwork. Haven't seen too much of that. Something that Corey also mentioned. Pretty well in the zone of uncertainty, as I'd say, describe it, and that's the kind of length that you can either go forward or back to as a batter, but you're not quite sure. Oh, that's a really good bit of bowling. And Ways Ahmed, yeah, the bails off in a jiffy. And I don't think Stokes ever leaves his crease. We'll have a look at it on the replay. He was just drawn forward. Similar kind of length, right? Oh. played away. Oh, he's pretty lucky there. Into the 7th over, the score is 30 for 3. Let's have a look here, because I just got a sneaky suspicion. It's my keeper's instinct. I don't know if we can freeze frame when that ball hits the stumps. I've got a sneaky suspicion. Look there. It's coming, it's coming. Oh, definitely probably too close to call. Yeah. Tell you what, if you had to make me guess one way or the other after looking at that, I think it was probably just out. I suppose the umpire doesn't have the benefit of these replays at this level. Give us your thoughts. We have a last day in Romania today. The finals going on at the moment. Simultaneously, I mean, what sort of a cricket channel has 2 matches at once? I'll tell you which one. European Cricket Network. And then we'll have 4 weeks in Sweden, going all the way through May. Landskrona from Monday, and then Stockholm 2 weeks from Monday. I'll be back for Stockholm. I'm taking a couple of weeks back. Going to visit some family and friends. Actually going to take a trip down under, so I haven't done that for a while. It's going to be great. Now the restrictions ease a little bit down there. Then we head to Prague and Hungary and Austria. Then we'll head to Italy, Germany. Plenty more great locations this year on ECS. So, Matty Stokes trying to build an innings in a bit earlier than he was in the previous game. This is defended away. Yeah, Stokes had an important role to play as they chased down that target of 121 with 2 overs remaining. Made 25 off 20 with 3 boundaries. Again, not so many players have been able to go run a ball pace or better through the first 10 balls. He hasn't this time, because he's 1 off 9. This one, chip down to mid-on. I guess it's a different situation, I suppose. You look back at when he came in, I suppose. Came in the 12th over in that chase, back in match 3. This time he's come in significantly earlier than that. Came in the 6th. Hyder has been great today. Once again, you see him beating a batter for pace. A pretty good batter in Fabrash. There's a quick hello. I know that's Neil Brook is watching. Where are you watching from, Neil? And, yeah, he's talking a bit about Charlie Rimistovic. We'll say hello to Rebecca McClernand. Good to have you guys back. And he's talking about Charlie coming through the Spanish junior ranks and grabbing this opportunity. Yeah, he's been really impressive every time I've seen him. He's been playing recently for Nottinghamshire under 18s. Yeah, so I do believe he's got a birthday on, I think it's Tuesday. A very happy birthday to him. Once again, full straight, pretty quick from Hyder. Fabrash can't do much with it. Neil also saying, yeah, big shout out. And yeah, I know about this. The Spanish national women's squad playing in their first international tournament next week in Paris. Yeah, well, a big good luck from me to all the players involved, not only the Spanish squad, but also all the players playing in that tournament. Always happy to see international women's cricket on the calendar in Europe. Last ball of the over from Hyder. There is some bat on this. Adil Raja, clean up. And does it effectively this time, as it will be the end of the 8th over. The score is 32 for 3, so 4 and over pace. Guernsey just bogged down here, aren't they? Stokes, who's a guy that was pretty good early in his innings last time. Different situation, yes, but he's finding it a bit hard to get going. He's 2 off 10. Fabrash 2 off 4. Butler made a good start, didn't he? I think he'll be kicking himself. He hit a fairly short delivery from Charlie Rimistovic straight to Daniel Doyle-Kaye at cover. Took a good catch. So now we'll see Charlie Rumi once again. He's lurking from Singapore. He's on his transit stop over to Bodrum, Turkey. Can't wait to start working with the school teaching cricket. Well, that's great, Sam. Really plead for you as we see new over begin. It's getting a bit to go here. It really does go. I mean, that's something that had surprised me about this pitch. It's taken a lot of turn. And this one is a bit of a shout. This one maybe doesn't spin as much, and this is the kind of, maybe it's a natural variation or a conscious effort that he doesn't really want this one to turn. That's just with the naked eye. See, it kind of drifts in and keeps going. It probably was going on to miss. That's what makes him such a difficult bowler. Because there's no discernible change in his action. And one went heaps and one didn't at all. Whether he's doing it on purpose or not, doesn't matter, because it's really hard to hit. Oh, this one, not a good shot. See, this one kind of beats him in the flight. It's out of ideas, and this isn't a good shot. I mean, for Brush, gets bowled by that, he wouldn't be happy at all. Cracked way off the back foot, so just be one. Yeah, sometimes you got to, I suppose, thank the man upstairs when you survive a shot like that. He could have easily been back in the pavilion. Next one was punched away. Still time to turn this around, these two, but it has been snail's pace stuff. So just do that instead. Well, if right-hander doesn't work for you, you can just do this, and he turns around, hits with the spin. Well, that's a really good shot. And Stokes, it's a very Stokes-like shot, wasn't it? As he switches it up. And absolutely nails that one. Good batting into the over. As Ramitrovic has taken to the boundary for the first time. He still has good figures, 1 for 7 off his 2 overs. 9 overs down, the score is 37 for 3. So yeah, spin has been really effective. In fact, you know, that's only the 3rd boundary. We also had a 4-leg pies. But, you know, even if you want to count that, 4 boundaries, it's less than 1 every 2 overs. You see, all the bowlers less than run a ball pace. Cameron's still got one up his sleeve, sharing the wickets. Adil Raj as well. It's bowled well today. I mean, bowling well as a unit. A well-balanced attack, good spin options, good pace options. Going to have a new bowler. It's going to be Lorne Burns. So last time we saw Yasser Ali coming into the attack before Burns. I think it's a good opportunity to get him into the game. Because I suppose you are hunting wickets. I mean, you'd really like to pick up these two, especially they've used up a lot of balls. So you'd assume they'd be getting more set. Burns does spin the ball a fair bit. He's got a decent wrong-un as well. He's got a flipper. A lot of high-level amateur cricket on the brink of professional cricket as well in England. Batter comes down, gets the pitch of this. Stokes, but he'll just get one. I don't know if it's depressing or not. If you've been out there so long, and Stokes has more runs left-handed than he does right-handed. 4-3 at the moment for Rush faces then. Goes back and punches straight to Daniel Doyle. Kaye. Tossed up. It's good variation in pace. I think he now decided he wants to push back the deep mid wicket. Yeah. Still 4 in the circle, obviously. So they're happy just to push. So sometimes you see those late over changes, and that's often about, you know, something in particular where you don't mind conceding a single to a certain batter that might have been struggling and using up a few dots. Joey Marple's calling him Shane Lawn. That's an interesting comparison. Not completely unfair. Bold Shane. Good fielding. That was a 4-banger, but Stokes can't put it away. 10 overs down. We're halfway through this innings. And Guernsey, they're struggling at the moment. 40 for 3. Well, right now, I know the ECS finals happening in Romania. A lot of people got their eyes on a couple of different screens, but coming Monday, we will be heading to Landskrona in the south of Sweden for a brand new Vanguard European Cricket Series. We'll have the Helsingborg Stars take on the Gothenburg Royals in the morning session. Then Jönköping versus Seaside, two high-quality teams there in the afternoon. All starts on Monday, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 p.m. in India. Join us for more Vanguard European Cricket Series cricket on ECN. Of course, I know a lot of our viewers, they'd be familiar with what we do in cricket 6 days a week. Well, this week it's 7 days, but I always like to take the opportunity to try and spread the word, family and friends, and maybe we've got some new viewers. Make sure you join us for that. It's a very high octane form of the game. We plan to bring over 1,000 matches this year on the European Cricket Network. We did it last year. Looks like the Bear is in session over there. He's 42 off 12 for the Gladiators. Chasing 99 for victory. I mentioned that would be a remarkable win for the Gladiators, a team that were ranked last year. They had to qualify for the tournament over the 4 automatic qualifiers. They're halfway to a memorable upset. It's Romanian Bear, Mohamed Moyes, that's been doing it. Not often you get to commentate 2 games at once, but I'm trying. One's upish. That's away from the fielder. Corey's mentioning the ground dimensions here. You know, I guessed about 70 in some places. He said it's even up to 74 straight. I think that's from the batting line straight at 74. So it's probably 64 to the middle of the pitch. But yeah, some of the mid-wicket cover pockets are quite deep indeed. It's really good keeping there from Always Ahmed. It's always such a put-off. You see the batter switch up. You really don't know what's going on. You have to try and ignore everything. You're pretty acutely aware. You might be wearing one, but no contact and a good take from Oase. It's the end of the 11th over. 43 for 3. Once again, pretty reliable over for Ramistrovic. And Lorne Burns and Ramistrovic, they had identical overs in the last 2 overs. 1-1, ... If you're programming a computer, and that might be useful to you, but not if you're trying to get things moving in the middle of a T20 innings. Burns will continue in the 12th. I like that Lorne hasn't been afraid to toss the ball up. I think with bigger boundaries and obviously good fielding unit they've got, you've got that license to challenge the batter. These two, you know, they're struggling. So they look very capable of handling the bowling, but you know, scoring quickly is probably another kettle of fish. That one really goes. So he gets to the pitch of this, and so yeah, it's not a bad idea if you can get down. It kind of negates some of that side spin that Lorne Burns has been getting. Steve Cook, I like your comment. I'll read that out in a second. This one tosses it out a bit wider. What I like about Burns is that he seems to be able to bowl his variations but with no real loss of control. And I know I've probably jinxed him here, but you know, it's really clever, the subtle variations we're seeing from him. This one could be gone. Well, is it? Well, Away seems to think so. Yeah, it's a bit of a messy one. Last ball the over. It's full toss. Yeah, 1-2 here, but see it happening. Well, they decide to go. They do get there. And they will get a couple. End of the 12th over. The score is 48 for 3. And it's a hard one. Just seemed like a messy one. It might have hit more than one thing. Yeah, I think it hits his arm. I think we get a good view. Again, big thanks to our few guys at Spring Productions. Just like real down here. Does seem to come off the arm. So Always He might have liked it. It was a bit of a messy one, but I think a very good decision in the end from Andrew Elliott. So, fantastic replay from you guys as we are now 12 overs in. It's 48 for 3. You can see that Spain, if they can win this, they're 2 points ahead and a game in hand. So they're in the box seat to win this series on home soil. Mitrovic back for more. It's been very, very good today. His overs have gone for 2, 5 and 3. You can see he's been honing his craft. They're not under 18 set up, as we know. Played away nicely. Just get one here. Well, Steve, coming back to your comment, you said there's a Stokes and a Butler in this comp, and a Rohit and a Kohli in Romania. International 11. Can we put together an International 11 just from European cricketing team names? People in European cricket, probably. I know there's quite a few Burns involved. Joey Burns in Australia, got Rory Burns from England, so take your pick. Don't know how many Remistroviches there are playing world cricket, I will say that. There's a few names here that are a bit unique, and it's always great to see names like Daniel Doyle Kayet, Ben Wenzel, Ben Febrash. Also think the Nightingales, they're a pretty cool combination as well. Tosses this one up, gets the batter reaching for it, again just one. Let's have a look at these strike rates of these two batters at the moment. We did talk about maybe it's not as important as we think, but I mean, at the moment they're languishing 50 to 60 region. And even something like a Trembeth Morrow was up kind of 75 range, but I mean, it's testament to how well Spain have bowled and the defensive pressure they put in so far. These guys came together at 28 for 3 after one ball, the 7th over. Now, this is going to be a long chase for Hamza. I honestly don't think he's going to get there. It's going to be 4. So Stokes breaks himself out of a funk as he's able to cut that away for 4. His first boundary that wasn't a switch hit for Stokes. He moves to 16. Mitrovic still pretty good over from him, and he finishes with 1 for 17 of his 4 overs. I think he'll be disappointed that he doesn't close it out, but still he'll be very proud of his performance. And you can see that this innings have just never gotten away. The highest scoring overs have just been 7. And that's the third 7 of the innings, but just shows you they've been consistently tying things down. Yeah, and so the chat, seems like Charlie is the only Remistrovic playing international cricket currently, as we start a new over. Burns is back. Just one. Well, he might not be for so long. I think Theo, he's certainly another Remistrovic. And one day we might see challenging for national honours. So he goes down the ground. He might have found trouble here, and he's gone. Well, that is just a pressure build-up, I think, as he tries to take it downtown. Look, he was never there. You can tell he wasn't really committed to the shot. He didn't get to the pitch and was a bit uncomfortable, but Febrash just couldn't get anything going in this innings. He ends up departing for 12. And a wicket for Burns. He's been good today on his international debut. And the captain, acting captain, picks up a wicket. Nice catch taken there as well. It was Mohamed Kamran, who has pouched a couple today off Burns now. Stokes, in fact, is the man that has to go for 16 off 23 balls. And Guernsey are 56 for 4. That's a classic example of keeping things tight. And Stokes, he's trying to ramp it up. We've seen this happen time and time again in this series. Batters facing between 15 and 30 balls. And when they do try and ramp it up, okay, you saw him do it last ball last over with the cut shot. He wants to kind of keep the run going. But yeah, these boundaries are unforgiving for the batters. And it was a fairly simple chance for Mohamed Kamran. And, just waiting for some late drama in Bucharest at the moment. Couple of wickets falling, but still only need 25 off 33 balls. Surely the Gladiators going to do it. I mean, is there a twist though? Cluj, they're a champion team. They've come all the way from 4th to challenge for the trophy. Trophy they won last year. I'm sure some of Lorne's club teammates pretty happy to see him get it amongst the wickets. And now, does he get a second one here? I don't think so. I thought he did for a second, just the initial reaction. Whereas when it comes back to him, just, well, almost a dead heat in the hands, but it got a fair bit of the ground, I think. It wasn't one of those obvious, ones that bounces like a half volley. There's almost a tie. Look, this one here, he catches it, but as he catches it, I think he realises half the ball's on the ground. So it's a good decision. No decision really having to be made. Burns never claims the catch. The batter out there is Ollie Nightingale. Back and punches, but can't get this one away. So, yeah, Burns bowled really well in tandem with the youngster Remistovic, but they'll be forced to make a change. Maybe it will be Yasser Ali to come on. Wow, this one could be out. And he's gone. Yeah, so Ollie Nightingale's got to go. Did seem to take a wicked deflection as it went past the edge of Ollie. See this one. You see, late adjustment. It's kind of reaction adjustment. Just a subtle one from Always Ahmed. And Burns pumps the air. Well, he's happy. He seems to be enjoying the captaincy as well. He takes 2 in the over. And so, Guernsey, right now, they're staring down the barrel. It's 57 for 5. So what a good over that is. You know, he's getting some sideways. That's the thing. This pitch has taken some turn. It certainly didn't strike me as an out-and-out turner when I saw it yesterday. I had a bit of a look today. Maybe the fact it's kind of drying out a little bit, but even yesterday it took heaps of turn. Well bowled by Lorne. Yeah, well, the Lorne's mowing through the Guernsey middle order here. We had the Lorne mower last week in Bulgaria. Nick Johns Whitberg, if you're watching, big hello to you. And this is another Lorne doing the mowing here on a super Saturday of cricket action on ECN. So end of the over as well. So 57 for 5 after 14 overs. And, well, hey, bingo, it's Yasser Ali. It didn't surprise me they wanted to stick with spin. As long as it's working, you might as well stick with it. They got heaps of options here, Spain, to come back. They've got 1 from Cameron, 2 from Adil Raja, and 2 for Haider. But I think they're going to have a 6 bowler here. Yasser Ali bowled really well earlier today. And yeah, took 2 for 12 off 3 overs. Pitches up, and he goes for a single here. Now you're kind of happy. I mean, even if you go to run a ball from here, you're only chasing probably 9, get on 36, 93. But I think you have a feeling if you take a wicket or 2 now, it can be significantly less than that. Tries to get funky, unsuccessfully. Yasser Ali just moving the fielder slightly. This one's uppish, but it's wide of Yasser. Got to say, I've been enjoying the interaction in the chat. I do appreciate the enthusiasm that's been shown for the T20 Internationals that we've shown this weekend. As we see, for Rash, he's had about enough this. I think he's deciding enough's enough and has to try and whack them to a score. This may be super comfortable chasing anything in the double digits. But they will be chasing, I suppose, There's always an element of pressure. They haven't chased so far in the series. And well, they're going to be chasing another batter off here because Yasser Ali's done it again. And the spin attack continues, and it continues to have results for Brush. He did feel, and he was wanting to get after the bowling. This one is the kind of quicker one from Yasser Ali. Yorks himself here. Well, really, was yorked. Probably more accurate. For Brush has to go. And so immediate success for Yasser. Brush goes for 14 of 28. The score now is 59 for 6. Yeah, I talked about run at ball pace from here, but also, you know, there's a bit of, I suppose, concern that you're running out of wickets at this stage. Still not quite at the 3/4 mark of the innings. And Guernsey, a team that actually are ranked one place above Spain on the T20 International SEC ranking system. They are certainly needing a spark from somewhere. Maybe it'll come from this man, Ben Wenzel, who comes into the series for his first bat, and certainly have a bit of pressure on him, but yeah, Yasser Ali's been excellent. And I see that over in Romania, it looks like it has all been finished over there, and the Gladiators have done it. Well, unbelievable. Pavel, I see him. He's jumping up and down against his old side, Cluj. Wow, what an amazing piece of cricket theatre as well. So I see one down the ground. Oh, I'm still a bit speechless. Just saying I went to go check in what was going on in Romania, and I just saw a whole bunch of people celebrating. Anyway, down here, it's 60 for 6, and just a reminder that might be the ECS finished for the week, but we still have plenty of cricket coming from Desert Springs here in Spain. The T20 International Tri-Series continues. ECI cricket on the European Cricket Network, and we have the final day of round-robin matches tomorrow, matches 5 and 6, both involving the host country Spain. They're taking on Guernsey in match 5, they're taking on Norway in match 6. And it all starts tomorrow. The first game starts at 8:30 AM GMT, which is 10:30 in Central Europe, 2 PM in India. And the second match tomorrow will follow 4 hours after that. Oh, he's gone here, and it's another wicket. And the batter looks a little bit bemused. Wenzel has to face Burns, and Burns is getting it to rag. So, Always Ahmed, he was really quick to get the bails off here. You see, he just finds himself in trouble, and I think he's just out at the crucial moment. You'll see it here. And then he kind of has a go, but by the time he really starts his slide back, the bail's already removed. Really good umpiring there. Got to say, that's Darren Clark, who's come into the on-field position, but yeah, it was just out. And let's just have a look at what this ball does. It's tossed up, kind of lures him into the shot. You get a bit of drift with this breeze as well, because it's right to left on your screen. Burns kind of knows the new batter, you know, probably not super confident coming out of his crease, but he kind of draws him out of his crease here. Draws him forward, and really good wicket keeping by Always Ahmed. So, talked about a couple of wickets falling about an over ago. That's exactly what's happened. In fact, we have had 4 wickets in the last 12 balls. We've had 2 in the last 3 balls, and the collapse is on. They've lost 4 for 4. So from 56 for 3, they find themselves 60 for 7 and staring down the barrel, Guernsey. Now, it's a big shout on Dave Hooper, who's come out there. And Lorne can't believe this. This is probably more the top spinner. Hooper's probably expecting one that turns. Maybe hits him just outside the line. Just looking where his pad is. Of course, we're not in a great position to see that. Doesn't really get a big stride in. Maybe hits him a little bit high, just above the knee roll, but I don't think it was going over. Hooper likes to be inventive normally. Likes to be busy. That's probably the word I would use with Hooper's batting. It's off the mark here, the second attempt. Now, looks like we'll probably have a few viewers hopping over from Romania. Burns has been excellent here. His first day as an international cricketer. There's another one, and to put it with the rest. This one really draws Dec Martel out, and, well, you'd have to say, for Martel, it's a taste of his own medicine. And Lorne, he just seems to be bowling really well to these lower order batters that are coming out. And, you know, it's not really enough for them to stick around. They need to try and look to score. So it's not a completely defensive mindset they're going to have. You see, he tosses this one up again, gets that drift, and always, and he gets this one by even more than the last one. And Martel, he knows he's a goner. Yeah, I mean, he's got the bails off before he really turns around. So Martel gets stumped, and Lorne Burns, he's got 4 for 11 now, and he's still got 2 balls left. Could we have a 5-wicket haul here at the T20I Tri-Series Spain? 61 for 8 Guernsey. Martel goes for just a single.
Oh, mate, there's a long way to go yet.
There's Corey forgetting he's next to the microphone. So, 61 for 8. Hasn't Burns been good? I mean, given the captaincy, he's not too bothered. Hasn't affected his bowling at all. He's pulled all the right reins. He's taken a good catch as well. A couple of stumpings from Always Ahmed. Work from him. Pete Field, he wasn't planning on batting. He comes out with almost over 4 overs to go, I should say. And Lorne will get one more chance at a fifer. Last delivery for him. And he's going to do it well. What a way to do it as well. And Lorne Burns takes 5 wickets, captaining Spain officially for the first time. And he has wrecked this innings now. And well, it's the old Statue of Liberty play. We saw it earlier in the day from the Guernsey captain, but now is Lorne Burns leading Spain. He's not the tallest, he'll be the first to tell you that. But he certainly gets off terra firma here. Oh, what a feeling as he grabs it out of the air. Look, it was just a little leading edge, wasn't it, from Will Pete Field. In fact, it was more off the bottom of the bat, that actual leading edge. And, oh, well, he'll be disappointed. And with 4 overs left, Guernsey, they're down to their last batter. It's 61 for 9, and Burns takes 5 wickets for 11 runs of his 4 overs. And what a selection, you'd have to say. There are a few smokies drafted into this squad. And when you pick someone like Rutgers to run the show, you know that you're gonna get a bit of a shake-up. Some have shaken in, some have shaken out. But I mean, one thing is for sure is a sense of internal competition that inevitably going to result in a few players missing out that are very, very good players, but they'll be inspired to break their way back into the lineup. But someone like Burns, it's come from nowhere essentially in the Spanish setup and having immediate effects. 5 for 11. Not often you see a 5-wicket haul in a 20-over game. 61 for 9. Yasser Ali, he's got 1 for 3. There's only one more on the table. Oh, this one gets away. I wonder if this just flicks Always Ahmed on the way past. I do think there's some bat on it. See here, it's not really a chance. It's deflected wide of the gloves of Always Ahmed, but certainly not a convincing stroke. Bishard, the number 11, is out there now, but he's not facing. This is Hooper. He's been left holding the baby a bit, almost literally, with Bishard out there, the teenager. So just whips this one round to Ravi Panchal, who's into the lineup for Spain. Famous number 7 jersey. I feel like maybe they'd be fighting for that jersey. I think Minos Mills was wearing it last time I watched them. And now, this is where, kind of between a rock and a hard place, because, yeah, you can't just bat time either. But you don't want to be bowled out. We'll get one here. So we'll get to see Bishy. Big number 11. Yasser Ali has bowled really well today. Here's the thing, they've got that three-pronged pace tack, but they're flexible enough, Spain. They've got so many options that once they've seen the spins working, they can bring Yasser Ali on as a sixth bowler and kind of just continue with 12 overs of genuine spin. Oh, he's going to get a little something on this. I have to wait on the signal here. It's 4 byes, in fact. That's a quicker one from Yasser Ali. I don't think the batter picked it. I'm not sure Always Ahmed picked it either. He's kept pretty well. But this is one where he just yorks himself. Yep, he gets the heels together, but it was a bit too late, Always. See, he'll look back at that and he'll pick up. Yeah, he stood up a little bit too early there. But, yeah, obviously, it's not just the hands that matter. But, well, it is a boundary. We had a 4 leg byes earlier. Now we get a 4 byes. Oh, that's much better. That's actually much harder from Always Ahmed. Seemed to take a really good leg side stumping in Khartoum. It's actually pretty well done by Bishard to not fall out of his crease there. Quite often you'll see batters overbalancing. Not sure if that was kind of half planned. Last ball of the over coming up from Yasser Ali. And, well, I'll take the one here. Probably fair enough at this stage. I don't really have a set batter. Bishard looks like he can hold it. So he'll get off the mark. But trouble at the old mill for Guernsey. They are 70 for 9. And so yeah, you can see a lot of these innings have been a bit of a war of attrition. Yeah, some of the players, some of the teams, just making it look hard work to bat out there. 20 overs so far. You can see this over still the highest scoring over. Well, there's actually 3 of them. There's 7. That's the highest scoring overs. So it hasn't been one over at all where it's gotten away. And now, we know that they were cruising kind of at 56 for 3. They had that collapse. And they've lost 6 wickets for just 5 runs. That's going to make things tough for you. You know what's going to make things tough for you? When you're the number 11 and you're 19 years of age and you're staring down at Mohamed Kamran. He's looking like someone you might meet in the back alley at about 2 in the morning. This will be an interesting one. Oh, well played by Bishard. Undersold his batting a bit. He digs this one out. Probably had an idea that Kamran was probably going to bowl a Yorker and attack those stumps. All right, your turn, Dave. Hooper. Yeah, well played. You're seeing, I mean, even the lower order batters at international level, they're not as kind of, I use the word frightened, but they're less intimidated with someone bowling the kind of pace that Kamran's bowling. I mean, in international cricket, you'll find a lot of bowlers that will bowl in the kind of 130s, which is about the 85 miles an hour in the old language. You know, when you really get up kind of 90 and above, that's kind of something else. But certainly, Kamran is a very, very good bowler, no doubt about it. But I'm just excited to see him test himself at this level of cricket. Now, ducks it. Now, I think he goes to duck here. I think it's called a. I think it's going to be called a wide. And that's on the line. I felt that he's kind of ducked it on length, and he's just lucky it isn't straighter, because this would have absolutely nailed him. But luckily for him, it was down the leg side. And even luckier is Bishard. You can watch it from the non-striker there now. That'll be 2 wides, one for the actual wide and one for the run. Yeah, well played by Hooper. He's no mug with the bat at all either, David Hooper. And we see him being funky and being inventive, often in the short forms. We certainly saw that when he was playing for Griffins in the ECL. A slightly different role. I think we're seeing a bit more of the technical aspect of his game. He knows he's going to be very selective here. So he just tries to nurse them towards a score in the 80s, I suppose. Again, digs this one out. And look, if they can do that, Guernsey, and they get off to a good start, they've certainly been pretty good at restricting teams so far. By teams, I mean Norway, who they played twice. been restricting them early. If you can do that, have a very good start. Just try and get that rate up to a run a ball or so. And they might have visions of defending this score. Slower ball. That's going to be chipped away. And yeah, gets a bit of bat on this. This will run away for 4. It's good batting. I said that Hooper can afford to be selective. He's played a couple out, but then he does get the full toss from Cameron. And I think that's the slower ball. You see it kind of comes out a bit like a back spinner. But Hooper picks it and he does well to get it away. And with the wind, that like rolls away to the boundary. So, nice shot by Dave Hooper. Gets him up to 78. Last ball of the over. Probably looking for a single here. He doesn't want to expose number 11 at the start of the new over. Well, there won't be a new over because Cameron, he finishes things off and he gets the revenge. 4 and out for Hooper. And ultimately, Guernsey, they won't bat out the 20 overs. They're all out for 78. They leave 2 overs on the table. That's a good bit of bowling. Hooper, I think here, probably wasn't on this shot. I think he was trying to be expansive when probably what it needed to do is maybe push and run. But yeah, it's hard to criticise a guy that did get him a few extra runs at the end, but he is the last to fall, going out for 9 off 11. And so yeah, it was a bit of a last wicket partnership of 17, but ultimately you see that Guernsey go from 56 for 3. They lose their last 7 wickets for just 22 runs. They lose a big collapse in the middle of 6 for 5. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of this. It's match 4. That was certainly one where Always Ahmed felt there was a little edge on it. Play was inconclusive. Damerel, he backed away to Cameron. You do that at your own peril. He left the stumps exposed. And I don't know what they knocked him in with here at Desert Springs. That's must be pretty strong stuff. You saw the captain felt he was the key, Josh Butler, but then he hit this one, and look, it was probably the worst delivery that Remitrovic would bowl in his 4 overs, but he nailed it straight to Daniel Dorkaya, I should say. Well, Burns had him in the right spot, that's what I was going to say. And well, then spin took over, and yeah, we saw that one was really close. I actually think he really slowed it down. It might be just out. And even this one was pretty close. I think it was a good decision, though, from the officials, as it seemed to come off the arm, not so much the glove. See, yeah, good awareness by Always to take the catch. But Stokes would survive that scare, but he wouldn't survive much longer as he holed out to Cameron. Held a very, very good catch down at long off. Again, this was just the start of a bit of mayhem. Cameron saying, yeah, get away from me, that's what I do. And then you see this one, little edge, Ollie Nightingale had to go. Always Ahmed was crucial with his wicket keeping here as well. So yeah, for the most part, I think he held on to the chances given to him. Yasser Ali came in as a 6th bowler. They said, look, let's keep going with spin, and it kept working. He rattled the off stump there. And then Lorne Burns saying, well, hold on, while I'm here, I'm going to take a bag full, and he did. He gets Wenzel for just 1. Again, good stumping. Was actually the closer one of the 2, because then you see Martel, he was stumped by some distance, and Lorne, he had the 4. The only question was, could he get a 5th? And, well, fortunately for him, he would get his 5th wicket. The 3rd of the over, as he had Pete Field just bunting one back off the bottom of the bat. And well, he was on the way down, but his hand was on the way up. And Lorne has an international 5-wicket haul. 5 for 11 of his 4 overs. Now Hooper, well, he tried hard, didn't he? And look, credit to Bishard as well. They toughed it out for a couple of overs at least. And they did add 17 to the total together. Ultimately, they're looking a few short here, Guernsey. They're all out for 78 off 18 overs. And I know that we'll be starting again in around about 15 minutes from now as we look at the innings, and Twin 16s, the top scores. Butler at the top. He would have been a bit upset to get out in the manner he did to Remitovic's first delivery of match 4. Stokes, well, he laboured for 16 off 23. He did stick around with the rush for a long time, 14 off 28. But when they departed, well, there wasn't a lot below them, as they did end up losing 6 wickets in 5 balls in that period. to be all out, essentially, for 78 after the 10th wicket partnership put on 17. Look, handy runs for sure, but they're going to have a really good start here, Guernsey, and then follow it up. They're just going to have to hope for a collapse of their own, I think, from the host country. Certainly there's been no indication so far that is likely, but we know not to look away. Burns best of the bowlers, 5 for 11. What a performance for him on captaincy debut. Apart from that, I think Hamran bowled pretty well. Finished up with 2 for 19. All the spinners bowled well from Mistrovic and Ali, keeping things quiet around that 4 and over. I will have to say, look, shout out to Adil Raja. He maybe hasn't had the rewards today, but he's had a good day. 9 for 11 off his 2 overs, and Haider likewise. He's really troubled the batters with some genuine pace. He took 1 for 4 in this innings. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just under 15 minutes' time, and when we do, it'll be the last innings of the day here. Last innings on ECN for the day. Big congratulations to the Bucharest Gladiators in Romania. I'm sure the trophy ceremony will be coming up very shortly over there. But right here, we'll be back with some more cricket the other side of this break. And when we do, 79 will be the target for Spain if they're going to go 2 for 2 on day 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're having a great day. Still plenty of cricket around the corner. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and this is the ECI T20 Tri-Series Spain. Hello, welcome back. And it's time for the last innings of the day. The host nation, Spain, trying to go 2 for 2 and to go 2 points clear at the top of the table here in this European Cricket International T20 Tri-Series being held here at the magnificent Desert Springs complex in Spain. Right now, they've done the hard yards, Spain. They bowled Guernsey out for 78. And Guernsey just using up 18 of their allotted 20 overs. So now we can see the host nation chase 79 for victory. Does look like it will be Daniel Doyle Kayet out there with Always Ahmed. Always, yeah, he'd love a few runs here. So he's their regular opening option. Can really give it a bang. We know that. And, don't think we'll see him facing up. I think it'll be Doyle Kayet first up. Welcome everyone back on Fancred in India and, of course, on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Well, what's the path to victory here for Guernsey? It involves taking early wickets and keeping things really tight, trying to push that rate up to about a run a ball. They've got some breathing room to start. 79 off 120. Just tick under 4 and over required. Well, these runs aren't going to get themselves. I'll be interested to see exactly how Spain go about trying to chase these runs. Pete Field's impressed me with some of his pace and the way he's bowled. He's been very reliable for Guernsey. So I suppose if they're going to win this game, Guernsey, you feel like they probably have to bowl Spain out. We're okay to go. Darren Clark says play, so let's play. Pete Field bowling to Daniel Doyle Kayet. Turns us around the corner for 1 out to deep square. That gets the score rolling. Yeah, so it's great to have you back in the chat as well. The last news of the day. Been a huge day. I think I worked out something like 20 hours across both competitions today. 12 here and 8 in Romania. So a real smorgasbord of cricket action. Always faces up for the first time. Wow, doesn't get this one at all. This almost comes back onto the stumps. I think he was pretty aware of it. I mean, I don't think it was a situation where Always was going to let it hit the stumps. But yeah, that hits the gloves and it really could have gone anywhere. And then just watch this at the end. You see it comes down and yeah, he's got an eye on it the whole time. And, bit of inventiveness / time wasting from Isaac Damerel behind the stumps. Yeah, but Always just a little bit late on that. I know that Always he likes to attack. He's one guy that can attack the power play. Hasn't really come off for him as yet. Time dabbed away. Deep square and third man, the 2 outfielders. 6 over power play. And let's see what kind of instructions Corey Rutgers has given his batters about how to attack this. I mean, is this an opportunity to really kind of land a psychological blow on Guernsey, who they will meet again first up tomorrow morning in match 5? I think the bowlers early in the season as well, they'll be feeling it a little bit at this stage as well as we get to the end of day 2. Both these teams certainly been put through the ringer in this format. Spain, this is their second match. Guernsey, their third. In the space of a day or so. Andy House in the chat saying hopefully see some real intent from Spain here. Yeah, you'd hope so. I mean, I think that's the way Always Ahmed tends to play. Hasn't really come off in this series as yet. But he's one guy who likes to kind of use the pace of the ball. He's not afraid to elevate. Full, worked away. Once again, the field is well placed down there. Just be one. Here's Tom Nightingale, player of the match performance in the second match today. Match 3 of the series. And let's see. I mean, if the pace doesn't work straight away, maybe they go to spin a little bit earlier than usual. Yeah, the chatter in the chat was saying Guernsey looking a very different team than the team that were able to chase against Norway in the middle of the day. This one is a little bit short. Again, it's not quite off the middle, but he will get a boundary here. So you're really rolling the dice there. You don't really have the ability to put 2 back because only 2 outfitters in total allowed. So yeah, they're kind of hoping he hits this down the throat of the square leg on the boundary. I wonder if he actually almost hits this twice. He wraps his bat around it. He does get it fine though, no matter how he does it. That's the end of the first over. Spain are 7 without loss. So, Pete Field just trying something there. Like I say, I think the only way to get back in this match is to take a wicket and take a bunch of them, essentially. Matthew Stokes will take over at the top end here. And, well, Stokes' heroics and cricket go hand in hand. Let's see if Matty Stokes can do something here. On to Daniel Doyle Kayet, who I think has really impressed me, the way he's gone about his cricket so far. The Spain side so far, haven't really seen them on the ropes as such. It's a bit of an edgy stroke. Long chase for third man down there. He should get 2. It's good running by Doyle Kayet because he was going to the danger end. I think Always was completely sold on it, but it was fairly safe. Yeah, Spain, I suppose that they did lose a couple of early wickets in match 2 this morning. At one stage, they were 14 for 2. And Kaya went on that occasion in the 5th over. So, looks very comfortable at this level at the moment. Scored 7 in that first game. You want to score a few more this time. And, yeah, both these openers, they have a point to prove. I mean, I talked about the culture of internal competition, which I think has certainly been creeping into Spanish cricket with the influx in numbers and teams. If you go somewhere like Barcelona, I think they're second only to London in Europe as far as how many cricket clubs they've got. Oh, really good shot. Really good shot. This one's going to rattle the picket straight down the ground, and it was no half volley. Doyle Kayet absolutely nails this. And yeah, good high elbow. And that one, just a couple of bounces, and that was into the fence. Good batting. I think maybe that is a signal of intent. That was a very correct stroke. Normally, when you hit that straight, it's very safe as well. Pulls the length back a bit this time. Stokes, good comeback from him. Yeah, a really nice shot, wasn't it? Andy enjoyed that one. So, Stokes, a bit of the good, the bad, and the ugly about his tournament so far, but he's certainly been in the thick of the action. Does look fairly correct, doesn't he? Okay, so Doyle Kayet, when he got out earlier today, he was trying to hit across a ball that ultimately hit the top of the off stump. And maybe it was slight misjudgment of the length, or maybe it kept down a little bit. But certainly when he plays with a straight bat, he looks very, very skilled with the willow. And right on cue, flirts on that one. Lucky to get away with it. It'll be this end of the second over, so Spain 13 for no loss. With the exception of the boundary, I think it was a pretty good over from Stokes. And even that was a pretty good shot from Doyle Kayet. 2 overs in, gives us a chance to look at the points table. And look, every team here, they'll play 4 matches. They'll play their opponents twice each. And you can see that Guernsey, I mean, if they can win here, and then they've set the table a bit, and they've made things really hard for themselves. If they could win here and win again tomorrow, they go to 6 points, and then they're putting, essentially that will be enough to win the tournament. Simple as that. Spain, well, if they can win this, chase down this modest target, they'll be in the box seat. We go back to live action. It's a little bit short, and this one is going to disappear as well. It'll be 1 bounce, 4 runs, and once again, Pete Field pulls out the bumper. The only thing this ball's bumping, though, is the fence. You see, Always Ahmed does well to get back and across, and kind of gets inside the line of the ball, just helps it on its way. And they've got the fine leg up, but not the square leg, so if you can get that fine, and obviously using the pace of the bowler, it's going to fly away over the infield. Second boundary for Always Ahmed. Yeah, gets a bit carried away with his own hype. Steps across and tries to launch this one over mid-wicket. Again, that little trigger movement. That's probably more than a trigger. It's probably something It's an extra movement to try and open up that leg side. It's probably over and above what he'd normally do ball to ball. In Peakfield, let's see what his approach is. Haven't really seen him pitching too many up to Always Ahmed. He's a strong driver, but I think you probably have to test him at this stage. Short stuff hasn't worked. Slower ball instead, and this will be a long chase. In fact, I don't think it is going to be chased. Always cuts this one away for 4. Really, this is the first power play we've seen in the tournament where you feel a bit of batting domination early on. Guernsey playing their 3rd match in this series. I've got to say, their openers have looked a little bit tired, particularly Peakfield. He's certainly put his heart and soul out there for his nation so far. Comeback ball. A little bit short again. This time it's just mishandled in the circle, but at least he does stop that. That is Ben Wenzel that's come into the lineup. Wonder if we'll see him, some of his medium paces at some stage. The way it's going, probably not going to see the full 20 overs unless we see a dramatic turnaround here. Both openers obviously failing in the previous game for Spain. They've got a point to prove. Push but no run. Okay, yeah, Peakfield. I like him as a bowler. I mean, it's a bit of a throwback for me, actually. Will Peakfield. He runs in, puts it all on the line. Not afraid of digging one in, or even 2 in. But, you know, he just seems to me like the kind of guy you'd want on your side. Last ball of his 2nd over, the 3rd of the innings. Well directed, played away for no run. So it'll be Always Ahmed facing up. 3 overs down. Spain are 22 for no loss. So 7, 6 and 9, the 3 overs so far in the innings. So still only halfway through this power play, but this is the kind of score we've seen in complete power play so far. 22 for no loss for Spain. As they look to chase down this fairly modest target of 79. And looks like we're ready now for the 4th over. Head away by Always. And pushed into the leg side. And a single there. Stokes does come back for a 2nd over. He's another guy who's been pretty much untouchable in the first half of the innings. He got touched up essentially in the 2nd half in the Sher-Sahak attack. Didn't see him bowling at the death earlier against Norway. There may not be a death here. Might be a quick death. And it's actually going to be a death for Dorkayat. Well, he won't be able to believe this as his innings has to come to an end. It was a bit short, and well, finally we see the short ball attack working. It's just an instinctive stroke. He doesn't try to keep it down. He either has to try and hit this in front of square or maybe wait a little bit later or get inside the ball, and that went like a bullet down to the fielder. And so that will be the first wicket to fall. Hooper takes the catch. And so, yeah, well held on to. Hooper is a bit of a triple threat, bat, ball and field. And so, yeah, disappointment for Dorkayat on his opening day. He's looked good at times, but yeah, just wasn't able to put together an innings. Well held by Hooper, who didn't have to move too much, but it certainly was travelling at a rate of knots. And it is a wicket for Stokes. Well, I did say, if you're going to defend this total, be a bit of a miracle match situation, a very famous match domestically in Australia, where Dennis Lilly and Viv Richards were facing off for Western Australia and Queensland. The old 50-over competition. Western Australia got bowled out for 77 and proceeded to bowled Queensland out for 62, including Richard for a duck. And that would be the kind of situation. Maybe we'll have our own ECN miracle match here in ECI cricket, but a long way to go, of course. Yeah, that was a famous innings because that was a situation where Dennis Lilly started with a bunch of bounces before there were really any restrictions. They bowled 4 of the shortest balls you've ever seen, which has blocked the 5th and chopped the 6 on. This is almost chopped on as he tries to get the bat out of the way. This is Josh Trembeth-Morrow. Had an important role to play in building their total earlier today. Yet to get off the mark here. I always think you must be batting well when you're hitting them when you're not even trying to hit them. So we have seen that sometimes. I believe going wrong and somehow getting the ball back onto the stumps. Pushes away and we'll get one here. It's always a better feeling when you get off the mark. Trembeth-Morrow. Always Ahmed. Yeah, he's another guy who would like to get amongst the runs. I've no doubt about that at all. Just have one ball to deal with this over from Stokes. So it's been a much better over. For Guernsey, that is. Always pushes, runs. Well, it's probably not the greatest attempt. I think that Dick Martell tries to kind of shovel this. I think I would have been thinking some sort of a sidearm, kind of overarm style throw. You see here, goes the kind of diving Jonty Rhodes, but he doesn't direct it at all. Whatever he did, he had to be a bit more accurate than that. 4 overs down, it's 25 for 1. So Spain, despite losing a wicket, they're still in the box seat to take the points here in match 4. Pete Field's going to have a third. And, always Ahmed. He's been the one doing most of the damage so far. Faces up in the 5th. This time, always more aware of his own limitations speed-wise, and he'll turn the run down. It's a beautiful setting here. I mean, still, what are we up to temperature-wise? 23 degrees. It's been kind of locked in, 23 degrees, and it's ideal conditions for cricket this afternoon. A little bit short. It's kind of length ball that did Doyle Kaya earlier in the day, but this time always does get some bat on it. Works away to deep square for a single. Trembeth-Morrow, left-hander, he's been playing his cricket domestically in Australia, in Victoria. And a lot of people talk about Australia having a very strong system of what we used to call grade cricket. Now it's more often referred to as Premier cricket, which is kind of the training ground for first-class cricketers and ultimately international cricketers. A competition I have a lot of familiarity with. Trembeth-Morrow, it's a long way from Melbourne now. And, being from Melbourne, he's probably not used to this good weather. Like, Melbourne's known for its 4 seasons in one day. Right now, it's been mild. It's been very, very pleasant so far. Pete Field pitches up, pitches fairly straight. Played to get on. No run there. Trembeth-Morrow just doesn't seem too bothered. I mean, Corey Ruckers talked about the innings he played earlier, 39 or 53. And you look at that strike rate, about 74, and you say, well, was that a good innings? The short answer is yes. I mean, what he did, he built a partnership, and it's not necessarily about individual statistics. Trembeth-Morrow and Yasser Ali brought some stability to that innings when they did come together. After a couple of early wickets, it was 14 for 2 in the 5th when they did come together. When the partnership was finished, it was 94 for 3 in the 16th. So, yeah, it wasn't necessarily the quickest batting we'll see, but it doesn't have to be. Just just had to get themselves to a competitive score after that shaky start. Spain did. They got 129. Ended up restricting Norway to 78. It's back in match 2, first match today. Last ball of the over. Turn around the corner. And so they won't get a run there. Check with Morrow. No, doesn't look in a hurry just yet, but seems at ease at the crease. 5 overs down, and Spain are 26 for 1. And so, just a reminder that Romania, well, that has been run and won by the Gladiators. I mean, what a story. Come from last to first in the space of less than 12 months in the ECS, and then Landskrona in Sweden will be the next location starting Monday. I know that Andrew Ryan is covering for me. I'm super excited that Rhino gets an opportunity to work with Rico in those 2 weeks. And then I'll be back for Stockholm starting the 16th of May. And we'll have Prague from the 30th of May for 2 weeks, then a week each in Budapest and Vienna. In May as well, we are planning to show the Valletta Cup in Malta as well. And that will be a 6-team international T20 tournament. So it'll be more ECI cricket coming on the 10th of May, which sounds like a long way away, but guess what? It's not, because tomorrow will be May Day. I know it's a pretty significant day in some countries. And so, I'm wishing you all the best. If you're celebrating tomorrow, we'll be celebrating here with 2 more matches. Spain will feature in both. Here's Bichard. Uh-oh, not a good ball to start. And this is running away, running away, running away, and it will be 4. It was a long chase for Peatfield. Not what you need when you just delivered 18 Thunderbolts. And poor Peatfield. I said he always gives 100%. Bichard hasn't helped him out here. It was a good old-fashioned Gundy ball, as Rico would say. It was short, it was down the leg side. It was helped on its way. And you run that way, all that way, you still don't cut it off. That's got to be frustrating. It has been a frustrating match so far for Guernsey and their supporters, I'm sure. Always Ahmed moves to 21. And, yeah. Again, this power play, I mean, we're in the last over of it. I'm quite amazed we haven't seen a power play out of the 30s so far. 37's the best. Guess we'll have to see if we get there this over. I think you've got to realise it's early in the season for all of these guys. I mean, particularly the guys that have come from up north, Guernsey, and especially Norway. It's very hard to have any kind of outdoor practice at this time of the year. Weather can be fickle. Short, and, well, probably fortunately he doesn't get more of this, Always Ahmed. He hits it quite early, and for that reason it goes pretty straight to the wide long on, but it goes on the bounce. So he moves to 22. Certainly appreciate all the nice comments that we've been getting in the live chat. He's in European Cricket Network all the way along. I'm just excited. So many people are enjoying what we're doing here at the European Cricket Network. Well, the wicket now, Bichard to the left-hander. Good to see Neil's in the chat. Hello. I've had a few issues getting in the chat at times today, but nice to see you were there. And, just going back on the chat, I saw that Louis saying it was a good shot by Daniel Dorkaya. Just unfortunate with his placement. Yeah, he hit it straight to Hooper, didn't he? He was in a pretty good position. He was about 15, 20 off the boundary, but yeah, it's a bit of a laser beam. Beth Morrow works this one away to the leg side, just one. Yeah, so Neil, good evening to you. Hope you're well. It is a beautiful kind of early evening, I suppose. We're coming up to 7 o'clock local time. But, I mean, the sun does go down close to 9 o'clock here, PM. So plenty of sunshine left. And I think Neil's enjoying this ground. I mean, yeah, it's a beautiful backdrop. It's a bit of an oasis, actually, here at Desert Springs. This one will be 4. And he rolls the dice a bit with this because it's probably catchable height, but he does get it away from Peatfield. in the short third man position. See, yeah, he's not really in control of that. I think he's willing to just take what the universe gives him. There's every chance this could have gone straight to the field, but instead, it goes straight to the rope. That's the end of the over. 36 for 1 off 6. So not quite the highest power play, but certainly signs for me that the longer this tournament goes, I think the top order, some top order batters, feeling a bit more comfortable out there. Say 6 over power play. One thing they struggled to do in the first innings, Guernsey, was put together any decent overs. And 7 was the best for a long time. That last couple, they just got a little bit of a kick with 9 down. And ultimately, they would leave 2 overs on the table. That's never what you want to do. And Neil's asking about the pitch. Well, we've talked a bit about the pitch so far. We went to the second day of play. I mean, it looks fairly harmless. I kind of called it remarkably unremarkable yesterday. But it wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow. It's a light covering of grass, but we haven't seen a lot of seam movement. Haven't seen a lot of swing in this tournament. Dick Martel, leg spinner, coming on. The power play's up. One thing I would say is it's taken a bit more spin than I would have expected. We saw Lorne Burns, the acting captain of Spain, took 5 for 11. This game we've seen spinners getting some assistance, those that are willing to give it a rip. And Dick Martel, who's on now, he's certainly one of those. Morrow plays back, and he's obviously not hungry as some of the people around here who might have been keen for Spain to knock these off as quick as possible, but yeah, I certainly think he's just trying to gain some confidence, and had an important role to play earlier, like I said. As time pushes and runs. Oh, he's Ahmed, gets there just, judges his pace perfectly. See, Martel, you see a bit of spin there, but yeah, we've seen a fair bit of side spin. I'm actually liking the bowlers at this level. They don't just come in and bowl darts, a lot of them. A lot of them are genuinely trying to spin the ball. Such a weapon. So yeah, that's my pitch report. And I think we'll be using a different pitch tomorrow, so I'll keep an eye on that. So this pitch still looks in pretty good shape for me. If anything, I thought maybe a day baking it might mean that it'll be even better to play on tomorrow. There you see exactly what I'm saying. Martel getting a bit out of it. That's good bowling. Now he's Ahmed. Took a couple of stumpings himself. Look at that. Yeah. Very, very good leg spin bowling. Time he strokes it away, and slight misfield, so they will get a run. That's Luke Bishard in the circle at mid-wicket. Yeah, pretty good over this from Martel. Just 2 runs, and that one came off a misfield. Like maybe the wrong one from Martel. And Chembers Morrow, because he plays it off the back foot, he's got a bit longer to see what it does. Does make a bit of a difference. 7 overs down, scores 39 for 1. So I'm certainly looking forward to seeing these 2 teams go at it again in the morning. Now the conditions might be changing. Like I said, the plan is to use the new pitch tomorrow. We've just had the 1 full day on this pitch. So interesting to me. That's what they've elected to do. So we're going to see Tom Nightingale coming on. Bowling at the opposite end that we normally see him. He's been bowling from his bottom end more, but now he's going to come on from the little village end there. Got to say, yeah, this is a multi-sport complex. And like I say, it's no oasis in the desert. It's very green. It's very well looked after. And I'm sure there's a lot of UK first-class teams looking at this for pre-season and warm-up fixtures and practice. Oh dear, that's not a great start from Nightingale. To give Damerel too much of a hope. You wouldn't have been expecting this either. With 3 wides to start off, 3 bonus runs. Damerel does what he can to try and get over there quickly. As a keeper, he's just looking, as soon as it looks like it might be going down the leg side, you're trying to anticipate and get there to at least block that. But it will be 3 free runs to Spain. Angles in. Trent Morrow will get at least one. A long throw out there, but I think they're happy with just the single. Let us know how you're enjoying the cricket. Say Steve Cook said that has to go now. But Steve, it's been great to have you with us. Hopefully you enjoyed the day and hopefully see you again tomorrow. Not often that you do get cricket on ECN on a Sunday, but you will this week, as we'll have the final two matches starting 8:30 AM GMT, which is 10:30 in Central Europe, and it's 2 PM in India. Always couldn't decide what to do there. He's a bit lucky, and he doesn't hit it straight back at Nightingale. A few of the players seeing the funny side of that. Could have been anything. Green's on this. Smart bit of batting as well. No signs of panic of Spain here. This one is really going to test the outfielder. He does well to get there. Matty Stokes. He's certainly still got a lot of pride in his performance. Nightingale doesn't typically try to angle across the right-hander. So you see Always Ahmed, he's trying to sneak across. Saying, I know what you're trying to do. And I still want to kind of get across and try and open up that leg side. Now, little Yabba Dabba Do from Always. I think we'll settle for one here. He will. I often think, so many times in cricket, you feel like the batter's making the running or the bowler's making the running, one or the other. And Always Ahmed, this is one innings where you feel now he's in complete control. And I don't think I've seen enough of batters kind of making kind of bold moves, stance-wise or decision-making-wise, as Trent Morrow, he'll get this one over the top, and it leaves the building. Maximal. Yeah, the left-hander. He had to take on the wind. He takes on Mother Nature and he wins. One from down under. It's this one into the outback. It ends up bouncing away out of the complex. That's good batting. And she showed he doesn't mind taking his time. He's been making a pile of runs in Victorian Premier Cricket. I know that he's eyeing off the next level up, and he's certainly had a good first day in international cricket. 8 overs down, and it's 54 for 1. And yeah, I mean, that's the thing. In 20 over cricket compared to 10 over cricket, you do have time to catch up. Hello to Edith as well. We say goodbye to Steve, and yeah, once again, it's great to have your company. So yeah, Always Ahmed. He's enjoying stuff. Why not? 32, beautiful afternoon. You just feel, I mean, these are the positions where you just can actually enjoy batting, I think. I mean, they're cruising here. All right, it's overtime. Martel, interesting decision. He's lucky that turns. Where's Ahmed? It does turn past the off stump. Martel pitches up, and this one doesn't meet mid-off. Bit of fielding there by Ben Fabrash. Leg spinner, he's been pretty good. And, his control's been pretty good. He's made the most of the conditions. Always, he doesn't care. He wants to whack him away leg side. But Spain, they're cruising. And at the moment, it's Guernsey getting a bruising. And these two will play again tomorrow morning in match 5. I say it all happens in the 9th. At the moment, all that's happening is Spain are cruising towards this target. So, yeah, Martel, it's tough to get away. Hasn't bowled a lot of bad balls, has he? And yeah, certainly I think spin has been important. This one's cut away, doesn't beat the fielder. So now he's Ahmed. Get another chance, just one ball left in the over. And now he's Ahmed. See what his approach is. Cuts this bit a bit finer and it beats the fielder, Pete Field. He's going to have to try and chase this down, but this will run away. It'll be another boundary. Just one probably a bit edgier than one before, but still plenty of wood on it from Always. Wants to play the late cut. Maybe he wasn't trying to get it that late, but the result was a good one for Spain, who are running away with this contest. As they've reached 58 for 1 after 9 overs. See there, one successful bowler, Stokes, 1 for 9 of his 2 overs. Jack Martel, I think he's been very, very good in this series. I'm really impressed with his wrist spin. He's got 1 for 7 off his 2, including that boundary. So up to then, he only had 3 runs off his first 11 deliveries. So, thanks again for all the wonderful feedback we've been getting from our viewers all around the world about ECI cricket. International cricket on ECN. Just 21 runs required now. Still 11 overs, so now seems like it's a matter of when, not if, Spain will go 2 points clear at the top of the ladder. That'll mean they just need to win the one game tomorrow to secure the trophy. But again, all these matches are for points. They're all important. And tomorrow, pushes here and gets 1. Yeah, so Guernsey, they will play the morning game. We know that Norway will play the afternoon game tomorrow. Spain will play both games. Again, this is a very good performance for Spain as far as getting points. If you beat an opponent higher than you get more points than if you beat an opponent lower than you. You can see Hooper come into the attack now. Although there's only 1 point between these, 1 ranking place, I should say. It is Spain, which looks like they're going to do the number on Guernsey here. And it's Always Ahmed who does the number on Hooper as he launches this one over mid-wicket. And that one's gone with the wind. Maximo makes him half a dozen closer to victory. Always. Enough's enough. They didn't really have a lot of protection. They brought up a few extra infielders just to maybe try and force Always to go over the top. He said, you don't have to force me. But this time he might have undone himself. It should be caught, and it will be caught. So consolation wicket as Pete Field hustles in. He's been a workhorse for Guernsey. And Always tries to go to the well once too often. Tries to hit across this one with the wind. And this time Hooper had success going slower. See, there's that back of the hand. And just trying to go to the leg side. That's to do with the wind, I think, which is assisting in that direction slightly. Always, I think he knew. As soon as he hit that ball, he was in some trouble. Nicely caught by Pete Field. But a good contribution from Always Ahmed. He'll enjoy being back amongst the runs. He'll be a bit disappointed maybe to not get the half century, but still makes a pretty entertaining 42 off 29 balls. 6 fours and a Maximo in there. And the score now is 65 for 2. Gives another opportunity to Yasser Ali. He had a very good game this morning for Spain, didn't he? With the bat and the ball. He was excellent. 44 off 39. Also picked up 2 wickets and only conceded 12 runs of his 3 overs. And well, Always had a pretty good game. I think a good chance to player of the match when you factor in his keeping, which was important. Lorne Burns, though, 5 for 11. Probably think Lorne still winning, despite probably not. In fact, he's not going to get a bat. I think the fact that Lorne Burns really had a hand in just destroying the Guernsey innings in a short period of time, and that's the reason they're only chasing 79 here. Like they may get to the triple digits. I think pretty hard not to give it to a guy that's taken a 5 up, but still very good contribution from Always Ahmed here in match 4 of this ECI. Nasser Ali pushes and runs. So, does look like we might have a slightly early finish tonight. Still, we've had plenty of cricket action on ECN today, haven't we? See, wait is the call from Josh Tremberth-Morrow. I often think I wonder what he's thinking. He's a long way from where he's played most of his cricket, but it's a familiar kind of a setting here, I've got to say. And it does remind me of a few grounds that he would play kind of grade cricket or premier cricket on. Smattering of spectators around the ground today. A lot supporting the home side. This one is worked away, but no run. It's the end of the 10th over. Overs down, 66 for 2. And this gives us a chance to look ahead to tomorrow, which will be the final day of this T20 International Tri-Series at Desert Springs. It starts at 8:30 a.m. GMT, which is 10:30 in the morning in Central Europe, and it's 2 p.m. Indian Standard Time. We'll see a rematch first up. Guernsey will certainly be hoping they can turn the tables. They've done it before, haven't they, Guernsey? They did lose to Norway, then they beat them. Looks like they're going to lose here to Spain, but they'll want to beat them tomorrow. If they do, and essentially it makes things a little bit interesting. We'll see Spain taking on Norway, come back after a bit of a break, a well-deserved break in match 6. So join us for that. And then don't forget, from Monday morning, ECS cricket is back. That's grown up in the south of Sweden. And I am looking forward to hearing Andrew Ryan on the mic again. Rhino, if you're watching, he's playing a bit of cricket himself on the weekend, but it'd be great to have you back in the fold as part of our ECN commentary team. Martel, oh, can he burgle a late wicket here? Nasser Ali, new to the crease. Goes back and punches this. Got a kind of a halfway sweeper, hooper. Yeah, I mean, got to say I'm impressed with Tremberth-Morrow. And it hasn't necessarily looked to be flashy at all costs, but what he has done, he has looked comfortable at the crease. And he's kind of just done what's needed to be done. He built a good partnership with Nasser Ali, who he's batting with again now. So he seems to have a lot of time to play his strokes, and he normally kind of takes the right option. That's something that you want out of somebody in that number 3 position. It's a key position, isn't it? Because you're going to come to the crease in a variety of situations. So you may be in trouble, you might be cruising. Nice shot, and this will be a long chase. It's a long pocket of the ground there, so I think it'll hold up, but they should get 3. And they'll end up doing it fairly comfortably. Nasser Ali, nice looking drive. He's strong all around the wicket, Nasser Ali. Another very experienced player. He scored so many runs on the European Cricket Network. Player we first saw playing for Catalonia CC in the European Cricket League 2019. It's the Champions League of European Cricket. Inaugural edition. That's out. One ball to go in this over. So Martel hasn't disgraced himself at all. He finishes his 3rd. He's got none for 12. This is a good ball because if you don't pick that, it's a difficult ball to play. It could go away, it could slide on. That one kind of turns back in towards the pads. It's 11 overs down now, 71 for 2. Just 8 more required. That's less than 1 and over. So like I said, it seems like it's more a case of when, not if. Yes, Ali. Faces up. in over number 12. Hooper getting another one. And that's Ali helping himself. He waits for this slower ball. And cracks this one nicely. Very pleasant afternoon for batting now. You see that 2 fielded there guarding against that square of the wicket, but that one bisects them. And now Spain within 1 boundary of doing this, and doing it very, very comfortably. This will be a big boost to their net run rate as well. Yes, rally. Pats back a low full toss. So what this will mean essentially is that Guernsey, they'll be 1 and 2, same record as Norway. Spain will be 2 and 0. So it's very hard to see Spain not winning this tri-series. Well, that's one thing, but each individual match as a fully fledged T20 International carries ranking points, and this is going to be so important as far as moving up or down that table. All of these teams are pretty closely bunched together. Guernsey 38, Spain 39, and Norway 41. Funnily enough, Romania, where we were earlier today, is the country that occupies space number 40. Sarali just pushes, but no run here. That won't get a run here either. So Hooper gets out a bit of a jam. That's the end of the 12th over, 75 for 2. Just 4 runs required. And Spain looking set to go 2 for 2 on their first day of action. Have a look at the table. You see what I'm talking about here. Spain are going to go 4 points. That means that they can only be matched by either Guernsey or Norway tomorrow. And you feel like they'd have to be absolutely smashed by either one of those teams. And then that's also, they'd have to essentially lose both, you'd think. I'd see that happening at the moment. First one, fairly juicy full toss. Sheba tomorrow. Ken, not too worried, doesn't get his eyes lighting up or anything, even with 4 to win. He just kind of controls the shot. Happy to take one. Looks like one of those annoying batters that just likes batting. He's not going to do anything stupid. I would have thought maybe try and whack that one for a Maximo. He was just happy to take the one. I would have been saying fast keeping. Come on, don't you want to win this? Yasser Ali looks like he wants to, and I think this will probably do it. It'll be 1 bounce, 4 runs, 4 carreras. And game, set, match. Spain, they do this, and they do it with plenty of balls to spare. There's 46 balls to spare. It's a thumping, really, you have to say. Guernsey, they impressed us with their chase against Norway, but Spain just far too good, even without their regular captain, Christian Munoz-Mills, who unfortunately sustained an ankle injury this morning, but they haven't missed a beat, Team España. And they cruise to this victory target. Almost 8 overs to spare. And, yeah, well played. I think Lorne Burns, standing captain, had an outstanding game. I think he'll probably take the player of the match award with 5 for 11. And, I mean, maybe Always Ahmed would have something to say about it, because a lot of those 5 were thanks to Always Ahmed, who then came out and put this game beyond doubt with 42 of 29. With 6 fours and a 6. And once again, big thank you to the umpires out there for their work. And just a reminder, we'll be back tomorrow with more cricket. Rematch in the morning. And then Spain taking on Norway in the final match of this 6-match series. It all starts again 8:30 a.m. GMT, which is 10:30 in Central Europe and 2 p.m. in India. Of course, don't forget, after tomorrow, we'll have Sweden starting up. But let's start up the music, because we'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. And it wasn't going to last too long. Well, Pete Field, you know, he's an athlete. He was ready to go. Bit of Usain Bolt there in the starting blocks. But it was Always Ahmed that got out of the blocks pretty quick. They tried him out with the short stuff. That one wasn't quite out of the middle. But I'll tell you what, did like the way that Daniel Kaya looked today, even though ultimately the pull shot would undo him again as he nails this one at Hooper. It went so fast, we didn't even see him catch it, but I can tell you he did hold on to it. It was just the placement there that resulted in it being caught. And well, Pete Field, once again, he was trying everything he could. Always Ahmed, and he had the cheeky DNA, didn't he? As he looked to deflect, he looked to use a bit of power as well. But Trevor Morrow also saying, I've got a bit of power about me as well. The JTM withdrawing another 6. Pete Field always seemed to be the one chasing. He's given so much for his side, but he just knew they didn't have enough runs on the board. Hooper, he got whacked away to the boundary, over the boundary in fact, but then he did get his revenge, a late wicket, as Always Ahmed fell for 42. That brought Yasser Ali to the crease. And well, I'd say it was a nice catch by Pete Field to get Always Ahmed. Dec Martel thought he bowled pretty well, to be fair. And, forward to seeing him once again in the morning. We'll see with the conditions if there's a bit of dew around. It might be a bit difficult for the wrist spinners. Both sides have plenty of spin options, but ultimately 46 balls to spare. Spain 80 off 12.2 overs, defeating Guernsey, who was 78 all out in the first innings. Top 4 doing the job. Doyle Kayet played one really nice shot. Check elevated drive down the ground, but he fell soon after on the hook for 8. Always Ahmed top scoring with 42 off 29 balls. Nice return to form for him. The JTM certainly wasn't in a rush, but looked very at ease at this level today. 14 of 22. And, well, he'll be happy because he'll finish his first day of international cricket and with a pretty decent average of 53. And Yasser Ali came in to finish things off. He contributed 13 off 11. And like I say, they end up passing this score in the 13th over. And really, after the start they had, you knew this game, result-wise, was never in doubt. Some good performers with the ball. Pete Field, I've talked a lot about him. I like what he brings to the table. Went for 17 off his 3 overs. Got to say, Stokes, he's always gives you a couple of good overs up front. 1 for 9. He was one of the successful bowlers. David Hooper was the other who did get Always late in the piece. He took 1 for 12 of his 2. Shout out as well to Dec Martel. I've got to say, I liked what he has done so far over the first couple of days I've seen him. Ends up just conceding 5.1 and over. He did concede the winning runs in the 13th over. Well, reminder again, I'll be here tomorrow, and thanks to all of our viewers, those that have stuck around. We know that it has been a long day of cricket, but a very entertaining one. A big thank you to the Bucharest Gladiators. I've got to say congratulations, and I've been fighting off their phone calls so far as they came from nowhere to win the ECS in Romania. But looks like I'll have all the ECN audience to myself tomorrow because we have 2 more T20 Internationals, the last 2 of the series. Spain, well, you feel like they'd have to fall over to lose, but still, they want to win both games tomorrow. Again, this is all important as far as T20 International rankings go. So just a reminder, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, check out the fixtures for tomorrow, check out all the stats and standings from this current tournament and all of our tournaments. You can look ahead, of course, to the ECS Sweden, which is starting on Monday as well. Plenty of news and views there about what's happening in the world of European cricket. You can also go onto our social media at European Cricket if you'd like to keep your finger on the pulse on Twitter, Instagram, and also Facebook. We are on TikTok now as well. And thanks to everyone who's messaged me at Mr. Maximo for a nice message of support. I know that a lot of you are enjoying the cricket. Finally, if you'd like to like this video and subscribe to our channel if you don't already, our audience is viewing all the time, and it's great to have that community expanding. But for now, we hope you stay happy, hope you stay safe from the beautiful Desert Springs Complex in Spain. On behalf of the European Cricket Network and everyone at the European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Network action and for more ECI T20 International Cricket from Spain. But for now, it's hasta mañana.